my signal to the furthest reaches of space. A message asking why, without a reply, floating endlessly. All of the faces that pass in front of me. All of the solid colors that make up the how and why of you and me. Of you and me.
What's up, everybody? I was not muted. It was a typical problem, you know, behind the scenes stuff. Don't worry about it. It was not a muted situation. It was a cord situation, but it's fixed anyway. I'll edit this right out in post. Editors are going to win an Emmy on this one. Big ups, everybody. It is Thursday. Some say the best day because we get the lore, we get the pre, we get the detractor beam, everything you want right here. And let me tell you, it's been a hell of a time getting ready for King of the Ring. So, you know, that's why I couldn't get a real lore stream ready today. So today's kind of a hodgepodge, right? A hodgepodge of random shit that I had saved for random stuff. But there's no connection to this. It's all just random stuff, but it's going to be fun. I promise it's going to be fun. Use Fleshlight is asking, you know when the song competition starts, 9 a.m. or 11 a.m.? We are starting it. I'll officially announce the time of the competition this Saturday. It is 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What time is that in CEST for those asking? 7 p.m. CEST. Okay, so 2 p.m. EST, 7 p.m. CEST, I believe. Okay? GMT, figure it out. I'm not figuring out any more time zones, all right? But you want it? That so many people on GMT? God damn it. All right, 2 p.m. EST to GMT is 6 p.m. Yay! So there we go. 6 p.m. for Green Mountain. 2 p.m. for East EST, and 7 p.m. for CEST. So that'll be on Saturday. Just finished the intro for it. Let me tell you, it's very hype. It is very hype. Hype-ish. I don't want to blow too much smoke up its ass. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get your hopes up that much. Mr. Extravagant says, huge ups for actually starting early. You were a legend for today, anyways. Big ups. Well. You know, we're getting closer. I don't know if you saw the countdown. We're getting close. We're getting close to something special. But, anyways, Triple T Augie says, ALT only buys gimmick guitars, Flying V and Iomi SG. Triple T Augie, those are not gimmick. How would you say a Flying V is a gimmick guitar? Just because it is a V shape? Ever thought of the sound components? Triple T Augie? Ever thought of that? Maybe I wanted it for the sound. Not even for the look of it. Okay? So now what? Now what, Triple T Augie? Nah, but anyways, my Flying V is my main guitar. That's the only one I have here. My Iomi SG is back at my dad's house because he plays it now. But anyways, Holly says, what kind of sick freak has a Jenna death? That's not that is, Holly. That's not what that is. That's not what that is. It's a different style countdown. Big ups Wilson, big ups The Abyss, big ups Mickey Thor. All right, so let's get our silly thing out of the way. I have quite a few silly things to get us laughing to start the day, right? What better way than to start with a laugh? So this was a bit of a story time, but when I first hold on a second, let me get it up here. Okay, this one is when Shu, much to her dismay, first saw me nude. This is someone recorded the audio, and we were on a boat when this happened. So keep that in mind as you listen to this. Someone got the audio of when Shu first saw me nude. Let's go.
It starts fairly small, but it spreads to cover an area about 40 feet across. That's actually wider than the width of this boat here.
Yep, that's what I said. Exactly. Let's say it one more time.
It starts fairly small, but it spreads to cover an area about 40 feet across. That's actually wider than the width of this boat here.
They fall for that too. Let me tell you. Another funny style thing. Let's go.
2 inches short, maybe less. The story of my life.
Oh, Barkley got hammered on that penetration by Fletcher Cox.
Josh Bynes has been coming all night long, but then he pulls out, and it's just hard. It's been a while. Coming all night long, but then he pulls out, and it's just hard.
It is, though. That's the thing.
It's been a while since he's seen a hole that big.
Me too.
He almost didn't know what to do. Got 5 inches.
Didn't know what to do.
Big. He almost didn't know what to do. Got 5 inches on him, but just too much.
Finish it.
That is, yeah, some say.
With the tip.
Jordan Poyer was coming aggressively.
Yeah, and somebody's going to get that gobbler at the end of this game, too.
Receiver coach has been blown away by Crabtree's hands and his ability to suck in these balls.
That was the difference in the game.
Rich Riley told us last night they'll have to be really good to beat us.
What's that?
He starts the comment.
What was that? Hold on a second. What was that? If you're not audio style, won't know what I'm doing. But this gentleman on the same team just started humping a little bit. His own player.
Really good to beat us.
That was Big Ben. What's that?
He starts the comment.
What was that move? What was that? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop the clock. What was that move? Has it ever been explained? I mean, I know you got to support your quarterback in all different ways, but this is kind of... And I know the smacking of the ass is just something we do, right? That's just, you all do that. That's just, in football, that just comes with the territory. How did that happen, though, right? Is that worth diving into that question? When did smacking ass become just a sports thing? And it's just cool, you know what I mean? It's just a thing you do, you know?
He starts the comment, and then he pulls out.
All right, I'll go 11 more seconds. I could do this all day, but I won't.
Diggs gets a much-needed blow.
No, I was too fat to get rib injuries. I had too much cushion there, Shannon, but thanks for asking.
More cushion for the pushing, they say. They always say that about you, Mark.
This is a thick wide receiver who is powerful from the waist down.
Everybody loves Dick around the league.
Jeff Saturday loved the double tap. He loved me constantly spanking him, right?
See? What is this? He loved the double tap. Is there a strategic element to the double tap, or is it just for pleasure?
Jeff Saturday loved the double tap. He loved me constantly spanking him, right?
Is that, I mean, are we ready to analyze that? I mean, what's that about?
A wet and likely wild night in the Bay Area.
This is how I start all my parties right here.
Spanking him, right?
Going to be a wet and likely wild night in the Bay Area.
That's what I tell Chew every Friday night we're going out. It's going to be a wild night. And this is a reaction, too, right here. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
Bay Area.
Oh, that's a big load!
Hard-hitting tension and snow. Sounds like my kind of Monday night. Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
Night. Ooh.
Is that real?
We didn't let the team go because we were stretching our balls.
Down. Ty
Okay, I could go. Let's stop this. Let's stop.
Williams. He beats Cox.
Choke me. I mean,
You know what? That was love.
Deepest
What the fuck?
penetration of the night.
Needed 2 thrusts to get it in.
That's how I do it too. I got the chain around the back of my neck. That's exactly how I do it.
I like to chain you up.
Oh,
There are big guys in there. Lucas back.
All right. We're getting too deep. My favorite was the Jeff Saturday loved me spanking him. He wanted me spanking him all the time. All right, here's something silly. It's 12 seconds. This person, Michael Goutson, has a single video on their YouTube channel. And here it is. Let's enjoy it. What could it be? So as you can see, the names here are DSP Begs for Money and Leanna BBC. Those were the 2 options in the lobby. We're definitely not coping. There we go. A single video on the channel, and that was it. There you go. Big ups to Michael Goutson. All right. All right. So a lot of silly stuff here. So I love, this is my new favorite thing. You know, my new favorite thing that we're doing that's stupid as fuck is every time a Twitter account that is attached in some way to the Goutverse, the responses get very funny, and there's a lot of people doing it. It's not just me, I promise. So I did a few. Okay, I said POV when a baddie is preparing to toast your bread at Subway. Oh yeah, so you gotta get the full context. So they said if you don't get your bread toasted, you're unfortunately not gonna make it. All right, so so I said this is when a baddie is gonna toast your bread. Earth Magician comes out of nowhere with the best and says, my girl, when I tell her we are getting robust Subway sandwiches for dinner. This is my favorite. I did the fan art as well. And then I also did when I see people eating non-toasted bread. But then we go down and people start having a lot of fucking fun. So just random pictures. Nerd brew. Like it fresh? No. Like it toasted? Yes. Eating? This is the best. That, Jody Tate with that. When you can taste the wheat in the bread, dancing. My feeling when the bread is not toasted and support has been slow. I'm in line at Subway and I see this tweet. I love the creativity. Banned forever. The last thing a 6-inch teriyaki sub sees. Yo, there's Father Time there. Here we go. Looking at. There's Furtado. Chris Furtado with the computers. Here we go. We have this one. Okay. I think we already saw that one. This is my uncle after eating 3 of your subs and that toxic cookie. He couldn't even fit in his shirt no more. That's some Shroom Dukem. Oh, there's another Gone Forever band. Okay, Dublanc Duvel there. I'll show probable spam, please. We have Crying. And I think that's it. There we go. Very funny. That's my new favorite thing, is doing that. So, I did want to show this. So, now that we had yesterday happen, you know, yesterday we heard that we got the Memeology video of that to watch later. We'll do that. But now it is just begging is now fully. We are tweet begging all the fucking time now. It is so back. Begging on tweets is so back. The scheduled tweet now has it. Please engage and support it to keep longer games in the rotation. Please engage and support it. Okay. Like it's a living thing, you know? Yes, we have to support it. Definitely. This is interesting, mildly. I say that mildly, strongly. This, I believe, is the last time Philip used the word felted. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, he used to say felted about every other sentence. But since the King Snake arc, he's not saying it anymore. So I decided to look and see, well, actually, let's check that. And it's fucking true. It's damn true. So March 13th, the most recent one, that's not someone's name, okay? Because there's a lot of names. Felted Fig Newton, Felted something else. So those don't count. But the last time he said it himself was this time. This is April 1st now.
Where I'm now playing games from, because we went back to old school. We hit the goal. We felt it. That's right. We felt it. The casino was talking shit in my chat. See? We still hit it anyway. We've done it. Thank you all.
But I think that one kind of doesn't count because he's only doing it because Triple P was in chat that day. So it's kind of like, I don't know, addressing Kino Casino. The last time he said it by himself without Kino Casino's influence was March 13th, even 2 weeks before that one.
Okay. So much like I felted the Nigerian super chat for the guy using a VPN to try to get my attention, I'm not answering your question. You can go fuck yourself.
Okay.
So I hope someone clips that and makes a whole documentary about it. Okay? Whatever the R currency is, that's worth $2 instead of the 50 that you tried to super chat to get me to answer a risque question. You can shove it up your ass.
The risque question was, what's your favorite ice cream flavor, too, by the way? Not really.
Okay. Kev92
Let's hear this.
Did a €5 super chat.
But anyways, that's the last time he said felt in that way with some anger to it. Interestingly enough, the title of the video was A Calm Final Response to the Triple P Drama. So literally, the last time he said felted is, without having any, responding to Keto being in his chat, was legit the time he said the drama was over. The timing is unbelievable on that, you know? Incredible. The last time. Okay, so we're at, that's that. This was, so look at this. So, 2017, Philip was worried about views and people were getting blacklisted. Okay? So he has a tweet here that says, blacklisting is real. Same vid with same info and private on 2 channels. One is fine, other demonetized. Comments, YouTube or Team YouTube. And just if you care, he was showing his 2 retro awesome. And one was not suitable for all advertisers and the other one wasn't. Okay? And Team YouTube responds to this and says, hi, Phil. The video is classified as not suitable for all advertisers. If you think we got it wrong, you can appeal. And as you might guess, Philip responds very feverishly to this clearly bot. And he says, you didn't read the tweet. Same video, same info, set to private. 2 channels. One demonetized, one not. Explanation needed now or stop. You should explain yourself now. So, no response from YouTube, clearly, because he's talking to a bot. He writes more shit to the bot and says, you're already being sued for this broken process. You would think you'd actually give an intelligent response instead of one like this. Reminder, he's talking to a bot. Okay? And Terrence here says, it was a response, you dolt. If you disagree, appeal. Don't whine and try to rally a mob because their reply doesn't suit your criteria. Then someone rightfully says to it, Philip, you know this is a bot, right? Like, you know that, right? Philip says, how would they address me as Phil if it's a bot? It's not in my Twitter handle. Now, those not audio style, visual style watchers right now will see that that's true. Phil is not in his handle. Well, hold on a second. This was what his Twitter looked like back then. As you can see, his name is Phil. Philip. So, of course they're going to call you Phil, dumb fuck. Amazing. Very cool, dude. And definitely smart. He responded to the bot twice. Anyways, that's pretty silly. Next up, some more Twitter nonsense. So you might have heard of a gentleman known as the Spoony One, right? And he has some great videos. I definitely am consider myself a fan of classic Spoony for sure. If you haven't seen the Ultima series, it's definitely worth watching. The wrestling stuff, not my cup of tea for sure. He did get into wrestling a little more, and I think most of his fans let him know it wasn't like as fun as they had. Oh God, there you go, Spoony Vision. Why is that still on? Yeah, all skits edited out version is key. Yes, Soup GG, thanks for saying that. There is someone edited out all skits, and it makes it way better. His Final Fantasy review is awesome. Definitely was cool. Definitely was a cool creator before he went crazy when he got Patreon and got a fuck ton of money, and then just went crazy. But like, you kind of knew that was always going to come. You know what I mean? I think like, I don't know. Anyways, Philip and Spoony interactions on Twitter, shall we? So this, I can't tell what comes first because something is deleted here. Now, I can't tell you what. Sometimes this does happen where things get deleted and you're not really sure what got deleted, but you get the aftermath discussions, all right? So it's tough to keep this in exact order, but I'll do my best here. Big ups, Yosaru. What do we got for you here? We got, not a tweet. I need a picture. God damn it, I got no pictures yet. Here we go. This doesn't make sense. But you got it, Yosaru. No, you. We got that for yesterday. But this one says, Philip says, I'm turning off all the visions, by the way, because you can't even see the top. You get it. You get it. I gotta wait for Spoonie to run out, though, to disable it. I've done that before. Then it stays up forever. Okay. Okay. So anyways, the top says, wonder why I have so much reactionary anger. I'm happy. So, here we go. Sorry. I'll make it easy to see now. So this is the first tweet. He says, I wonder why I have so much reactionary anger. I'm happy and have a good life. Irrational anger is why so many dislike me. I have to think. Okay, so very weird tweet to write. First of all, that's the first thing. It's very strange to write this. But he's then we get some responses, and Philip was fucking down to respond back in these days. Someone says, unfortunately, you've brought all the hate towards you onto yourself. Look back at some of the stuff you've said before. Philip responds, in 50,000 videos uploaded, I'm sure the overall body of work, when not cherry-picked for inflammatory statements, is pretty positive. This person says, the problem is a lot of the time isn't actually what you say, it's how you say it and the circumstances in which you do. They say, you say the things people are most offended by when you're frustrated. That's why you get that's why they get angry. They know it's not in jest. Philip says, such as, what horrific things have I said exactly? Joseph says, go die in a fire. Go kill yourself. Go die. You're an ass when you're angry and take it out on your fans. All true so far, I think we'd agree. Philip responds, I've said that, what, once in a YouTube comment or on Twitter to someone trolling? Fans don't try to get a rise out of me. So I don't say that to my fans. I say it to detractors that are trying to get a rise out of me. That's the only people I tell to go kill themselves. Get it right, dumb fuck. This person says, so telling people to go commit suicide or to die in a specific way is okay and not cyberbullying at all? You see how I find things that are relevant to today? This is not an accident. Philip then responds and says, okay, of course not. That's probably why I've done it twice in my entire internet existence. And only in extreme anger. I've only told people to kill themselves in extreme anger. Therefore, there's no big deal. Dumb fuck. Do you get it? So, I was waiting to show it to put it on Twitter. Point is about your anger. Just because it's a hater you're directing your negative words to doesn't make it right. Philip responds with, I agree completely, but I don't do it regularly at all. In fact, it'd be hard to find specific times. It's cherry-picking negativity. Not hard to find specific times, though. You vent almost daily here or in pre-streams. Like what happened with Spoonie yesterday. I told Spoonie to die in a fire? Guess I missed that one, but proves my point that the argument doesn't hold up. Oh, okay. I don't know how, but okay. I said the point was your anger, or did you miss that? Out of nowhere, you started venting here about how jealous he is of you. Yep, a reaction to him joining in ridicule of my Metal Gear Solid playthrough publicly last year. And I realized how dumb it was, and I apologized for it. Okay? He says, but do you not get what I'm saying? Get angry, take it out on everyone, then say you feel dumb. You never try to stop, though. Philip still is responding here. Just starting to realize I have an anger issue. Hard to change something before you know it exists. We are going to therapy on Twitter with random people. These are not doctored in any way. This is real. This is all real. So, therefore, we said, okay, So the person was saying, like, you get angry, dude, and it's really fucked up. You tell people to kill themselves, all this stuff. And then he says, well, I only do it in extreme anger. Also, to add on to that, I just started to realize that I have an anger issue. So it's hard to change something before you know it exists, guys. So, you got it? It makes sense. Give him a break. But people have told you for years about your anger issues. You just blocked them and called them idiots, liars for telling you. Philip then says, couldn't be further from the truth. I've had very few who express concern in a genuine manner. Or I got to see that way. How drunk are we is the question. That doesn't make any sense. But he says, okay, so a lot of people have told him about his anger issues, but they didn't express concern in a genuine manner. Or I got to see that way. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Can we see the time? Good question. 12:36 a.m. That's my time, though. So that's early night for him. It's only about 9 p.m., right? So, so as you can see, this was about the Spoonie. That's how I found it. I was looking for Spoonie stuff, but this was a gold mine, right? So now let's go back to this. Now this is Spoonie himself responding to that Philip, like, the Spoonie thing that's gone. Like the Spoonie making fun of DSP or whatever. It says, I don't hate you, Phil. I'm certainly not jealous of you. I don't know anything about you, and I'd like to keep it that way. Philip then responds, this is all the same day of the tweet I just showed you guys. Remember these? Oh, no, this is the next day. Excuse me. I'm out of order already. But that was the day after. Then why you joined in the... hold on, I got to read it as written. That why you joined in the bandwagoning of the MGS? This is how you don't play stuff? Guess I imagined it all. Spoonie then says, I joined in on that because you suck at video games. I mean, so do I, but I can take it when people break my balls. That's not really true, but we'll keep moving on. We're not here to troll Spoonie. You basically just joined in with the group ridicule of me, and that's no reason for me to publicly talk shit. That's my bad. Spoonie then says, I don't know what to tell you. You're a celebrity, and people are going to talk. And you also have a block button. Philip responds to Spoonie again. This started when a fan watched your WWE reactions and said we should team up for commentary. I stupidly reacted negatively. Philip, okay, someone just randomly adds a Philip tweet here and says, it's officially Christmas week. Positive people will be merry, while negative, miserable ones will probably continue to troll Twitter, like Philip is doing right now. Hold on, I'm going to stop all this and apologize publicly because it's BS. I don't dislike you, just angry about other stuff. So out of nowhere, Philip says he's going to apologize for what he's done to Spoonie. Right? He's going to apologize out of nowhere. And this was also from that day. Spoonie this post is unavailable, as you can see. Someone says, Spoonie basically hates me for making a living doing raw gameplay without massive editing. Pretty sure that will not be happening. Again, it's unavailable. I think that's the tweets that got deleted about them, like Spoonie making fun of Philip. But again, you see that? This is not the apology yet. We haven't got there yet. But you can see that this is, if someone makes fun of him, if someone makes fun of Philip, how does he take it? Well, that must mean Spoonie hates me because he can make a living doing raw gameplay without massive editing. That's why Spoonie must hate me. You know what I mean? That's his first thought, which is interesting. Where is the... Here we go, right here. Publicly apologizing to the Spoonie one for saying stupid stuff because he made fun of my MGS gameplay like thousands of others have. And then he does stupid. With the left arrow into stupid. I think that's emphasizing that he's the stupid one, or doing that thing is stupid. It's tough to understand this, how he's done it. I do see Evil AJ here, and the response says, but you're not going to apologize to him for saying that he's jealous of you? Good question, Evil AJ. Come on, AJ. Baby steps. So long as he keeps making these steps, he'll could come out better for it. DSP showing he is human makes me like him a little more. Great. Now apologize for all the shit you gave your fan base. After all, you created your own hate group. So that was the apology. Okay. You see how many tweets Philip does in 2 days, by the way? I mean, we're up to like 50 in 2 days. Philip then says, it's like, this is the same, this is July 12th, okay? So this is before that little spat, okay? And it says, it's like DSP wrote this review. God, it really exposes gamers today for the coddled pussies they are. Get good, you checkpoint hugger. And DSP did not respond to this one. Okay, so there you go. Shout outs to checkpoint huggers. And then one more. This is from 2022. We're going to fast forward many years here. And someone said, to Spoonie, I discovered the conversation with Curtis you had. Haven't seen it, but we're all happy you're back in some capacity. You ever thought about reaching out to They Call Me DSP to react to your own Down the Rabbit Hole episode together? Street Guru says this. Spoonie One says, I haven't watched it and I don't plan to. I doubt I'll like much of what was said. DSP responds with, you really should. Even if there's a lot of misconceptions and misinfo, there definitely was some in mine. It will be eye-opening as to why so many people act as they do due to public perception. I felt great relief reacting to my own earlier this year. People start responding. Watch the video, Spoon Man. Someone says, dude, shut up. Detractors take videos of you, yes, you, doing stupid stuff and upload them in full with context, and you call them misconceptions and misinformation. You need to take a good long look in the mirror, Phil, but I bet you won't because I'm getting blocked. Yikes. And there. You also love the narrative of detractors taking a little nugget of truth and then spinning it into their own huge pile of bullshit? Well then, are you claiming that this is fake? 4 years ago, by the way, you were 46. Should a 46-year-old be talking like this? Please work. Please work. 3, 2, 1. This one will work. We know what this is.
Can I please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot.
Damn!
You click on that.
Just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, if you look around, you would have been able to know. It literally says waiting room on top of it.
Wow. You're quite rude.
Wow. I'm 11. Deal with it.
You're 11?
Yes.
And your parents bought you a gaming PC? What's wrong with this picture?
Got him, Philip. Philip's best comeback ever. You're 11 and you have a gaming PC. Whew, never recovered.
Probably because I'm part wolf. You click on it, just so you know.
That's my favorite part. He wanted to get away, but he literally didn't know how to get away. So the person had to tell them, you click it. He was trying to figure out how to get out from this moment. Watch. See? I'm standing. What do I
Probably
do?
because I'm part wolf.
Now he's circling it, running into it again.
Just so you know.
You click on it. Ah.
Yeah.
Good. Now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that.
Definitely.
I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
Yeah, so the mute icon, this is, I saw you say that, Misery Merchant. So let's look at this.
On it, just so you know.
So so notice he's muted, right? He's muted now. He's in a different room. Then he unmutes to say this.
Click on it. Ah. Good. Now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that. I would have fucking...
Now he pushed mute, actually.
Him slapped that shit out of that...
Nice one, Philip. You got him. You got him, Philip. How... Your parents brought you a gaming PC? What's wrong with this picture? Big Ups Ohm says, go jump off a cliff. Philip to his own fans at yesterday. That was May 28th, 2025. Well, let me tweet out the one I was going to tweet from when Philip admitted to doing it. So telling people to go commit suicide or die in a specific way is okay and not cyberbullying at all? That's probably why... Philip responds with, okay, of course not. That's probably why I've done it twice in my entire internet existence and only in extreme anger. Sound good? Okay, next up on the docket, we have a momentous occasion I want to share with you. This is August of 2017. Remember, we are still pre-Catherine, post-Leanna. And something wild happened. It's good news. Here we go.
And or those who, once in a blue moon, maybe you do it. Okay? You guys are awesome. I'm going to be honest with everyone, and this is the God's honest truth. For the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, this month of August, I can now confirm this because there's no way that YouTube ad revenue is going to spike out of nowhere. For the first time ever, Twitch has overcome YouTube for me as a source of income. Ladies and gentlemen, yes. It was your cheers, subs, and tips this month that collectively have helped me and basically are much better than YouTube.
Okay.
Right? First time ever. That's not a lot. That's, I've been looking at it because I've been saying, I hope that eventually it will flip and Twitch will be the main source. It is now. So that's a good thing.
So this is when he 100% cemented he wanted to be a live streamer because you can beg for tips.
And we can keep this up and we can keep it growing. Because, by the way, it's growing every month. Every month I'm looking at it, and every single month, Twitch is getting better and better. More people are coming out. More people are loving what I'm doing, And you know what? The bottom line is this. It's not about the viewer count. Because some people say, but Phil, every day you don't have 1,000 viewers on the stream. So how could you possibly say that Twitch is growing? Because that's not what it's about, folks. It's not.
It's about how much money I can get from each individual person.
It's not about that at all. It never has been. It's just like YouTube. Well, Phil, you don't have 1 million subs. How could you say you're popular on the YouTubes?
Do you check view count? That's the important part of it?
It's never been about that. Ever. Ever.
Yes, it has.
It's all about, who's actively engaging, who's liking the content and being here every day for it, right? Who's coming in and participating and supporting, who's doing that stuff, right?
Yeah, it's just about the money, so just say that, yeah.
That's what it's about. And, I don't care. The truth of the matter is, I don't even look at viewer count anymore. I don't. Like, I used to go nuts about it, all right? I used to go nuts, and I used to be, micromanaging all my streams and all of my videos, and I used to be all about the views.
When does that stop?
Views. And I would say, oh, no, views are low. What's going on? Right? I don't do that anymore. I stopped it. I stopped with that kind of stress.
Definitely.
I said, fuck it. I'm just going to be here every day, doing my thing, enjoying what I do, and having fun. And if people come out, they come out. And you know what? It worked. It really worked. Because I don't even know daily how many people are on stream anymore. I don't care.
Yeah, right.
But all I know is, it's coming together. It's coming together. And I'm happy about that, and I hope that you're happy about that. I hope you're enjoying the live streams every day.
We love it.
All right? I certainly am. And, I'm looking forward to more growth because it's going to happen in the next few months. With all the new releases, we're going to get more and more people checking out the streams. And hopefully we'll hook some of those people, right?
We'll hook some of those people, right? He's talking to his own current viewers as employees.
Hopefully we'll hook some of those people.
Yep.
And they'll come back. They'll come back because they realize that the streams are a good time. So today what I would like to do is thank all of you guys who are regulars. All of you who are here. All of you who are here and are enjoying the streams daily and are here to participate and are having a lot of fun with what I'm doing. Thank you. Because it's you regulars who, number one, are obviously, supporting me and allowing me to keep doing this. But number two, you've created an environment that people like to join.
Oh, people love to join. I'm going to fast forward 3 minutes, okay? Just to prove a point. 3 minutes in the future.
Incredible, crazy viewership I used to have back in the day on YouTube. Hell no. But you know what? Maybe that's better. Maybe because I have a smaller audience now, I'm able to do it better because I care. You know? I care more about it. I really do.
What?
Done in the past year, upping their server capacity, allowing streamers to up their bit rate, so now the streams actually look good, and they're up to the standards of what you would expect for a high-quality gameplay stream.
Oh, definitely.
Cracking down on a lot of the bullshit out there
that
happens on streams. Although, you know, per se, did the titty streamers go away? Not really, but at least you don't hear about it constantly anymore, right? Girls with their tits out. Yes.
Yeah, fuck them, right? Fuck tits. Who needs them, right, Phil? Who needs tits?
Girls with their tits out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who needs them? Who needs boobs, am I right, guys? When you got guys like us, who needs boobs, right? Fuck it.
So, I enjoy the streams. I'm having so much fun doing this. I really do feel re-engaged and reinvigorated this year doing what I'm doing. It's like the renaissance of Phil in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Renaissance. Hell yeah.
This year doing what I'm doing. It's like the renaissance of Phil.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. You know?
Yes.
Listen.
Second coming.
Do I have the incredible, crazy reach that I used to have? The incredible...
Incredible?
Listen. Do I have the incredible, crazy reach that I used to have? The incredible, crazy viewership I used to have back in the day on YouTube? Hell no. But you know what? Maybe that's better. Maybe because...
This is some cope, isn't it?
I have a smaller audience now. I'm able to do it better because I care. You know? I care more about it.
Yes, because things
I really
are going
do.
poorly,
Like back then, it was like I do whatever, and no
Yep.
matter what I do, I'm popular. Now it's like I care about what I put out there. I want to have a fun time with you guys, you know?
Remember when you said back then how you were pouring your heart and soul into it and you cared about the content? That's why you didn't want to fuck it up by doing direct capture and all that stuff? What happened then, though? You said you cared about it then, too. Huh? Huh?
I just think that Twitch has really done a lot of things right recently, and that's a good thing. Twitch seems to be the place. If you are a gamer who actually cares about games, you want to play...
All right, guys, well, things are going great, right? You heard him say that. Everything's going great? Get ready, Franny. I know you don't count retro ones, but get ready. Here we go. Everything's going great, though. Remember that, guys.
You are planning on either cheering, subbing, or tipping during today's stream, and you may have a choice. Let's say you have an option to decide, I would like to do one or the other. I wonder which helps Phil the most, right?
Yeah. What do I do?
Right now, because literally starting tomorrow, I have bills that are coming due.
What?
And I'm in a tight financial situation right now because of a really poor...
Get out of town! I thought it's the Philistines. What the fuck?
July performance on YouTube, you know, in conjunction with other factors. If you could and you had the option, I would ask if you could tip me. I would appreciate that, because if you tip me, that I get that right away, and I can literally put that right into my bank account and put it towards bills, like right away. Versus if you cheer or sub, I'm still appreciative, and I'm certainly not looking a gift horse in the mouth. I very much am thankful of those of you who have cheered and subbed this month as well. In fact, it's like I said, it's the best month I've ever had on Twitch, hands down. However, I won't see that stuff till August, or I won't see that until October. It takes 2 months for those to process. Therefore, you know, since I do need help immediately, if you could tip, I would appreciate that. Okay? Fair enough. If you don't know how to tip, fairly simple. Look below the stream. There's a tip section in the listing of all the data and rules and everything that's down there, all the links. There's a picture of me posing with Pokemon. If you click on that, it takes you to my tips page. You can either leave a completely anonymous tip, like this one here, for $10 that just came in.
Okay. We're not going to talk about it anymore, right?
And yes, Marky Mark, it is true. It takes 2 months. Marky Mark says, it's ridiculous it takes that long for cheers to process. 2 months. Yes, it does. Just like YouTube. It's no different from YouTube.
Okay, you get the point. So this is the first month ever that Twitch made more money than YouTube. So we're not going to keep talking about that in the very next Preestream the next day, right? We're not going to make it that big a deal, right? And we're definitely going to be successful, not big, right? Let's find
Ladies
out.
and gentlemen, for the first time ever in the month of August 2017, my Twitch streams, okay, were far more profitable overall than YouTube by a large margin, okay? You guys come out every single day to watch my streams, and you cheer, you sub, you tip, and these things added up to the point where it was just way better here on Twitch than it was on YouTube. Now, this is not surprising, folks. Reason being, YouTube, as you know, has been on the downturn. You know, low ad revenue, in particular, the summer months, usually they're really low. I can tell you this. Yeah. The month of August was slightly better than the month of July, but not by much.
Not
all
by
right?
much.
It's been... even me busting my ass and having good views and everything, it's been down, all right? The ad revenue did increase, but not by much. I'm expecting that the next couple of months...
Very normal thing to talk about chat with, by the way. This is something you hear all YouTubers do.
With, you know, September, October, November, when we have the most amount of new releases, and of course...
That's why I think, like, you know, the people can put up with it, his real fans, because, like, look how long he's been doing this shit. 8 months he's been giving you full financial breakdowns. And if you, like, grew up with Philip as your main YouTuber dude, like, you probably think this is just part of the fucking show. This is part of the content, guys. He's been doing this for 8 years. Telling you about every single aspect of the business and how you can help. Don't forget that. You can help. And here's how. Very happy dude 69 in the house says, ALT River Monster. Well, more like a river tadpole. Big up,
this is when advertisers put out the most amount of ads because they're trying to sell their products for Christmas. The ad revenue will, you know, sharply increase. But honestly and seriously, you know, the summer was terrible. It was like a desert. Trying to get ads on your videos. Half the time people watch my videos, there were no ads playing.
It was like a desert.
So Twitch was great. All right. I want to say thank you to everyone who attends my live streams daily, who cheers, subs, or tips. You guys were awesome. And you basically are going to make it to be really good.
So things are going great, right? Things are definitely going great.
And I'm pleased with that, and I'm very happy about that. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, folks. So that's good. And I will say this, you know, we're not out of the woods yet. I mean,
what? Come on, man. You just said thank you 18,000 times. You can't say no, we're not out of the woods yet. What? Come on. Finishing up that positive talk with, we're not out of the woods yet, bitches. Keep it going, gumfucks.
So that's good. And I will say this, you know, we're not out of the woods yet. I mean, just because we're now in September, actually, it's right now I'm pretty nervous because now starting today is when all my bills for September have to start clearing. It's basically like a 10-day thing. The first 10 days of the month is when all my bills clear.
Ooh, first 10 days system. Ah, yes. Thank you for sharing that, streamer. Anything else you want to share about your financial situation?
And I'm really nervous.
Oh.
Like I said a million times already.
Fuck.
Because the summer was so slow with YouTube, my income was way down. And I'm by myself now. I don't have anyone to lean on, money-wise or anything like that.
Lean on money-wise? Who would say that about their ex? I don't have her anymore to lean on money-wise, if you know what I'm saying. Fucking bitch.
You know, I don't have anyone to ask I can borrow money or anything from anymore. And because of that, I'm just
Okay, I'm not saying this is true, but I want to hear it one more time how he said that.
Money-wise or anything like that. You know, I don't have anyone to ask I can borrow money or anything from anymore.
I don't have anyone I can ask. Oh, serious. I'll read how he said it. I don't have anyone to ask I can borrow money or anything from anymore. He can't borrow. Please, I refuse to believe he borrowed money from Panda. That cannot be true. That cannot be true. I think he's just doing it for pity. I hope. But if we ever do get that Leanna interview, based on her wanting it, by the way, I would never go after her to get it. But if she ever wanted to, I would be asking that question now. I'll tell you that. You were asking her for money? What?
I don't have anyone to ask I can borrow money or anything from anymore. And because of that, I'm just basically on my own. And if my bills don't clear, my bills don't clear, I'm really nervous.
So what?
Because of the slowness of the summer of YouTube.
What does that mean to me?
I don't even know if I'm going to be able to pay my bills this month. That's a scary thing. Because I can't pay my bills now, everything's late, and there's late fees and default percentages and my credit score issues and all kinds of shit. And if I have to wait till mid-October to bring in enough money to properly pay my bills, that's not a good thing. All right? It really does. It sucks. It fucking sucks. All right?
This is a great, fun pre-stream. See how long the bags used to go?
But we'll see what happens. I mean, I want to say this. Thank you, everyone, for your support, okay? And
Thank you.
Even say today, if you are considering, should I cheer, should I sub, or should I tip Phil, because I want to be supportive, please tip me. The tips I get right now, which means if you tip me today, I can put that money right into my bank account and pay bills with it in the next 10 days. No exaggeration, that's where the money's going. As soon as that money comes in, it goes right to the bank account and right to bills, all right?
All right, definitely. You're not playing WP Champions at this time, right? You wouldn't be playing a mobile game right now, right? You wouldn't, right?
So, yes, please, if you still can, support with tips, please do. And all that money goes to a good cause, pays the bills.
A good cause? It goes to a good cause, boys.
Electricity, internet, the cost of games, keep in mind.
It goes to a good cause. Say that again. It goes to a good cause. You can't say yourself is a good cause.
And all that money goes to a good cause, pays the bills. Electricity, internet, the cost of games, keep in mind. This month of September. Just offhand, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 to 7 new releases that I need to buy in September.
Oh my God.
Plus the bills that I have to pay on top of that. So, yes, your support is greatly appreciated. Keeps me going. Allows me to keep covering everything, right? And I really do need your support right now more than ever, folks. So please, if you can tip me today, please do, all right?
More than ever, folks.
Now,
God, we're not going to beg more, are we?
Let's talk a little bit about Patreon, because everyone's Patreon. Just for the Patreon. The answer, folks, is no. I did not hit the monthly goal for August on Patreon. Far from.
God damn it! Now we got more bad news. I can't handle this. Come on, no, boss man. It's not a big deal. It's his best month ever on Twitch. He doesn't need the Patreon as much. Okay, come on. It's not a big deal. He's gonna get it next month. Okay, don't worry. You gotta up your support. He needs it now.
From it. Because as of yesterday, I was down about $160 of hitting the monthly goal. Now that was if
Boss man, no, we're almost out of the woods. We're not out of the woods yet, but almost.
Everyone's pledge is clear.
Oh my God. I wish Polymarket would do bets for DSP Gaming hitting weekly goals. That would be like low-key hype. Like, I don't want to do it to make money. I don't want it to be a money thing, but it would just be so fucking fun, wouldn't it? To bet on if it would happen. The problem is it's too easy to rig, but that would be very funny. You could bet on games, we'd have different odds. So I want to be the odds makers for that, You can't do it though, because he fakes tips. So, but it would be funny. I'll be the odds maker. So he is playing American Truck Simulator. That has hit the goal in the last 2 weeks. It did take some last minute support to get there though. So I don't know if that will be coming as it did. I do want to remind everyone that Lance Catamaran did drop a 10-member bomb during the day stream. That always means during the night stream, he's less likely to drop a similar bomb. You have to keep that in mind. I set the odds at 1 out of 3. And then you guys bet. That'd be fun.
All right. as usual, which I was expecting, everyone's pledges did not clear.
What?
I got about $100 of pledges that didn't clear. So, in all honesty, I'm looking to raise around, $1,250 a month, and I depend on that. I made less than $1,000.
What?
So, way down this month. Now, I think in part, the reason that this happened is a couple reasons.
Please, go
Number one, it's the summer.
Yeah.
The summer is slow.
Summertime! Fuck Patreon!
You get less people around. Now that we're heading into the fall, the hardcore gaming season, I'll get more people around more often.
Okay. That's good.
And people will start paying attention a little bit more. That's just a natural thing.
Natural.
Number two, because in the month of August, like I said, people were very supportive. A lot of people came out and tipped me on the streams, but maybe they tipped me instead of pledging. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you beg for tips more than anything else?
And therefore, if you're tipping and you don't pledge to the Patreon, well, it's awesome. I mean, you still were very supportive, but it doesn't count towards Patreon. Therefore, maybe Patreon was low this month because of that. Very possible. Like I said, also, cheers and subs were very good in August. So maybe some people came out and cheered instead of
you're not complaining, right?
Pledging or whatever. It's very possible, all right?
And
also, number three.
Oh, please, come, finally.
Let's be honest here. We just had a national disaster.
Okay, and this is why I wanted to play this one. Okay, so strap in is all I'm going to say. Young Beat 666 in the house says, imagine going into a sandwich shop and the owner started sharing all the financial information about the business while you tried to eat. It would be a lot of fun as you start eating your sub, and he says, like, okay, thanks so much for your support here today. Things have been really slow this week. And, we are coming up on the hardcore salami season, so I hope that'll do better next week. But things have been slow all day. I don't know what I can do. I mean, I'm just going to put out the best subs I can and hope more people come. I mean, and the person's already eating their sub. They have nothing else to do here, but they're just listening to the person begging for more people buying subs. All right, man. Cool. Thanks. Tell your friends. Logan K in the house says, the only thing that dates this is the PS4 music. Without the music, this could have been said yesterday. Yep. And he's always in the middle of a renaissance. I toyed with the idea of trying to find every time he said there's this new thing and changes happen, but it's kind of hard to find those exact moments. But there's been so many, I'm a new person. You know what I mean? It's just so often. Every single time he makes any slight change, he says, I'm a new person now. Check it out. Also, I want money for it now. You know what I mean? Towalker says, listen here, you little shit. Back in my day, my parents made me walk uphill both ways to not buy me a Wolverine figure. Glad Unk has never spawned. That is for sure. That's the best choice he ever made. Because I don't see him being... I think let's be real. If Philip had kids, it would go one of two ways. The most common way is he would continue to be the same person he is now and be an asshole and still put himself above everyone else. But I think there's a slight chance he would finally see the light and say, you know what? Sometimes you got to put other people ahead of you in life. But low chance of that happening. You know what I mean? Free Ice Cream says, it's coming together. Phil to Rambo in the hotel. That's the fun part. It's coming together. Young Beat 666 says, the way he talks about finances is almost like a farmer talking about how the crops did this season. That's a good bit idea, actually. There's easy to switch all the things he talks about. Like, okay, well, now let's talk about the wheat. Now, the wheat, I get about $1,000 a month from the wheat, and I depend on that. We got less than 900 this year. Thanks to the fucking tariffs. So, I mean, now what? So maybe, I'm just saying maybe some people are buying our strawberries more than the wheat. But, I mean, I hope that's the case. I just don't know what's going on, right? I just don't know what's going on. But wait till we get to the winter season. People more enjoy, Wait till we get to the summer season. People love watermelons then. That's the hardcore watermelon season. So, a lot of people think that's a good bit idea. Ramiro says, Phil is the equivalent of a beggar on the side of the freeway that is able to work and has a huge roll of cash in his pocket. Well, To make it more correct, Ramiro, you have to remember that this beggar spends all his money on his addictions at night and then starts his day back at zero. But he also has a house. So it's kind of... He acts like a beggar, for sure, but yet he doesn't have some of the negative points that are there. You know what I mean? Okay, back to it. This part is amazing. So this is why people... He's trying to figure out why people didn't do the Patreon. So keep that in your mind. That's what we're talking about, is why was the Patreon $250 low? That's it. That is it.
Also, cheers and subs were very good in August. So maybe some people came out and cheered instead of pledging or whatever. It's very possible, all right?
Here we go.
And also, number 3, let's be honest here.
Oh, please.
You know, we just had a national disaster, ladies and gentlemen, down in Houston, Texas, and surrounding areas. It wasn't just Houston. The news loves to say just Houston, 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 when in reality it's Houston and all the surrounding towns and cities and areas that were massively affected by this Hurricane Harvey.
It's a fucking... What are they supposed to do? Name all those cities in the fucking headline, Philip?
Which is now gone, but, you know, they had a major disaster down there. People lost their homes, their lives, right? We don't even know. It could take months, if not years, to rebuild from how much water they had down there. And I'm sure there are many people who are like, well, I could pledge to Phil, or I could maybe go donate to Houston. And they probably went and donated to Houston. You know what? That's a good thing. You know? I'm certainly not going to sit here and be upset about that. That you did the right thing. You know?
You dumb fucks! Donating to Hurricane Harvey? The victims of Hurricane Harvey? Did you think about my Patreon? Dumb fuck!
You did the right thing. People who are in, you know, a crisis, they've lost their homes and lives, I'm pretty sure, you know, if you donated to them, that's going to a good cause. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Philip. I wasn't sure who to tip today. People that lost their house or DSP who might lose his burger.
Someone's being a dick in stream chat. Oh, no one donated to Texas. Don't be a dick. Of course people did. Of course people donate. When people, you know, we all like to be cynical assholes, but the truth is that when there's a crisis and when stuff happens, people tend to step up. And I know this, you know, personally.
Yes!
Because there's been things that have gone on with me.
Yes!
Where I've really needed help, like desperately. And
like
people
right
are always
now,
there for me. You know?
He is comparing himself to Hurricane Harvey victims. Yay! Yay!
People donate. When people, you know, we all like to be cynical.
While they lost their homes thanks to incredibly strong winds, I lost my home due to incredibly hot guys. Same difference. Same difference, Dents. While they were struggling to pull their belongings out of the wreckage, I struggled to pull Hogan's at night. What's difference? You tell me the difference.
Cynical assholes, but the truth is that when there's a crisis,
while they were hoping for good RNG to find their belongings and loved ones, I was hoping for good RNG with my Hogan pulls. Are they not one and the same, America?
and when stuff happens, people tend to step up. And I know this, you know, personally, because there's been things that have gone on with me where I've really needed help, like desperately, and people are always there for me, you know? So I certainly, from firsthand experience, can tell you that people are, you know, good and innately generous. And even though there's evil ass people out there who will rather, you know, stab you in the gut than hand you a nickel, there's people out there who are really willing to help. What? People are, you know, good and innately generous. And even though there's evil ass people out there who will rather, you know, stab you in the gut than hand you a nickel, there's people out there who are really willing to help. All right? So, you know, Houston people, you know, they were in a really bad time and people come out to help them, and that's a good thing. All right. So it was a unique combination of factors in August, I think, that led to the Patreon being pretty low and not hitting the goal. All right.
Okay. Well, yeah, that was huge. I mean, let's get real. It's a fucking hurricane. God damn it. Fucking hurricane.
What I'm hoping is that this doesn't become a pattern, because if it does, that's when really we're going to get into trouble, folks.
We cannot have a pattern here, guys. As you know, patterns are the death of DSP gaming, so let's not do that.
That this doesn't become a pattern, because if it does, that's when really we're going to get into trouble, folks.
Frank Rucker says, random, but did you see the Social Blade drop his main channel down to a C grade? I did not see that. Nice, Philip. Things are looking up. It is true. It's damn true. It's down to a C. Come on. I think they don't know. They don't take into account how many people like him now, though. That's the thing. They don't have the vibe check of how many people like DSP now. It is a C. That is a C. 217,000 subscribers. We'll figure out the views of May very shortly when it goes to June. But yeah, we're down under. I know you can't see the whole thing, but we're down to, so just for in June of 2022, he had 758,000 views. Now we're well under, what could be under 400,000 for the first time ever this month. But anyways, back to it. Big ups for sharing that, though. I did not see that.
Every month I'm not hitting Patreon goals, that's bad.
What?
Trouble, folks.
Uh-huh.
Every month I'm not hitting Patreon goals, that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
In 1 month, that's okay. In fact, it was a year ago. It was July of 2017 when I didn't hit my Patreon goal. All right. So it seems like the summer months, this is becoming a pattern. All right.
Uh-oh.
So all that being said, the month of September, obviously I'm going to set up a Patreon goal, right?
What could that be?
I want to try to hit the Patreon goal. The goal's going to be the same as always, $1,250. Never changes. You know, the public-facing goal on my page is $1,125. But that's not correct. You know, I'm always trying to raise $1,250. That's what I always try to raise, okay?
Mm-hmm. Another arbitrary number he just decided.
What should the goal be this month? I don't know. I really don't know. I said July 2017.
So we're needing help with goals. Nothing different than you see today. He did. I think we can move on from this now, but I did want to play that insane part about Hurricane Harvey. Amazing to compare yourself to that. Now, that got me thinking, though. That got me thinking. What other hurricanes have happened during DSP's career? Well, there was one known as Hurricane Sandy. That took place in 2012. So that was 5 years before that one. Okay. So Hurricane Sandy is coming. Let's see what updates and problems that might cause. We can see Leanna's loving her time, though, as you can see. Mickey Thor says, there was a comment long ago that his bills are like the moon in Majora's Mask. I gotta find that. I gotta find that. Big ups, Mickey Thor. Pasta Baker says, now more on our coverage on the hurricane affecting Houston, Galveston, Freeport, and College Station. And that concludes tonight's newscast. That's what Philip wanted. Name all the places that were being affected. Makes for a snappy newscast. Definitely. Magic Short Bus in the house says, he talks about toxic cherry-picked clips, but has a Dent ever posted all the positive and meaningful content or even clips of all his pro gameplay? No. Fedora, nice pull, right on time. Ever since the Gamer Nicole, there has not been someone that makes highlight videos for Philip. Gamer Nicole did do this on YouTube for a while. She had monthly highlights about DSP gaming. But as soon as the non-Asian lady you'll see on the left of your screen was introduced, Gamer Nicole was never seen again, and there was no more highlights ever seen again. So she did highlight. I'll show you, for example, a highlight. They were pretty bad, but here's an example of Gamer Nicole's highlights. Okay, this is still her channel's up here. The last video was 13 years ago, and let's just pick a random highlight. Let's see a game that is interesting. Dynasty Warriors Credit Special. How about that one? This is, is funny, so.
It's credits for the Woo family. They were cool and they won everything. Do-do-do-do. And now they're drawn on this fucking wall.
Get ready for the hilarity. These are highlights, by the way.
That's right, bitches. And so then they had this giant old motherfucker come with a giant bull's head to fuck them up. Oh yeah.
Yes, it is, John Doe.
And then Tenchi-Chi-Ba-Dee-Ba-Dee came, and then the guy that looked like a woman. And then they made out for 5 hours. And then for some reason they wrote him on the wall too.
This is funny. Hilarious.
And so then Sean Quan Jean, Emilio Estevez decided to go to war instead of surrender. And then the sister and Sugar Tits had a lesbian scene.
The sister and Sugar Tits had a lesbian scene. 6,000 views. I mean, this is something. You know, it's not nothing. She had her fans. DSP channel links. Thanks for watching. Nothing else. Gamer Nicole.
And then the guy that looks like Blanca took his shirt off and jiggled his bells. Yes.
Hey, guy's getting nude.
And the guy that looks like fucking Lee from fucking Tekken came out. He's on the wall for some reason. And then the gender ambiguous warrior came out and hugged
Is that a gender ambiguous warrior here? He has a mustache?
Fucking old man.
Oh.
Yes. And then he proposed an idea, a revolutionary one. And everyone laughed at him and called him a small Bieber lookalike. But it was Emilio Estevez who gave him power over the battle. And therefore his picture's also on the wall. Yes.
We are laughing. We are 1 minute and 47 seconds into this 10-minute and 31-second long video. Let's go to 4 minutes in. It's definitely over by then, right?
Tactician's Apprentice. And they made a movie about it and it bombed at the box office. Yes. And then finally, Liu Bei had enough of that shit. So he chopped his chair and said, fuck this, I wanted a recliner anyway.
Oh man, these are funny jokes. All right, let's go 2 minutes. Let's go 2 minutes ahead. Okay, 3 minutes ahead. All right, he's definitely done by then, right?
And they had an epic duel that lasted 2 seconds. And it was good old One Eye who would win. And so then Cao Cao died. His son motorboated his wife's titties. And Suma Yi gave a sinister look to close the story. And that is the story of Wei. The Way of Wei.
It's really funny
Next
stuff.
time on Dragon Ball Z. Dun 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 dun. Suma Yi has tried to usurp the throne. But I like the writing on this sword. And then some guy with a giant sword
Still going.
attacked him.
All right, we'll stop there. I see people are starting to... We're getting to the limits. But this is a highlight, okay? This is a highlight. And these are the funny parts, all right? Keep that in mind, okay, everybody? All right, back on track. Let's get to the Hurricane Sandy update and schedule changes, okay? We got to stop this. Fuck. All right, we'll see. If it gets boring, I'll go to the actual Hurricane Vlahgs, because they're funny, and they're really short. We got to finish by 1:45, though, around.
What's up, everyone? DSP and Pandali here, and this is the video that was like inevitably coming. We just didn't want to do it too early before we actually knew what exactly was going on. In regards to the impending arrival of Hurricane Sandy, that stupid bitch is coming straight for us. So, here, let me explain what's going on. For those of you who don't live in America or the northeast of America, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, please,
There's a very strong hurricane heading our way. It has been progressing all this week. Originally, we didn't even know this was going to happen. They said there was a chance it could go off to Europe or Spain, or it could go far west, but it ended up coming straight for the northeast of the United States. So, sometime tonight, it's actually supposed to finally start reaching us. And tomorrow, we're supposed to be hit with winds up to 70 miles per hour, something like an inch of rain per every couple hours. It's going to be pretty damn bad. And not to say that I've never been through this before. I've been through many hurricanes in my life, some of which have been next to nothing, some of which were just nothing more than like a really bad thunderstorm, and others that unfortunately have knocked out power for entire days. Have sent trees careening through my parents' window at their house. So I've seen the bad ones and I've seen the good ones. And the problem with
a tree careening into my parents' window.
So I've seen the police careening through my parents' window at their house. So I've seen the bad ones and I've seen the good ones. And the problem with hurricanes is that they're very unpredictable. It could be, really bad. It could end up being completely overblown. So what we've been trying to do is figure out what are we going to do. Because as you know, originally this week, both Leanna and I have our own plans of what we would be doing for gameplay footage. Now, originally, Leanna was going to return home tomorrow on the train, and then I was possibly going to maybe play a little bit of the Hogan beta. There's actually a Hogan closed beta going on right now. And then on Tuesday, I was going to play all the new releases, including Assassin's Creed 3, WWE 13, there's a couple others. And then on Wednesday, I was going to play the Sleeping Dogs zombie DLC to celebrate Halloween.
Okay.
Now, it's even announced yet, but I really feel, because I know what the game is, I really feel this is going to be a playthrough that people are going to love. This is a game that's like a cult classic, and I really like what we planned. So let me explain. Basically, Leanna's train is canceled. There's no trains going in and out of New York at all. Starting
Mayor Bloomberg announced actually early today, it was while we were out getting breakfast, they said...
Well, not Bloomberg, it was actually the governor, Governor Cuomo.
Who cares? It is somebody important enough announced saying no trains in or out of New York. The farthest you'll get is like probably the first or second stop in New York today.
No commuter trains whatsoever. It's only going to be like business freight trains and stuff. Subways are closed down. New York is basically completely shut down.
Okay.
As of now, actually, it just started 7 o'clock p.m. It's 7:06 right now. So for the past 6 minutes, you just can't get around New York anymore because they're so worried about this hurricane coming.
Thanks, Philip.
And so, unfortunately, there's just no way that Leanna can get home tomorrow. The other problem that we're wondering about is we don't even know when the trains are going to start running again. Like, they're canceled for tomorrow. Are they going to be running again on Tuesday?
Okay.
If there's a disease that has a 70% mortality...
So 7 out of every 10 people is going to go without a shower.
70%?
What?
They expect several press conference this morning in Connecticut where UI, that's United Illuminating, who handles all the power or electricity usage in Connecticut, made a public statement that they expect 70% of customers in Connecticut to be without power.
So 7 out of every 10 people is going to go without a shower.
70%? Let's just think about this for a second.
If that's what they fucking say, that's what they fucking say.
There's a disease that has a 70% mortality rate. It's like a plague, okay? So you're telling
relevance to this? What the fuck was that?
You have a business that you didn't set up enough infrastructure or fallbacks or anything so that 70% of your customer base will be without power. Keep in mind, there are people who need power to live. There are people who are on freaking respirators and oxygen machines, things that they need.
Al Phillips, an expert on power distribution.
On freaking respirators and oxygen machines, things that they need electricity for, and oh, sorry, there's a hurricane coming, fuck it. 70% people. Like, it was the most retarded statement. And basically, they were publicly stating that they're inept at what they do. So, there's
if huge hurricanes happen, power goes out? They don't have backups in place for this? Okay.
a very strong chance that we're not going to have power tomorrow, okay?
Fingers crossed, we might.
The other problem is UI is infamously bad at getting the power back up. My parents, 2 years ago, there was a tornado at my parents' house. They didn't have electricity for 5 days, okay?
David in the house says otherwise, says never happened. Our house is fine. All right, David, I trust you.
Okay? And it wasn't even like a giant deal. It was like, it was just stupid. They don't know what they're doing. And I'm really worried now that we may literally be here without power for days on end. So...
You know he's the kind of person that calls the electricity company, too, and says, what's going on here? I'm still without power. Yes, sir. We're working as hard as we can to get it back. Yeah, but I'm still without power. Did you realize that? I have things to do. This is my business.
Here's the situation. Here's our plans on what we're going to do, okay?
Oh, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Tonight, in fact, right after I finish recording this video and we start uploading it, we're going to start do some more Tokyo Jungle. Because we wanted to beat the game this weekend. It was our goal to possibly push through the story mode, and there's only, I think, 4 story mode missions left. But we have to keep playing survival mode in order to unlock those story mode missions. So we're going to play for a few hours tonight, okay? So I'm going to leave this video as the main video on my channel so people understand. Probably won't be able to do that because they probably won't have power either. Yeah. We don't know who has power and who. Considering that they said 70% of Connecticut won't have power, I doubt I'll even be able to do anything like, oh, I'll just drive to my parents' house. Probably won't be able to do that because they probably won't have power either. Yeah. We don't know who has power and who doesn't, so it's just not going to be realistic for us to say we have a backup plan. When you have some kind of a crazy natural disaster like this going on, there's nothing we can do. So if there's power, you'll see footage. If there's no power, there'll be nothing, but I have Twitter on my phone and it's linked to Facebook, so obviously I'll be giving you guys updates exactly on what is going on with us. I'll also have tonight we'll charge all of the camera batteries. So that way we can actually, if we have no power, right, record the storm, record what's going on around us, and that could be some cool footage to show everyone once the power is back on, whenever that is, when we finally get to upload. Now, going along with this, it's the same thing for Tuesday. Tuesday's one of the biggest release days of the entire year. In fact, I think there's four major games.
Okay, who cares? Getting bored.
That they don't want any footage of Assassin's Creed 3 to be uploaded until to decide to go fucking drive and do shit in the hurricane like it's nothing. Like, be safe. If you live in this New England area, this is a very
Phil is going to coach us on life here.
Serious matter. Don't take it lightly. I always see assholes who decide to go fucking drive and do shit in the hurricane like it's nothing. Like, you're asking for it. Trees are gonna fall on your head. Okay, so just chill out with that.
So they're evacuating areas near the water.
Oh yeah, everywhere here we have a lot of coastal flooding and a lot of coastal areas where it's literally those houses are gonna be destroyed. We already know it. Like for this last year when we had Hurricane Irene, some of these places had stuff destroyed. They just finished rebuilding, and now this hurricane that's like twice as bad is coming. So
oh boy, can't get a break.
So that's the deal. Okay,
so that's
please everyone
the deal.
be safe.
Fuck them though.
Next couple days, And I'm sure John Rambo has been tweeting about it already. He infamously loses power during these things, so I'm sure he's going to be without power, unfortunately. OJ is actually
he's known for that.
Stuck in San Diego. I don't know how many people have been following him on Twitter. He apparently went to San Diego for a trip, and his flight back was canceled, and now he has no idea when he's going to be able to return back because they don't know when they're going to say the storm's passed.
I don't know when I'm going to be coming home. Who knows when the trains will be up? Who knows when planes will be up?
It could be Tuesday, no problem, if the storm passes through quickly. If it's more slow, or if there's like damage and stuff, significant damage from this hurricane, trains might not be running until Wednesday or Thursday. Who knows? We have no idea. So
he is such like, you know, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but like my parents are like this too. Whenever there's like a natural disaster going on, like everything, like even things they didn't really care about, they care about all of a sudden, you know, like, oh my God, what's going to happen if the library doesn't have power for a week? You know what I mean? But like, I think it's everyone like over 60 that has these kind of thoughts. But Philip already did when he was 32. You know what I mean? You know? What's going to happen? Oh my God. You know, just catching up the news, refreshing the news every second, you know. Oh my God, look, 40% of people don't have power in New York State. Like, yeah, we don't live there though.
So, unfortunately, this stuff happens. It is what it is. The good news is we prepared. We have food here. We've got stuff. Even if there's no power, we've got food we can eat without having to cook. We've got plenty of beverages. We've got flashlights up the ass. So we're good to go if the power goes out.
Good place to put them.
For a couple days, we're not going to have any problem in that regard. It's just that I can't work, and that sucks. It's a busy week, one of the biggest gaming weeks of the year. People are waiting, highly anticipating.
I can't work.
The game's coming out this week, and I have no control over the weather. And that's just, unfortunately, a symptom of living in the Northeast.
Sandy does not like the latest Assassin's Creed.
Which means, you know, once I finally do look to start moving, I really am considering getting the fuck out of here, because this kind of stuff is just so stupid. That, yes, we have a company that all we do is provide electricity to you, and because the hurricane is coming, 70% of you won't have it.
7 out of every 10 people.
It's just
That's
ridiculous.
More than half.
It's ridiculous.
It's almost 3/4 of.
It's almost like they were making an aggressive estimate so people would get ready for it, but okay, yeah, definitely.
So that's it. I just want to get this video out there so everyone knows what's going on with the plans and that we're safe.
Taking it.
So that's it. That's pretty much it. And like I said, if you were looking for footage today, Tokyo Jungle will be coming up shortly, so definitely stick around for that. We're going to play it for a few hours and then upload it overnight, actually. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for Tokyo Jungle. If there's power tomorrow, we're going to play some more. You'll see that. But we'll keep everyone in the loop as to what exactly is going on through Twitter and Facebook. Okay?
And everyone that's on Twitter and Facebook, for the people that don't have them, if there's no footage, if we update you, spread the word so people that don't go on Twitter and Facebook will know, and they won't start a riot in the streets during a hurricane.
I don't know, because there's still people who refuse.
Thanks, Leanna. Wouldn't want someone to riot in the streets due to lack of DSP gaming footage.
I don't use Twitter. Facebook? Why would I care about what you're doing on Facebook? Just post it to YouTube. Well, sometimes you fucking can't. If I don't have power, I can't post shit to YouTube. You know? It's like, use your head.
But you... Huh? Oh, I'm guessing there wasn't a mobile aspect to YouTube yet, maybe. Maybe you couldn't upload through mobile yet or something. That's what that probably means.
Idiots. So, alright, so that's it. Hopefully, we'll see you guys for more gameplay tomorrow. If not, everyone please stay home, be safe, and we'll keep everyone in the loop. So, thanks a lot.
So does that sentence doesn't make sense then, Planet Janet. It's like, why did he say I can't post to YouTube, but I can post to Twitter and Facebook? Seemingly they both require power, right? Unless he doesn't have the app.
Peace out. See you then.
Peace out. Peace out. So just to be clear, I wanted to show you iJustine, who also did a video, just came up in my recommended after looking at this. She had a channel that's called iJustine's iPhone, which is literally just her doing videos on her iPhone. It has 256,000 subscribers. This video got 92,000 views. How many views did DSP get on his main channel? 52,000 views, okay? Here's a look at iJustine from back then. Talking about Hurricane Sandy.
There's no towels. They took all the chairs away so they don't blow away.
Yeah, and she's on a cruise right now.
Yeah, I don't know my directions.
Yeah. But anyways, just wanted to show there. But that's iJustine, the person that Philip would have a one-sided beef with many years later. 92,000 from her second channel, iJustine's iPhone. Okay, but let's get to the actual hurricane. What happens with the hurricane here?
All right, so just to give everyone an idea of what it's like here in Connecticut right now during Hurricane Sandy. This is
oh my God!
About 4:30 p.m.
Whoa!
Yep. And there's a power fluctuation. It's about 4:30 p.m. on Monday, and as you can see, it is brutally nasty outside. You've got extremely high winds. You've got that wind. That rain is sideways rain.
That's raining sideways!
Because the winds are so strong, it actually blows the wind directly at your face. and that is very dangerous rain. But what you're seeing right here is this is my shade, which normally hangs off the back of my porch here, and we tried actually earlier.
What? How is that dangerous rain?
Dangerous. They're so strong it actually blows. That rain is sideways rain because the winds are so strong it actually blows the wind directly at your face. And that is very dangerous rain.
That is very dangerous rain. Rain hitting your face? You don't survive, okay?
But what you're seeing right here is this is my shade, which normally hangs off the back of my porch here.
Yeah, look at the trees that aren't even blowing in the wind. That's true. Look at the trees are just chilling.
And we tried actually earlier to pull it up, knowing full well that this hurricane would damage it, but the thing was already broken. Apparently some of the winds had already forced one of the cords to get caught around it, and it was unable to be pulled up and drawn up. So this thing's been whipping around out here for the past couple hours, and just literally right now I was grabbing my camera because we saw it was breaking. The whole thing ripped off the top assembly and is now sitting on my back porch. So it's a good thing that we actually folded up the folding chairs there.
Oh, thank
and,
God.
flipped over the table, or else that would have crashed into them.
Thank God. That would have caused so much destruction. This flimsy shades falling onto a table? Oh my God. It wouldn't have survived. The house would have exploded, probably.
But it is freaking nasty out there right now. And it's only going to get worse from what we're being told over the course of today into the tonight. It's already been announced.
Look at this.
That all GameStops in the Northeast are closed.
No!
And they've canceled all...
Not the GameStops!
All GameStops in the Northeast are closed. And they've canceled all midnight releases of Assassin's Creed 3. Of which a lot of people are very mad about. I don't see why. You're probably not going to have power anyway. But what you heard, that beep that you just heard during the video, is that we've been having power fluctuations all day as well. Spikes and dips in the power, as I'm sure power lines are going up and down. Generators are going up and down.
Power lines are going up and down. Yep, they fall down, they takes a little bit, and they go right back up, Philip. Good point.
Spikes and dips in the power, as I'm sure power lines are going up and down. Generators are going up and down. You got things that are turning on to take over for others. And right now we still have power. We're lucky. We played some Tokyo Jungle. We're uploading it, but we have to see what's going to happen with that. So we may make some more videos later for updates if anything changes. So all right, cool. Just wanted to show everyone what we're going through here in Connecticut. Pretty bad.
Oh man, it's pretty bad. He titled this Shade Destruction, by the way. Shade Destruction. Vike says, look at this thumbnail. Cat chose this over ALT. Oh, the Power Rangers thumbnail. Thank you, Vikes. Let's see what Vikes thinks about this. Oh, I can't spoil it now. Vikes will be on the show in, let's see, less than a week now. Next Tuesday, Vikes will be on the show. We'll get his tale of the Maury Povich, no, not Maury Povich, the Jerry Springer Bodyguard reality show. We'll hear about the story. Vikes is real. We'll get his take. That should be hype. That'll be on Tuesday. Misery Merchant says, she feels safe behind a guy who ignores her. I mean, remember, she's a little bit a younger person, still figuring her way throughout the world, right? So, Scoot Towalker says, glad you got out, Leanna. Hope you're thriving. I hope she is too, and it seems she is. It seems she is. Mad Eye says, I forgot how unbearable Pandaree was, especially when she kept going, after every Phil statement. Yeah. People forget that everyone hated Leanna. They really did hate Leanna. Mr. Ludacris told us about that, and that being said. Like, she was hated more than Phil almost from the Detractorverse because she was so annoying. And also, though, DSP fans didn't like her either. So she got a lot of hate back then because she didn't really add anything. Right? But, okay. Next video in this short...
So here we are.
Short playlist here. High winds and sideways rain.
So here we are. It is now around.
Whoa,
what is
the
it?
wind just picked up.
Yeah, is it 6 p.m. right now, honey?
Yeah, about.
And it is major wind going on outside. The trees, I know you can't see it. It's very hard to see. The trees are bucking all over the place.
Bucking.
And the power has been fluctuating like crazy during our gameplay of Tokyo Jungle.
The shade's completely toppled over.
Oh yeah, the shade is fucked. The shade is done.
We already talked about that one, Cat. I mean,
but yeah, it is really whipping outside. I fully expect we will lose power at some point tonight.
Still have not even lost power.
So we're trying to actually get through Tokyo Jungle and possibly beat it, but I don't know if we're gonna make it. But yeah, this is probably gonna be the last video simply because we can't. It's gonna be too dark outside to see anything. But it is crazy wind.
Crazy wind.
Lots of rain. Pretty bad. They're actually saying it might even turn into a Category 2, which is pretty bad. That means that it's going to be even worse. So we'll see what happens. We're hunkering down. We're good for now.
We're hunkering down. Big ups, Nibbity. What do I got for you? I think I got something now. Whoa. Oh, God. I give you what you guys want here. You guys want this. I saw a lot of people asking for this. Not even a cute pic, though, but too late now. Nibbity! Whoa! With the 5! Okay, next up, Hurricane Sandy.
Okay.
Again.
So you may be wondering why you can't see anything right now. That would be because the power's out. At around 7 p.m., we were in the middle of making ourselves some tasty chicken quesadillas for dinner.
Quesadillas.
And lo and behold, the power goes out while we're making them. So we had half-made chicken quesadillas. We couldn't finish. And now we have...
Short Circuit. There's a film I know Leanna would love. Short Circuit. Hey, Leanna, want to watch Short Circuit? Oh, God. She would love that. She would love Short Circuit. Definitely. I recommend it, Philip. You like... I don't think it was even out yet. What's the Pixar one? WALL-E? Yeah. Oh, you want to see WALL-E? Well, I have something even better. It's also about a robot. Very cool.
Now we had to.
No, I like Short Circuit. I'm going to be clear. I'm a Short Circuit fan, but I don't think an 18-year-old at this time would love Short Circuit. Just going to be honest, guys. I don't think so. I don't think she would like it.
So we had half-made chicken quesadillas. We couldn't finish, and now we had to have lunch meat sandwiches for dinner.
Fuck!
Lame. So we got a couple...
Not the lunch meat!
Meat sandwiches for dinner. Lame. So we got a couple flashlights going throughout the place. I actually have 2 really strong flashlights, and I have many backup batteries for those. I also have larger flashlights like that one over there. I have a floodlight in the kitchen. So we'll be good. It's just that we need to find something to do. I mean, we went to...
Only there was something to do.
Barnes & Noble yesterday, which is good. I bought some comic books.
Oh, great. Sorry, honey. Reading Spider-Man. Don't touch me, honey. I'm reading Spider-Man.
Maybe we can read some of those.
Honey, I can't do anything with you right now. He's fighting the Green Lantern. Do you see this? Look at the page I'm on. The Green Lantern's here. Okay, thank you.
Right.
And I actually do have the laptop over there charged up, fully charged. So maybe we'll actually be able to watch like a full movie, a Blu-ray movie, because I actually do have a Blu-ray player for it. Maybe we can
We got Short Circuit and Creep Show. I've never seen Creep Show.
Get through that before the battery dies. I don't know. I have to see. But yeah, I knew this was coming. We had, all day as we were playing Tokyo Jungle, the power was flickering on and off, on and off. So we knew eventually one of these times it was going to flicker off and not come back on. And that's happened right now.
The cover looks like Tales from the Crypt, but it's not Tales from the Crypt, is it? It's similar style. I have seen Tales from the Crypt, many of those. That was hype, but I've never seen Creep Show.
So.
Oh my God! Look at this! Look at this! There is not. You couldn't drop a fucking business card on that thing. If you dropped a business card vertical style onto that thing, it wouldn't hit the bar anywhere. There's no room.
That's where we are right now. Maybe if stuff happens, we'll be doing updates. I don't know. But right now, like I said, around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the power went out. It is uncertain whether or not it'll come back for tomorrow. It's actually uncertain whether or not GameStop will even be open tomorrow to pick up Assassin's Creed 3.
Still worried about the games.
And that's that. So, all right, peace.
Good video. 24,000 views on that.
Okay, it is 11.
Morning news, guys. Morning news.
11 a.m. on Tuesday. Basically the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy. And just to show you now that we have some light out back.
You know, you could open another window there, sir, on the left side here. Let me bring up my pointer here for you. And this could be open too, sir. You're choosing not to do that. So it's interesting you say there's no light, but you are choosing to not have as much light as you could have. So, okay. Basically the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy. And just to show you now that we have some light out back, the chaos she has wrought on my back porch, that used to be my shade, completely ripped off the hinges, destroyed. We're getting a lot of mileage out of these shades, aren't we? You know? These shades are coming in clutch to explain how much damage was done. Tossed to the ground. Can't really see much out back, but we are actually going very shortly about to go for a ride because we still have no power. You want to go for a ride? You want to go for a ride, Leanna? Uh-huh. Get up there. Yeah. You want to go for a ride? Yeah, let's go for a ride. At all. And very odd because neither of our cell phones work. We've been trying all day to make calls, and you probably can't see the screen, but cell phone service looks like it should work. There, you can't see it. Beautiful.
It looks.
Hold on, forbidden icons. Let's see. Yahoo Mail. I believe that says Burnell something. I mean, there's no real mobile games to speak of at this time. Yeah, it's 2012. So, I mean, 2012. So, but. Dark Side at Hotmail. I think those top two are males. Can't see anything else. How does that look like it should be working? And it's red. Anyways. Should work, but then when we there you go. When we try to make calls, it drops in and out, and it just doesn't work. We can't. Any BlackBerry experts? What's that YP? I don't know. Never had that. Can't even complete a call. And the weirdest part of all this is here, as you see, we have an emergency radio. It actually is powered by a hand crank, so it never runs out of power. Cool. And the station that you're supposed to go to in Connecticut for emergency information is WICC 60. Well, here's what happens when you try to listen to it. It's shot. Apparently the it's shot. Station got taken out overnight by the storm because I actually tested this radio last night and there was no problem. So the state's in major chaos right now. We actually were listening to a New York radio station. Mayor Bloomberg just got off the radio saying that in New York it was chaotic, worst storm they've ever seen, flooding, no power, everything's fucked up. So we are actually we just had a bowl of cereal. But we're not going to sit in the dark all day wondering what's going on. I want to know if my parents are okay. So we're actually going to head out and go for a drive here and see if we can get to my parents' house and see if they're doing all right. And then maybe drive around a little bit and see if we can assess some of the damage that happened during the storm. Let's assess. And hey, hopefully find somewhere that has power. I want to see how bad the power situation actually is out there. Because I wonder if we're going to get power back today or what. From what Mayor Bloomberg was saying, it's like atrociously bad. But that's in New York. I don't know how it really is here in Connecticut. From what I'm to understand, Connecticut might have even gotten it worse than New York. But the storm has passed. There's no storm anymore. It's gone. We just got to assess the damage now and figure out what's going on. So, all right. We're headed out. Cool. We're going to try to figure this out. Pretty cool. All right, next. You see things are real bad here, man. Wandering Monk 7-3 in the house. Ever feel like you spend too much time on DSP? No, I think the key is to... What I used to do was like everyone else, I'm sure. It's the hobby thing. When you have free time, you watch videos and laugh. But now that I do streaming, once the stream is over, I just don't watch anything. That's the best thing to do. Just pretend he doesn't exist until you're ready to get ready for the show, Wandering Monk. But yeah. But Summer of ALT will be about doing a lot more than just DSP, that's for sure. David P. Burnell says, Philip never called or visited. In fact, Linda and I made sweet, sweet love and smoked 2 packs of Cool. Is that the normal amount for you? 2 packs of Cool a day? I think it might be. I think it might be, David. You're a legend. All right, look at this. As you can see, it's a war zone here. No one is here. Not a single human being can be seen on this screen. There's so much destruction. Chaos. The fences and telephone poles didn't stand a chance, as you can see. What a hero Philip is for finding this.
So we are on my parents' street in Bridgeport, Connecticut, the house that I grew up in, and this is what we see when we pull up. We actually stopped to check on my parents to see how they were doing. They are doing fine. In fact, we had a nice conversation, and later tonight we're actually going to bring some food over. We're going to have a nice family meal. Because we're all hungry, and all of our food, since we have no power, is going to all go bad. And my parents actually have a gas stove. But take a look at this. A tree was completely uprooted. I mean, that is a thick-ass tree.
Thick! That thing's got some girth, all right? Let's be real.
Completely uprooted, ripped out of the ground, and thrown over the power line, downing all the power lines down the street. And so...
I think it probably fell down on it. It wasn't thrown. Does he think like someone picked it up and threw it?
And thrown over the power line, downing all the power lines down the street. And so this is what's going to be the situation in a lot of Connecticut is even if they wanted to turn the power back on, they can't, because you're going to have areas where there's trees that are downed like that.
Philip, that's almost... let's think about this. Remember when you said about the 70% of people in Connecticut might not have power? And you said how they're dumb fucks because that might be the case? Well, it seems like you just explained why it might be difficult to get power back, right, Philip? Did you get that? Or you kind of explained it yourself, actually.
And so this is what's going to be the situation in a lot of Connecticut is even if they wanted to turn the power back on, they can't, because you're going to have areas where there's trees that are downed like that.
Yeah. Is this new information for you, Philip? Or is this a normal thing? Or...
So it's going to be a daunting task for the fire department to be going around and cutting down all these trees and taking these trees out that all fell over before they can even think about turning the power back on. So we're looking at potentially days before we'll even see power again here in Connecticut. It sucks, but it happens. So,
yes.
Yep, so I just wanted to show, I mean, how crazy is that? On my parents' street, we've got trees that are completely down. Pretty nuts.
Pretty nuts. Big ups down 4 punches. Hopefully the zoo and the mall still has power. Without those two things, there's nothing else they can do. Inside, what are we doing inside? Playing games? Or reading comic books? Or watching Short Circuit? Outside of the house, what are we doing? Parents, zoo, or mall? Those are your two choices. Big ups, Joe Dub says, going outside and exploring, something Phil will never do again, right? Yeah, just even that level of showing... You know, the real world, the outside world he'll never do again, for sure. David P. Burnell says, lies. The pigman lies. We have an electric stove. Thank you for setting us straight here. I do appreciate knowing the truth from you, Dave. I trust you. All right, so now, Hurricane Sandy vlogs. Still in the dark on Wednesday. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. Well, you may not be able to see anything in this video, and I don't blame you.
Why would you blame them? It could not be that you're the one in charge of the video, sir.
Well, you may not be able to see anything in this video, and I don't blame you. Yeah, I can't see you at all, honey.
Aww.
Hold on. There you are. Oh, it's blurry. It's not even focusing.
Uh-huh.
But,
reminder, it's daytime, and he has blinds.
It is now midday on Wednesday.
Look at how much light is on the table right there. Look at it.
Just to recap. Hurricane Sandy came through on Monday. There you are. Now we can see you, honey. Hurricane Sandy came through on Monday.
Look how much light is there. That's not from the flashlight.
Lost power at 7 p.m. on Monday.
Look how much light is there already.
Okay. It is now, yesterday, we had no power. And we went around looking to see what the damage was like. And we found lots of down trees, including a big down tree on my parents' own street.
Oh my God.
And
look at this! Look how much light is available to them. But they have all the blinds closed. Look how much light is available.
Last night, We have no power here, but my parents have a gas stove.
It's so dark here, guys. You might not be able to see anything, but I can't blame you. Look how dark it is in here. There's nothing we can do about this.
So we actually went over to my parents' house and we started cooking some of the food that we know is going to go bad. So I had like 2 pounds of bacon and we cooked that, and we had BLT sandwiches.
Devour. 2 pounds of bacon. Big house, Phil. That's great for gout.
And they have a bunch of eggs. They fried up a bunch of eggs.
Oh, yeah.
So that was pretty much our only warm meal yesterday.
Oh, no. Only one warm meal a day? How can you survive?
Cell phones cannot make calls. Our cell phones, when we try to make calls, have horrible reception, and it usually says, like, emergency calls only or congestion. Which
how dare they?
Means that basically the cell towers around here for AT&T either got taken out in the storm or the power is out, and therefore they can't operate without power. It's weird because here we can't do anything. But if we go to my parents' house, I'm actually able to get on like Twitter and the
that's
data.
Important. Well, that does count as emergency, Philip, so you can definitely keep using it. That's a good idea, actually. That is emergency information for your own fans, so please keep using that.
Portion, but I can't do it here at the condo for some reason. So we're basically cut off from the world. We have nothing. No internet, no
cut off from the world.
No power. Can't use our cell phones. And the only thing we have is this emergency radio right over here, which we've been using to get news. There it is, right next to a glass of orange juice. And basically the news is grim. For what everyone is saying, the power company originally said that they were going to assess the damage on Tuesday, which means they drove around the state seeing where the trees had fallen and taken out power lines, and that was going to be all day Tuesday. So everyone gets up today, still no power. By the way, it is most of Connecticut, of what they've been saying. When it started, they were saying 800,000 homes. Now they're saying it's still at least over 400,000 homes without power.
Okay.
And so today, everyone wakes up thinking, oh, they'll start restoring the power. Nope. According
and he's speaking to everyone. Everyone says.
To the radio, the power company's taking another day to assess.
Yeah.
That's nice. Tomorrow, they're supposed to give projections, meaning they're going to say, oh, well, this town should have power by this time. This part of this town should have power by this time. Okay? That's bullshit.
That's bullshit. I want it on now. Please. Mommy, why can't you have the power now? That's bullshit. Come on.
But it is what it is. We're stuck. There's nothing we can do about it. Here's the problem, though. There are actual places in Connecticut that have power. We know this. And if we knew where they were, we would go there. I've got a car. I've got half a tank of gas. I'd be perfectly fine with going there and getting a hotel.
Leanna, please keep the blinds shut. We're trying to make it look dark in here. Make it more scary for people. Keep that closed.
Room somewhere and having power. And no, I wouldn't be able to do gameplay or whatever, but at least I'd be reconnected to the world. We'd be able to get a warm meal. We'd be able to take a shower. Right now we have no hot water.
Reminder, he's already had one warm meal yesterday, but he's worried about his next warm meal.
But we don't know where because we're disconnected from the world. We don't know who has power. Because we don't have internet, and the radio won't say shit. And the radio keeps saying, oh, call in to get information. I can't call you, you dumb fuck. There's no cell service. Like, if there's no power, there's no cell service. So how would I call the radio station? It's the most asinine thing ever. So there's really no way whatsoever for us to get information. We don't want to go driving wildly and end up stranded somewhere, with no gas, no power.
Driving wildly isn't some accident that happens. Like, you control the driving, actually? What do you think? It's like Crazy Taxi out there? Whoa! Woo! Whoa! Driving wildly! Oh, shit, we're out of gas. What the fuck?
Go driving wildly and end up stranded somewhere, with no gas, no power.
There was only one gas station that we found that had gas and it was cash only.
Yeah, so I don't know what to do right now. Like, we're kind of stuck. We're here. We have no idea when power will be restored. It could.
Few places have power
in this area, right?
Yeah.
The only places that we know that even have power is a McDonald's in Milford, and
it seems like you know a lot of places.
Food truck.
Well, the food truck, yeah. That's just because they have, they're running off fuel.
Yeah.
So Leanna has quickly described 2 places that we know of that have power, Philip. Did you forget about those when you said you wish you knew who had power?
Is a McDonald's
in this area, right?
Yeah,
and
the only places that we know of that even have power is a McDonald's in Milford.
Yeah.
And that one food truck.
Well, the food truck, yeah. That's just because they have, they're running off fuel.
Yeah, those are the only places that have any kind
So
of
you
fuel
have places then, huh?
power.
So I don't know we're really stranded here. Obviously, the trains aren't running. It was announced. I forgot to tell you when I was in the bathroom this morning. I got an email from Amtrak saying your train's yet.
Why would you say that part? When I was taking a shit earlier today, I got an email.
Announced. I forgot to tell you when I was in the bathroom this morning. I got an email from Amtrak saying your train's yet again canceled, which we knew.
Big surprise.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you were gone so long. Okay, that's why you're in the bathroom for an hour. You're reading emails.
There's no trains are running whatsoever because there were so many limbs that were down during the storm and so much damage to the lines, the actual lines that popped.
You're right. I thought he didn't have he's so disconnected from the world, yet he can check his emails.
Were the train rails that they're even saying they might not even have enough line in the state of Connecticut to repair.
Soup GG says in the bathroom, pulling and pulling. No, pulling and pushing. Double time. Pull while you push. It's a great technique. You've heard of Netflix and chill, right? Pulling and pushing.
The damage.
Hell yeah.
They may have to order, power lines to actually repair the amount of damage that was done.
Oh my God.
So it's grim right now. We're in the dark. I mean, by the way, it's almost 2 p.m. and look how dark it is. Because it's cloudy.
Philip, it looks pretty fucking bright actually.
Because it's cloudy as hell outside. There's no light. And we're okay with
There's a lot of light out there actually. Some of it is leaking out onto the kitchen table the coffee table right now.
With flashlights. But as of this morning, we ate the last of our cereal. Well, we have cereal, but we have no milk left because the milk went bad.
No, that's good as gone then. Might as well throw it away. Cereal without milk? What are you, poor? Throw it away. Who needs that shit? Good point. Fuck that.
We ate the last of our cereal. Well, we have cereal, but we have no milk left because the milk went bad. So we have bagels and cereal to eat here, and then we have things that we can cook, but we can't cook. So what we're going to probably do is every night go to my parents' house and use their gas stove to cook up. Tonight we might make steak fajitas. We've got a steak fajita mix.
Oh, you're really roughing it here. Steak fajita mix.
Frozen, that's thawing out, that we need to get rid of.
You can't really say disconnected from the world when you're opening up fajita mix. McCormick packs. It's really tough to sound. It's really hard to sound like a tough guy when you're cracking open McCormick spice packs for dinner. It's pretty tough, man. Okay, well, let's try the 4 cheese blend this time, huh, Leanna? What do you think? NWO News says 800 pounds of bacon, cook 2 pounds of bacon. There we go. Well, you're being very generous with the weight there, though. Duty Streams in the house. This reminds me of the South Park episode when the internet went out and Randy took his family west to find some internet. That's what he wishes he could do, but he can't drive wildly. Big ups, Duty. Big Dog says, if this was modern, Phil, could you imagine the amount of begging and desperation? It would be even worse. Yeah, you're right. Can you imagine one day off? He would lose his mind. Lose his mind. He would beg off that one day missed for a week. Guys, if you remember, 2 weeks ago, we lost one day due to the hurricane. So, I mean, we're not going to make that up. So, please, guys, please. Matt Ice says, Unk, that's Philip, not me, by the way, just to be clear. Unk complaining about utility companies dragging their feet and getting everything up and running is rich coming from him. That can't do anything with anything. You're right, Matt Ice. And Scoot Towalker says, I'm now workshopping DSP as Rod from Birdemic. That's another piece of media I do not know. Birdemic. I've seen The Birds. That's Alfred Hitchcock. Is it kind of similar to that? That was pretty cool. Birds was cool. Birdemic. Oh, I look kind of similar, actually. Birdemic. Shock and terror. Who will survive? So it's like Birds, but like B-movie-ish style? It's a remake of The Birds. Okay. I did not see Birds on opening day, unfortunately.
We also have chicken, pre-cooked chicken that you use for like chicken quesadillas. We're probably going to do that too tonight, and that'll be our dinner for tonight. And what we've been doing every night so far is we read a little bit, we set up the flashlights and we read, and it's lucky that we actually went to Barnes & Noble because I had a bunch of comics. I've been reading the Infinity Gauntlet, and now I'm reading a Ghostbusters comic book compendium.
Oh, cool.
And Leanna's been reading...
How can you not have that? That's a lot of fun. Who needs sex when you have these two books, guys? What are they again?
And now I'm reading a Ghostbusters comic book compendium.
Oh, gotta have that.
And Leanna's been reading different things, different books, different magazines and stuff that I have around. And
She's working on her second shampoo bottle.
What we've been doing is trying to charge things enough that we can have a couple hours of entertainment every night with like a movie or a show. Like right here you see it. It's very hard to see, of course. That's a portable DVD player that I bought 100 years ago. And it actually has a car charger. So yesterday we sat in the car for 2 hours listening to Howard Stern. And while we were charging the battery, and it allowed us to not last night to watch about 2 hours of Chappelle's Show. So this is what we've been doing.
So we're still listening to Howard Stern at this point, 2012. I wouldn't have guessed that.
It's horrible. Like, it's boring as hell. There's nothing to do. There's no hot water to take a shower. And it sucks because, like I said, we're here simply because there's no way to get the information we need. If we could find out where there was power, we would
McDonald's and actually one other gas station that Leanna so beautifully outlined.
Gladly drive there right now. But we don't.
Your girlfriend actually explained there was 2 places that had power, but
don't want to head out.
We forgot about that, or
one direction, drive for an hour,
and the food truck. Don't forget the food truck.
And get stranded with no gas, and there's no power anywhere. So it really fucking sucks right now. But I guess it is what it is for now. We're hoping that tomorrow there's going to be this, what do they call it, projections, and we're hoping that this area of Connecticut ends up in the projections to get the power back.
You know what? I can tell you exactly what the projections are. Get a good view.
You can't see it. It's too
Yeah.
dark.
Well, it's my middle finger.
Yeah.
That's their projections. We are
classic Panda. Good joke.
fucked.
So, I don't know. What we may do, may go out to the car again, listen to some more Howard Stern today, and charge the battery again for a couple hours.
Thanks,
But
Howard.
very boring here. We've basically been like sleeping around a lot. There's not much else to do.
Not sleeping around.
Lana, you want to listen to more Howard Stern? They're doing the Sibian.
Well,
sleeping
all over the condo because there's nothing else to do, and it is. The other bummer is it's getting cold. It's actually kind of cold today. It's between. I think right now it's probably in the 50s, and there's no heat because it's electric heat here. So we're bundled up in blankets and heavier clothes, which I know you can't see. But
Leanna, Jeff the drunk's on today. You want to check out more Howard Stern?
Because there's no light in here. But we're bundled up.
Oh, they got Beetlejuice today, Leanna. Let's listen to more Howard Stern. Come on out.
And we're hoping that it stays at least like this or warms up. Because if it gets any colder, that's going to be bad.
Bad, real bad.
But there's nothing we can do right now. It's looking like we may not have power all week. And poor Leanna's stuck here all week with nothing to do. She had her Halloween special lined up. Oh, by the way, Halloween was canceled in the entire state of Connecticut. They said they're going to try to reschedule it for November 7th.
Oh my god, and assholes are calling in on the radio station to, when are we going to have trick or treat? Fuck your trick or treat.
Yeah, trick or treat.
Take a shower.
No, you can't shower or cook food, but you want to do trick or treating in the dark with no street lights.
What a bunch of fucking assholes.
Okay.
We're still trick or treating, right? Like, fuck, are you a fucking idiot? You have no sense of any kind of responsibility or
what?
It was probably that woman that said she tried to stop the flooding in her.
Can you imagine the brain dead conversations these two have? Like, it's scary to think about. Yeah, I hope we're in the projections. Yeah, you're right, Phil. This is what I think about projections. Oh my God, you hear this guy? He's asking why Halloween's canceled. What an idiot. Does he have any sense of responsibility? Good point, Phil.
Postal house by putting down towels.
So, that's a status update for Wednesday. Still in the dark, almost 2 full days now.
Oh, but we have a new companion on the porch.
Well, we do. I don't think she's out there right now.
Yeah.
There is a stray black kitten that has been going all around the back porches of the condo here this morning. She's not there right now, but she was there before playing with my damaged shade. She was playing with the cord from the damaged shade.
If only there was a way to get more light into this place. I really wish there was a way to get more sunlight into the condo. Not quite sure.
Christina.
And
the girl.
we don't want to, obviously we can't let her in because she might have fleas, and we can't deal with that right now with no power, obviously.
Yeah.
And
So when the power comes back, you're going to let her in, though, then, right?
we have no milk or anything to give her. We're thinking maybe later if she comes back and she's still...
Classic boomer thought. Oh, a cat? They must love milk. Fuck water. Oh, Leanna, no. Cats drink milk. They don't drink water.
And we have no milk or anything to give her. We're thinking maybe later if she comes back.
They don't need water, Leanna. They drink milk. You ever seen the cartoons? You've seen those.
And she's still, she keeps hanging around. Maybe we'll try to give her some. I have like Slim Jims. Maybe give her one of those, see if she'll eat it.
Throw her a Jimmy. Hell yeah. Throw her a quick Jimmy. Throw her some milk and a Jimmy. Hell yeah.
To give her some. We're thinking maybe later if she comes back and she's still,
Here, kitties. Narc got me fucking good. Here, kitty. Oh, God. Here, kitty. Snap into this. Here's your milk. Snap into this. Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
And we have no milk or anything to give her. We're thinking maybe later if she comes back and she's still, she keeps hanging around, maybe we'll try to give her some. I have like Slim Jims. Maybe give her one of those, see if she'll eat it. But besides that, we have nothing we can give the poor thing. We have no milk.
Into this.
Nothing we can give it that it would want,
Oh, God.
So that's it. That's a Wednesday update.
That's it. That cat's fucking dead.
Doing jack shit.
Yeah, that did break me. The one, there's two comments that I can still remember that broke me the most. One was snap into this, and the second one was on Ask the King, when someone said, this is a toxic one. But it said, I still remember. It's very good. He said, the next question is from Super. It wasn't him though. It said, it wasn't Super Blind Man, but it was someone their name had blind in it. And then the person said, he says, the message was like that. That was funny as well. Okay, let's move forward positively here. Let's go.
We're stuck. Like I said, if we knew where there was power, I would gladly leave right now and go get a hotel room. And then we could at least, be warm, take a shower, basic things. But we can't. Because we don't know where to go. It sucks. Okay. And the fact that the cell phones are completely out is so stupid. Like, that was our lifeline. We had our cell phones charged and ready to go. And we
How about the emails you're still receiving?
Can't really communicate with anybody because they're not working. Like I said, we can at least get data at my parents' house. But it sucks. So.
Definitely.
All right, that's it for now. If anything else changes, we may... update you, but for now we're just hunkering down in the darkness, and it sucks ass. It's boring.
Nothing to do, man. Nothing to do. Let's see what they say. Loving the vlog so far. So much for the blinds are drawn, and he's complaining about it being dark. It boggles the mind how he creates his own problems. That's 11 years old comment there. Let's see. Murphy Zor says, wow, man, I'm from Romania, and based on your vlog, this sounds like an apocalypse movie there. And that's just for a few days. Makes you think. Anyways. DJ Runo! DJ Runo, 12 years ago, says a kind of snarky comment, too. DJ Runo says, Phil is using the same logic in real life like he is using in most games. None. So it sounds like you're a detractor already at this point, DJ Runo. Nice comment, though. I think that might be the new record for oldest comment from someone that's in chat from time to time. I think that might be our new record. I know we had one like 10 years ago. Because Evil AJ has a few too. We've seen. You might have the new record, but I'm not. It's not official yet. I will have to check the tape. All right, last one. Last video from this. Last video. The awesome one as well is in the running too. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you can't tell, the power's finally back. Yeah, I have a weird color-changing light bulb. But we're here. It is Thursday night. No, Thursday night. I don't know what day it is anymore.
It's Halloween. Happy Halloween.
It's Halloween.
So this is the same day as the previous one. Remember the projection shit? They didn't even have to wait that long. It's the same day.
It's 7:25 on Halloween night. And we just got power back here in my condo. We actually just left my parents' house and had some dinner with them tonight.
Okay.
Because they have gas-powered stove.
More cooking from Mommy.
And on their street, if you remember the video that I showed earlier of the tree that fell, well, there's a crew there actually cutting the tree up and removing it and getting rid of all those lines that were downed.
Okay,
so,
thank God.
Looks like they hopefully will have power in the next couple days as well, but we're just happy to have power back. And it's kind of funny because we jumped in. Leanna was able to call her mom for the first time in a couple days. And I actually immediately started uploading Tokyo Jungle.
He hasn't showered yet, people.
Oh,
Three of us have.
be quiet. We showered.
He hasn't showered yet, people.
Oh,
Three of us have.
be quiet. We showered on Monday.
No, yeah, Monday. You know what? Tell that to the rest of your fans. I'm sure they're forced to.
In India, they shower like once a month.
Yeah, and you ever smell one?
What do you mean by one, Panda?
I'm sure they're forced to.
In India, they shower like once a month.
Yeah, and you ever smell one? They smell
What do you mean, one?
like curry.
Oh my.
Okay, fun.
Once a month.
Yeah, and you ever smell one? They smell like curry.
Oh my God. Well, now I'm going to have to edit this video, but anyway.
Nah, that's too much work, isn't it?
Yes, we're back up and running. We have power. What does this mean? It means that, number one, the crisis is over. We can actually, tomorrow, probably go out and get food and do things normal humans do.
Like shower, Billy Mays.
We can stop eating cereal every day because our milk was bad anyway. And,
Reminder, this is the second day of not having power, right? And he had a hot meal every single day, including today. He said now they could stop having cereal.
And we can actually do normal stuff. So tomorrow, more than likely, what we'll end up doing is heading to GameStop and picking up Assassin's Creed 3, WWE 13, Need for Speed, the 3 major releases for this week. And I guess what we'll do is we'll probably do an unboxing video together. And we will also probably start gameplay of some stuff, maybe some Assassin's Creed, maybe some, maybe we'll do the Sleeping Dogs Halloween DLC.
Yeah.
It'll be a day late, but hey, it's not our fault, right?
Yeah, and thank God we finished Tokyo Jungle.
Yeah, I'm glad that we
Thank
actually got that
God.
done on Monday. That's actually great timing because now we can upload tonight. There'll be new footage for everyone tonight, plus these vlogs, obviously, that we're going to upload of the past couple days. And that's it. We survived Hurricane Sandy.
We survived.
Woohoo. The one bad thing, unfortunately, is that the trains aren't running yet. In fact, they announced earlier today that only like certain trains in and out of New York were running out of a certain station that's nowhere near us. So, unfortunately, Leanna's still stuck here. Well, I guess maybe it's not too bad because now we have power, so it's not that bad.
You know how hyped that would be in reality if you had a new girlfriend that you don't even live with, you randomly see, she's stuck with you for the whole week? That would be a lot of fun for any normal human being.
So we're going to be doing some commentary together, I'm assuming, over the next couple days.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Yippee.
All right, so that's it for Hurricane Sandy. We survived it. Tomorrow, gameplay will resume. I'm not going to make any promises on how much because it's all going to depend on how we feel after being beat up. I mean, I'll be honest.
My God! He was gonna say beat up.
Much because it's all going to depend on how we feel after being beat up. I mean, I'll be honest. Leanna's sick, and my back is fucking killing me from just doing stuff in the dark and tripping on stuff. And it is
doing stuff in the dark. Yeah, definitely.
Just ridiculously stressed out. I'm hoping that tonight I can get a normal, unstressful night's sleep. Hopefully, I can loosen up my back.
How did not having power affect your sleep, sir? Usually the power's out when you sleep. The lights are off, actually.
It'll feel better for tomorrow. So,
yes.
So that's that. Hurricane Sandy's over. Gameplay resumes tomorrow.
DSP's back is photosensitive.
Lee for some co-op commentary. And it should be fun. So definitely tune in. Thanks for hanging in there for the 2 entire days where there was no footage. I know a lot of people are already posting up, we were dying. It was like a drought, and we're, fiending for footage.
Yes.
well, you're going to get it. And also, one other thing I do want to mention.
Well, you're going to get it.
For posting up. Thanks for hanging in there for the 2 entire days where there was no footage. I know a lot of people are posting up, oh, we were dying. It was like a drought, and we're, fiending for footage.
We're fiending for footage.
Find it here, hold on. Because this happened and also, one other thing I do want to mention.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
If I can find it here, hold on. Because this happened while the power was out, and so I couldn't actually tweet or talk about it at all. But,
look at this New Balance proudly. Look at these cinematic New Balance shot here. A lot of introspective right here.
If I can find it here. Here we go. Anyone who goes to this gaming website...
Artistic New Balance shot.
Polygon. I don't know if anyone's heard of it.
Oh,
I
yeah,
haven't.
Polygon.
Then again, I'm completely out of touch. They did a cover story on me.
Yeah.
It was actually based off of an interview that Jeff Dunn did with me last month, or earlier this month. I forget when it was exactly. I think it was last month.
Wasn't it the True May Games or something?
And no. This is a guy who actually sent me a big formal interview request, and I said, sure, I'll do it, and I answered all these questions for him, so he did a whole piece on me, and apparently it's getting some good attention. People are enjoying the article. People are saying it's one of the very well-written and entertaining article, so definitely check that out over on Polygon.com.
The article is shit. It's such a fluff piece that you don't get anything out of it.
It might be a good read. I haven't even had a chance to read it. Like I said, I just turned on my computer for the first time, so I'm actually going to probably give it a read now. But, all right, that's it. See ya for new gameplay tomorrow.
All right, well, that's the end of the Odyssey there. How a regular guy went from laid off to living off games. It's total trash. Listen, its popularity seems simple enough. As video games continue to grow as an industry, so too does the public's demand to play them. And as the demand to play video games grows, so too does the demand to consume them in any form possible. Great writing. Let's Playing gives game-hungry players that other form, and even lets them get to know a new buddy who will bring them through these increasingly fruitful experiences in the process. What the fuck is this? That's not to say there aren't other reasons. In today's economy, it makes sense for people to look for a sneak peek of some game they may be interested in purchasing themselves. As Phil puts it, when you spend $60 for something, you want some assurance that you're going to enjoy it. Some free publicity doesn't always hurt game companies either. There's that famous pick. Darkside Phil's Let's Playing career has largely been a smashing success. Seemingly everything about Phil emphasizes this implicit blending of potential for internet popularity with that ever-present sense of normal guyness. What the fuck? Anybody can play a game, but it takes a certain mixture of outlandish personality and instant associability to make this gig work. Oh, who can't associate with Philip, honestly? Well, his fans can. That is true about that. Philip said, do you have the YouTube Chat XP feature? You get special badges for the stream for doing super chats. Are they just for one stream or are they permanent? Oh, God, we got a new begging tool? Is that true? Let's see. Is there I don't see it on my thing. Maybe it's they're rolling it out or something. I don't see it, though. Anyways. All the time, he's been wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with a middle finger and his name on it. So why share it? Yep. Oh, it's just for it's just for chatting. Do I have to turn it on? I'll try to turn it on. Hold on, if I have it. Stream derailed. Hang on. If I can find a way to turn it on, I will. If it's just for fun. But, anyways, I'm done with this. One other thing I wanted to show you because the slideshow. We're deep in the slideshow now, and I do want to play some stuff from yesterday. This was interesting. Worth showing. Oh, WPIG TV has it, but this doesn't. Okay, there you go. This is Philip's Steam profile. Not Steamer, not Grindr. His Steam profile from back in the day. And look what it said. I'm bringing my YouTube fame into the PC gaming world. I'm bringing my YouTube fame into the PC gaming world. Hell yeah. Get ready, PC gaming world. Fuck yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Thought that was worth showing. Okay. So let's get to last night. We'll see if we have time to play something from the... We already went through the whole fucking... We did watch yesterday the whole entire crash out. So we'll see if we have time for that recap. But last night was kind of fun. There's a few fun moments here. So this is during the Minecraft gameplay. He did hit the goal on both streams, by the way, based on the same dudes that came out. You know, your future stepdad or whatever, which some people say is someone else, but a lot to keep up with. Big ups Logan K, who says, all this after less than 2 days without power. Imagine him in Florida during hurricane season. I have family that had no power for months last year. Jesus. Longest I ever had in my life was like a week. But I was still like in high school, so it was basically fun, you know what I'm saying? Like hang out with friends and stuff. That's all we did. Went outside. I remember there's one place where like trees went down and stuff in the woods, and we were climbing on the trees. Oh, we had a lot of fun. We were kings. Pasta Maker says, I've also been taking cold showers. No reason. Big ups to Pasta Maker. He couldn't take cold showers, though. He didn't take any showers. All right, let's go.
Not fall into this giant
Big ups, everybody.
crevasse. Yeah, see, what the heck? Why am I in a recipe now? Why did it say there's a recipe book for boats? That's weird. It's popping up like that.
Here we go.
I fumbled the opportunity. You keep telling yourself that. You keep fucking telling yourself that I fumbled the opportunity. Go for it.
This is a lot of
You can feel however you want about it.
And we will. This is about Kino Casino, obviously.
I know the truth of the matter, and the truth of the matter is, it all worked out perfectly. It really did. Okay.
Here's the code.
It really did.
Here we go. You tell me. It really did. Definitely. You can see it in his face. He's telling the truth, too. Definitely played it perfectly. Okay, so we got the goal, obviously, but there's one other interesting moment here. We did, even though we hit the goal, there's no reason we can't beg more, right?
Just another fish. I know we're late. It's only about 10-15, or maybe 10-15 minutes left on the stream. That's it. Guys, if we're going to hit another goal, we got to get it going now.
Come on.
Hit a second goal tonight, and we'll be on pace to do DSP Tries It on Friday, okay? But we got to hit a second goal tonight.
9:23 already.
Yes, for the entire How to Train Your Dragon menu from Burger King. A Whopper, a new side, a drink, and a sundae. You know you want it. What the hell was that?
Nice.
Oh, saddle. I got a saddle. Overtime, I mean, guys, every night when I'm done, I have to manually make thumbnails. I have to upload videos. I have to set up my streams for the next day. I have to do a schedule. I'm not out of this office till between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
Nice.
I can't stay super late, man.
Okay.
I can't do it. Oh, I got an enchanted bow. Yes, now we have 3 name tags, but one I owe to Guitar Player, so we have 2 name tags available to name creatures if you would like to. $25 contribution. You can name a creature tonight before we adjourn.
Okay, trying to get more money. Okay, let's see if anything else happened. Here we go.
For Minecraft Java Edition, we now have 2 more name tags, so I can name 2 more things. Next time we play, that will be up for grabs if someone wants to do a contribution. And people are saying, what mods did you get? I don't know.
Well, I don't fucking know. How do you expect me to know?
3D skin layers, additional structures, add-ons, lib, Adora build structures, alternate current, ambient sounds, Apple skin, bad optimizations, beautiful enchanted books, better animations, better third person, better F3, biomes aplenty, chisel fabricated.
Okay, who cares? Next. Big up Mr. Extravagant. Here we go.
Do I recognize these roads? No, I do not, Mozzie. I've never driven them. I told you, since I've lived in Washington, I have literally never driven on the highway. I've lived here 11 years. I've never driven on the highway. I don't have to. Everything near me, I can drive on a side road. Like, I can even drive into Seattle right now. In 40 minutes, I could be there on a regular road. I don't need to hit the highway. In fact, it's better because the highways have traffic jams, and there's no traffic jams on the normal roads here.
Keep left.
So, I don't know what the highway driving would even be like out here. I don't bother with it. Don't have to.
Really cool, man. Really cool. He's like, yeah, it's kind of like a flex. It's like a flex. He doesn't drive on the roads. Like, yeah, fucking roads. What do you think, I'm poor? I don't do road shit. What do you do? What are you talking about? Roads. I think I need to ride on roads, please. Is he bitching in chat now? He said, no, they're talking about the experience points thing. He's just worried about nothing else. Yeah, it looks like the experience leaderboard is they're rolling it out. So WPIG got skipped. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. How did we get skipped? WPIG got it? What the hell? NW News says, if Phil was smart, he would make his own Java server, paywall, whitelist entry, and let it run its course. The entertainment would be rich and endless. Way too much work. That is so many levels above the level of work he's willing to put in. That's like unfathomable. But if he did have it for members only, like that would get a boost of money for sure. Can you imagine? Now, it wouldn't be a good idea because there would be people fucking with it, but Tony T says, lying about cancer, it's all part of the plan. That went exactly as I wanted. Definitely went exactly as you wanted. You wanted all that to happen? You sure about that? Sure about that? You sure about that? You know what I mean? Anyways, I'm watching. The slideshow is now, we're deep into the slideshow. He should theoretically start at some point. But that means we have time to watch Memology's edit of the crash out from yesterday to give us some context. I did fast forward 5 minutes into it to get us into the thick of it.
To dive and jump and fly and do all this other stuff. Each time that you get to a milestone in the story.
Yeah, thank you, Grimner, for saying that. Incoming apology for telling fans to jump to cliff jump. I don't think so. Now, as on Twitter, people pointed out that stream was down, but then it went back up. And now it is officially on his channel, I believe. Let me see. It is on his... I think it is on his channel again. But it was at least down for a while. So let's see. Here is the podcast from yesterday. And he had one long as shit comment here. I did have that ready. And I'm not going to read it all to you here. It has 48 uploads. And this person like does this, okay? Now, you think it's insane and you think it's like mindless. That's what I thought. It's going to be a mindless douchebag. But this person, whoever wrote this, really put thought into this. And I asked ChatGPT to summarize it for me, and I will read just the bullet points because it was all true. It was all good thoughts, actually. So what they said was, here's the bullet points put together by ChatGPT once again. It was poor pacing kills interest. Oh, wait, first, you average 52 minutes of gameplay per real-world day. So he does 1 hour per actual stream day of every game. That is insanity. Think about that. So that results in 5 to 6 hours per week of any game if you play it every day. The slow pace contributes to viewer drop-off in long playthroughs. Other problems identified, okay? Games like poor pacing kills interest. People burn out when it takes 4+ weeks to hit 20 hours of gameplay. You focus too much on side content early, ruining narrative momentum. Next, gameplay choices hurt the experience. Blaming devs for the decisions doesn't help this problem. You're in control. Next, business model conflict. You want to play long games, but your streaming style and schedule aren't built to support them efficiently. Prioritizing 1 or 2 games at a time could keep interest and help with completion rate. Night streams run too late for your claimed older audience and European viewers. Too much repetition and meta talk. Excessive time on schedules, recaps, and wrap-ups leads to burnout and disinterest. Cuts into gameplay time and hurts VOD engagement. Support solicitation backfires. Constantly asking for support. It may alienate more than it helps. Sponsorships or less intrusive monetization could be more sustainable. Viewer base is small and volatile. Likely 20 to 30 regular supporters. You have likely 20 to 30 regular supporters, not hundreds. If even a few tune out, support drops hard. So there you go. That was the suggestion that was there. That was a literal novel, but the points were good. Like, that's literally the points you would give him if you were his manager. However, first of all, you turn face cam off right away. I think that would be my suggestion. Like, that's a fun thought idea, is if you really were the manager, what would you do? I would first turn off all face cam. Well, okay, first I'd say, are you willing to play up the lolcow part or not? So if he says no to that, I would say, okay, here we go. No face cam. Pretend you're someone else, right? Now, don't pretend you're someone else. Say who you are, but no more face cam. Make it as boring as possible for trolls, right? That's what you want to do. Turn off face cam. All you want to do is have gameplay. Gameplay. So show starts, we're already in the game. And just do the gameplay, right? If I was really trying to be his manager and he doesn't want to play up the lolcow thing, even though that's probably what he should do. Oink oink ack, big ups. B-tub, big ups. Okay, back to what I was doing. I got sidetracked, but that was a good point. I wanted to show that comment.
Story, he gains a new ability, and then all this new content opens up in the game. So each and every time that this has happened, I explore the map and I do content. There's an optional dungeon over here, an optional super boss over here. Now, normally in the game, you wouldn't be able to do all the content because it's tough. For example, there's super dungeons that have opened up that I walked into them level 30 and the enemies are level 70. Whoa.
Now what?
Well, you shouldn't be able to beat that, but I can. Why can you beat it? Well, let's see. Because, FYI.
Yes.
I've played turn-based RPGs my whole life, so I'm good at them. And I played fighting games. So why does that factor in? Because in fighting games, you need incredibly good hand-eye coordination. You need to be able to do timed button presses and joystick taps in order to counter what your opponent is coming at you with. So how does that factor into Clair Obscur?
Yeah.
Well, the combat system has a parry system.
What?
So I go into a level 70 dungeon at level 30, and I start winning. And people are like, that doesn't make any sense. Literally no other person who played this game walked into this dungeon at your level and was able to complete it.
Right.
Well, I can. Because I'm different.
Notice how he moved the hand.
Dungeon at your level and was able to complete it. Well, I can. Because I'm...
He moved his hand so you could see the hand. Watch the hand move.
Walked into this dungeon at your level and was able to complete it.
Watch.
Well, I can. Because I'm different.
I do
He moved his hand.
way differently than most other streamers.
Do you remember when I played...
Oh, fun over. Show started. I do want to see if he did edit that, though. I forgot to check that. I forgot the point of me checking this. I believe he said, let's just search for the word cliff. That should show it, right? Cliff. He said it. It's still there. He did not edit it out.
And you can't make fun of me for it. You're mad. Oh, too fucking bad. Go fucking jump off a cliff.
There we go. Jump off a cliff. He definitely has heavily moderated these comments. As you can see, there's only this many, even though it says there's 7. I wonder how many comments got deleted already. But here we go. Showtime. And I am live. Oh, that's a good poll question, though. No, he won't. I was going to do a poll for will he apologize, but he won't. I think it's too strongly no for a poll. Because it'll bring more attention to it, right?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final podcast of the week. That's right. This is the final level 1 podcast for the week because tomorrow I'll be playing Elden Ring Night Rain and doing major focus on progress for the launch. So, what I'd like to do today is wrap up all the ongoing topics and things that we've been discussing, including a follow-up to yesterday's big discussion about ongoing lengthy playthroughs and how to handle them. I've gotten some feedback. I like to share some of that with you. Maybe we'll have more of a back and forth discussion about it.
Will he show the comment?
Today
is a better question, I think.
I would like to get some interactivity with you in regards to submissions for things that you have found funny or notable over the course of my 16, 17-year career on YouTube. Right now, we've got a bunch of clips that I usually play during breaks, but I'd like to get your take on what are some moments that you found funny or notable that you'd like to see. So,
I like, my favorite one was when you said, let's fire up the slave trade and sell it right off for profits. I like that one the best. You know, the young black person? That was funny.
We'll have a few different topics to discuss today. And, of course, the usual chill interactive vibes. All of this and more on the final episode of the week of the Level 1 Podcast.
Oh, I want to hear that kind of. I still haven't heard it myself. Wait. I haven't heard the song yet myself. Hold on, let's go to... Does he keep it in his playthroughs, though? Here, I want to hear that.
Because...
I still have never heard it. There we go.
Blueprint. Tomorrow night.
Here we go. I go hear it one time.
Level 1
Come
Podcast.
on, one time. It is Suno shit, but that, you know, the horse gallop of Iron Maiden is kind of controlling me, continuing me to listen to this a little bit more. Oh, so it's just screaming this? Oh, I mean, this is... You gotta hit that Suno RNG pretty hard to have a song worth using, in my opinion. And you gotta be very, very selective with the Suno songs you put out, right? Because you gotta hit that RNG to get a good Suno song, and that's not one of them. Had some good riffs, but we gotta move on from the oh, that's not enough, right?
The overall... Well, I must say, the overall feedback this week has been the new intro is a hit. People were kind of thrown for a loop when I started using the previous intro. I personally liked having these kind of soulful singers that kind of sounded like a 1980s throwback for my intro for many, many months, but everyone was like, is that really your vibe, Phil? I think this is a little bit more my vibe, and I really enjoy it. I hope that you guys are liking the new intro. Anyway, welcome to the show. Today is Thursday, the 29th of May, 2025.
That's more your vibe? In what world?
I'm DSP. This is the Level 1 Podcast here on DSP Gaming, and it is the final episode of the week. Tomorrow, I am streaming, but as I've been doing a few times over the last couple of weeks, I'm going to skip the podcast to get maximum gameplay in of Elden Ring Night Reign for its launch. For those who don't know, on PC, it launches tonight, which is weird because you'd be like, tonight? I thought it comes out tomorrow. Yeah, it launches at 3 p.m. Pacific time. So I'm going to do it as my late stream tonight, starting around 6:45 p.m. Pacific time and running till around 9:30ish. And then I'm going to do it again tomorrow. What we're going to do is the stream will start around 11:15. I'll jump on to hang out with you guys for a little bit around 11:30.
Thank God.
So that we can build up an audience. And once we do, then we're going to jump back into the game and play a good 4 hours of Elden Ring Night Reign. So between tonight's premiere stream and tomorrow's daytime stream, we'll have over 6 hours of Elden Ring Night Reign under our belts, and we'll be able to make some good judgments, you know? I'm actually curious with this game.
It's just about money, though.
After that initial gameplay, will it already feel stale? Will we already have seen most of the bosses and most of the map? Because if it really is just one map, and you just keep dropping...
Spoiler, if he hits the goal, it's going to be a fun game. If he doesn't hit the goal, it's going to be a bad game.
In different parts and just fighting the bosses, you do realize that
if you're
it's
setting
basically
yourself
going
up
to be very repetitive, and it's going to feel kind of like Fortnite combined with almost like Monster Hunter, And I get the feeling that it may actually lose its hype and momentum really quick. I'm already getting this vibe. I haven't even played it yet. I did play the network test, and I did 2 streams of it, and by the end of the second stream, people were like, meh. So I kind of get that feeling. That's why I wanted to play as much as I could within that launch window while the hype is hot to see what we think, okay? So I can't wait to see what's in store, but I feel like after that initial exposure to what's in store, you know, what are the new bosses? What's the new gameplay elements? It ain't going to be that good. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll be one of those games that actually does have a catchy loop and you want to play it more. I guess we're going to find out together.
It really all depends on you, your future stepdad and Lance Catamaran. You kind of control everything around here, so let me know what you think.
Okay, so anyway, no podcast tomorrow. That means that we need to finish up all of our discussions today. And we have one big discussion that's going on this week regarding the lengthy playthroughs that I've been doing. In fact,
that was a great crash out yesterday. Let's do it again today, actually. That'll help.
Leaving an incredibly lengthy comment on my YouTube video yesterday of this show actually left some interesting stats that I didn't even realize, okay?
Look at this. Look at me. What a producer I am. Yeah, I knew he was going to talk about this. I told him to talk about this in the script today. I said to do it until halfway through the show, though, Philip. You're a little bit before the script.
Just listen to this.
Oh, not
what
yet,
were my
Phillip?
4 longest playthroughs in the last year? Number 1, by far, Fallout 4, the next-gen run, which is when I played Fallout 4 last year when they had patched the game to have next-gen graphics and upgrades. That one was 64 parts. It ended up being 63 hours and 32 minutes long, and it lasted 96 days, meaning it took me over 3 months to get through the base game and the DLCs that we played during that base game.
Is he not going to talk about the parts that would require him to change in any way? I think we might. Is that all he's going to talk about?
What's my second longest playthrough? Well, it depends on what you mean by playthrough. Because
it depends on what you mean by long in this case. What does that mean?
Of a game that I completed, it's actually Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, which lasted 46 hours and 29 minutes over the course of 31 parts, posted across 55 days.
Because he's just reading
the stats. So that means it took almost 2 months to complete Pirate Yakuza. If you're talking about my current playthroughs, I was actually underestimating how long these playthroughs are. Are you ready for this? Blueprints, I've currently been playing for 48 days. So over a month and a half, we've been playing Blueprints. During that time period,
48 days, an hour.
I've made 29 parts, but the thing is, my video parts are longer now. What I usually do is I do one part, take a break, and then do a second part. But those parts are over an hour long. They used to always be 1 hour long. Now they're like an hour and a half long. So just listen to this.
Oh, please.
We've done 29 parts of Blueprints, but I have played 47 hours and 58 minutes of Blueprints. 48 hours of gameplay of Blueprints already in 29 parts. It didn't seem like that, did it? But it actually is. That means I've played more Blueprints than I even played Pirate Yakuza.
Oh my God, this is huge.
But we've played it at an accelerated rate. 48.
Watch him just read the number part and nothing else. So that's pretty much what he said. He wrote a lot of other paragraphs, but they weren't very important. I'm just interested in the stats.
Days versus 55, so it doesn't feel like I've been playing it that long. Now,
you got to get to the
here's an even more interesting one. You ready?
Please.
Clear Obscure Expedition 33, which we're continuing today, and I'm going to tell you, as a result of feedback, we're kind of changing the pacing. I'll talk about that in a moment. Clear Obscure Expedition 33. I've been only playing it 33 days, so just a month, okay? In 1 month, I've released 27 parts, and I have played, just listen to this.
Just this, you're going to go nuts.
44 hours and 55 minutes, so 45 hours of Clear Obscure in 1 month.
Oh, my God. Insane.
Again, I think what's happening is no one, including me.
Is that good or bad? I don't know how I'm supposed to react here. Like, usually I want to do the reaction that's funniest, but I don't know what's the right thing here. Are we supposed to be shocked or happy or sad? I don't even know.
He is realizing this because I'm making longer parts. since I'm only doing 2 gameplay videos a day now of each of these longer playthroughs, it seems like I'm only putting out 2 hours, but I'm actually putting out 3 or more, and then you add it together.
What do I do?
What the? You're really that far in? Yeah, I've played that much of Clair Obscur, if you can believe it.
Yeah, because you forget about the begging parts.
Okay. So, now that we're talking about this, I mean, here's basically the schools of thought that have come out of this. If you don't know, if you didn't see
Let's ignore all the rest of his comment. I just care about the numbers. Look, he's just doing it. He's doing it.
Today's podcast.
Fuck all the rest. He had a lot of rigmarole after that, but who gives a fuck? Am I right? Listen to this. Okay, listen up.
Nutshell. I'm having difficulty figuring out how to tackle longer games because right now, with my formula and the way that I do things, I'm a variety streamer that juggles a bunch of games. At any given moment, I'm usually playing 1 or 2 major playthroughs. I'm usually doing 1 or 2 chill night streams. Sometimes I'm doing kind of an independent thing, an indie game or a horror game or something tossed in. And usually I have a multiplayer element as well, whether that's a fighting game or an FPS game. There's something in there that has multiplayer to it.
Yes.
Okay? Balancing all of those, that's how I've actually been successful. I've said my formula
We're doing
and
this
my
again?
situation is incredibly different from everyone else's.
Oh my God, I'm doing the same thing as yesterday?
First of all, I've been around for 17 years.
Oh my God, really?
As a YouTuber. Okay?
Holy shit.
Not many other people can say that. My formula works because I appeal to a wider variety of viewers than most other people.
Where are
most
they?
other people will find their niche, right? That one thing that they're really good at, and that's what they focus on. I'm the opposite. I'm the jack of all trades. When you come to my streams, you have no clue what I'm going to be doing because I could be doing one of many different things. Now, if you follow my schedule, you'll know when I'm doing the thing you want, and that's why at any given day, you might see a completely different viewership.
Oh.
Right? One day I might be playing an RPG and you see one group. The next day I'm playing Street Fighter, you see another group. The next day I'm playing an FPS game and there's a third group.
It's pretty much always the same group, Unc.
Definitely carryover between the groups, but you'll notice different audiences. And that's why I kind of retain around the same viewership every day on stream, but the views on the on-demand videos could go like this. Depending on the game and the genre, the audience can grow or dip. I would argue that RPGs that are super lengthy don't get huge audiences, while more action-based games, more difficulty-based games, and newer AAA playthroughs do see a spike in viewership. So, I am very different.
Arkamoon, the groups are with Jade or without Jade. Those are the 2 groups. I agree with that grouping. I don't know about the third group. Is Jade here? Yes. Is Jade here? No. Those are the groups. Thank you.
Most other creators. And when people say to me, well, I don't get it because other creators can do this and be successful, I say, yeah, but I'm not other creators. Do you get it? Most other creators started way after me. Yeah, but I'm not other creators. Do you get it?
Do you get it?
Most other creators started way after me. Okay? They had track records of other people they could follow. They had outlines and blueprints and experience and things, and they did things a way that already worked.
They did things in a way?
Blueprints and experience and things, and they did things a way that already worked.
Okay.
That doesn't work for me. Things that work for other people will never work for me because, number one,
okay, please, yeah,
I am the most clipped person on the internet when it comes to, oh, let's take every single thing Phil does and turn it into a negative thing out of context.
That should be an extreme positive. That's not even true. He's not the most clipped person. But for most people on the internet, having other people clip you and say stuff about you is a massive, massive W. Because people are sharing your shit. Oh, who's that? He said that? Let me check out his stuff. For most people, that is such a massive W. For him, though, it's not even close to real because the only thing worth clippable that he does is negative. So when you're a lolcow, it's bad. If you're anyone else on the internet, it's an amazingly good thing. But okay, yes, we're all fake.
Oh, let's take every single thing Phil does and turn it into a negative thing out of context.
Yes.
Okay? My actual uncut gameplay
is the most boring gameplay on the internet. Anything else?
Average probably does anywhere from 300 to 500 views a video.
Whoa! Hold on. What do you think about those numbers, boss man? Ho, 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 ho! 500, boys! Yeah, look at him. He's happy. What about, let's see this one. Oh, 500 view dance! The feeling when you get 3 videos a week that hit 500 views. Come on! Yeah. Oh, he's nervous. He's playing Blueprints. Okay, let's go.
You know, these days, if it's a good big playthrough, I could get 1,000 views a video. But the clips channels that take everything out of context and literally spin it negatively to lie and slander me get tens of thousands of views a video.
Yes.
So every day when I'm...
Actually, it's just clips of things you do. Like, for example, Memology did just slight touches of funny things to punctuate things Philip said. And in 17 hours, he got 27,000 views. Interesting. Is that taking things out of context, Philip, or...
slander me, get tens of thousands of views a video.
Okay.
So every day when I'm streaming and uploading, I'm literally competing with people who steal my content live and upload it before me. So people who want to see Darkside Phil see it from someone else first.
That's not even... No, because the people that want to see that are looking for things that make fun of you. No one wants to see the raw gameplay. No one. I mean, outside of the extremely special among us, right? No one wants to see the worst gameplay on the internet. No one. You're not competing with detractors at all in any way, shape, or form.
There's no way for me to stop this process besides becoming incredibly wealthy so I can hire a team of lawyers to sue those people into oblivion. Well, guess what? I'm not going to become incredibly wealthy, and I'm not going to be able to do that. So instead of saying, oh, Phil should just do what everyone else does, I think it's time for people to wake up and be realistic. I can't, because I'm not everyone else.
Okay, so stop expecting me to change, because I will not, and I'm different. Scoot Towalker says, I'd be the most toxic manager. His only viable way forward is leaning all the way into the gambling addiction. There's value in being in his element. Realistically, that could be a way, right? Is to turn into a gambling streamer, right? Really do WB champions right? You know? Lunar Guardian says he can't show how little gameplay his streams offer. I don't know why he didn't get that point either, because that's the whole point of that fucking comment, was to show how little, actually, gaming he does in those real life days. He didn't even get that part. He said, holy shit, we played a lot. But he forgot about the part where it's over a month. You played just this many hours. That's not that much in a whole month. If you're playing a game every fucking day. Big up Young Beat 666. The Bags are about to begin, and I think you're referencing this. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. This. I'm bringing my YouTube fame into the PC gaming world. The Bags are about to begin. Hell yeah. Maybe.
I'm not in the situation of everyone else. It's complete mass theft, complete mass crimes being committed every day,
yes.
And there's nothing I can do about it.
Okay.
If those channels were not allowed to exist, I would be getting all of that viewership.
No, you wouldn't.
It may not be positive viewership, but I would still be getting those views.
Nope.
I would get more exposure in a more fair way. So it doesn't...
That's not true.
It doesn't matter what everyone else does. They literally don't have an army, a community of business trolls who literally steal their content and make money off of it every day. So when I hear things like, oh, well, so-and-so can just play a game nonstop and not quit it for 2 weeks. Why does it work for them and not for you? Because I'm Darkside Phil, one of the most fucked with people on the internet. And until you realize that, nothing you say has any validity. Period. Okay?
Here is detractors right now over the last 2 days. Detractors.
Catfish, yams, collard greens, mac and cheese, cornbread. These are braised oxtail, and these are neck bone. And so normally that's what I do. Anytime I'm in Indy, I always come see my girl.
So, basically, what I'm seeing is a couple of different schools of thought. Some people are saying, dude, just skip all lengthy games, all right? Now, listen, I could do that.
You want to read the rest of the comment?
I'm a guy that sadly just doesn't play any more RPGs. Because RPGs are lengthy. I'll never get through one. I'll never play a visual novel. I'll never play any game that's longer than 20 hours. Because anything that's longer than 20 hours is going to take me over a month to beat. Get it? Doom was the exception, because with Doom the Dark Ages, I literally made my schedule play it every day so we could beat it just a little over a week.
Yes, because he was tired of Twitter making fun of him about that game.
And that one I think did fine for what it was, but you notice that when I played Doom, I wasn't playing a lot of any of the other games that I was playing. clear obscure, blueprints, they all took a back seat. You see what I'm saying?
We will end up this stream with nothing changing at all and him continuing to do whatever he's always done until this point. I guarantee it.
So, the way I see it is, do I skip all RPGs and all lengthy games? Because they're going to take too long and you lose the audience over time.
Definitely.
Okay?
Do it. Yep, quit them.
Another school of thought is this. When you play a lengthy playthrough, a game that you know has a ton of content, okay? Try to focus on the story. And that's a big departure. That's a big departure for me. Because remember, I used to do that ages ago when I was a YouTuber that was just on demand, okay? Sadly, what was I going to say? Sadly.
Okay, let's see what stun locked him here.
Ago when I was a YouTuber that was just on demand, okay?
Tangy savory seasoning. Tangy savory seasoning stun cocked him here. And he said, you play games like you're afraid to finish them because you'll be out of content.
Sadly.
That's it. He thought about banning.
Sadly. With that, I got distracted by someone in the chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can tell. I know what one got you too.
I say.
Oddly introspective.
Chat, I'm sorry. What was I saying?
What? Philip.
I got distracted by you guys in chat and I lost my train of thought completely.
Don't look at chat for a minute.
I gotta get back on track. What was I saying?
Go back to the cope. Go back to the cope. You're doing great, brother. Get back to the cope.
Just quit all games and stare directly at the camera for 8 hours a day? Well, that's interesting.
Okay. I'm begging you, stop looking at chat. Just keep talking. I know we agreed to doing a crash out 2 days in a row, but you got to make the second day better than the first, or you're going to lose them. Okay, get back to it. What are we doing now?
Thank you.
What the fuck is this? What are we doing?
Dang.
No one said anything. Yeah, that comment really got him.
Thank you. So, what?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So,
thank you. What do you say thank you to? Thank you. Hey, guys. I forgot what I was saying. Thank you.
What I could do is go back to who I was as an old YouTuber. Who was I?
Space Tits, audio style listener. I did read it once, but I will read it again to you. It says, he said, the comment that got him was, you play games like you're afraid to finish them because you'll be out of content. And that's what got him.
I got distracted by you guys in chat and I lost my train of thought completely. I got to get back on track. What was I saying?
Then he takes another 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, what I could do is go back to who I was as an old YouTuber. Who was I as an old YouTuber? Well, before I even live streamed, I just made on-demand videos, and here was my objective.
Oh, okay.
Buy a game, play it as quickly as humanly possible. Doesn't matter how much content I cover, how many missions I do. All I'm trying to do is beat the game as quickly as I can.
Get ready for these schools of thought that are all, he makes them all sound horrible, except the one he always does, which is what he's doing right now. Get ready for this, guys. Remember the 3 paths thing? We're just going to do it again.
And once it's done, review it, package it up, return it to GameStop to get my money back.
Don't do this.
Not really return. What it was the trade-in system back then. If you traded in multiple games quickly, you got like a giant boost.
You read this last month.
And then on to the next game.
Change scripts.
Back in the day, I was known as the gaming YouTuber who went through games so quickly that within 1 or 2 days of release, you could watch my whole playthrough, enjoy the game, know if you liked it or not, and buy it for yourself if you liked it, or skip it if you didn't. I was used as the guideline of should you buy a game or not. That was the purpose of DSP gaming back in the day. But over time, that changed. People told me they didn't want that anymore. Making playthroughs that are rushed and only focusing on story, sadly, skips most of the meaningful content of the game. How can you truly judge a game if it's good or not if you skipped all the side missions and all the challenging content and only streamlined the story? So people told me, Phil, you're a dinosaur. Phil, your model's outdated. You need to change and update with the times.
Okay.
Everyone today is becoming interactive. Everyone does the side content, talks with their audience. You got to change. So I did. In the last 10 years, I completely changed my model to now be interactive, side content, shout outs, talking, everything like that. And now the games take a hell of a lot longer to beat. Now everyone says you take too long.
That's me right now.
Your playthroughs are boring because you're doing too much side content. You're over-leveled for the main story. So the truth is, the feedback I've gotten led me to where I am today, and now no one likes where I am today. I could have stayed who I was, and then I would have been told, you're a dinosaur, you didn't roll with the times and change. And then if I change, you're also wrong. So that's the difference between Darkside Phil, DSP Gaming, and other content creators. Right now, if I listened to the feedback, oh, you should just play the same game nonstop and beat it within a week, I would get nonstop feedback. What are you doing? This game sucks. This game's boring. You're killing your business. You're killing your streams. We're not going to come by till you're done with this game. So for 2 weeks, I'd see no one on stream and everyone would bitch.
It seems like people are bitching right now, though, right? So what? There seems like there's no way out of bitching. So we could just keep bitching about the bitching, or just choose a fucking way and then deal with the bitching internally, right? Those are your two options, man.
I'm not dumb. I know. That no matter what I do, it's not good enough for the peanut gallery on the internet, because I've been doing this for 17 years. I've changed tons of times, and it's still never good enough. So that's why, again, I don't listen. I'm like, I'm not going to listen to this bullshit of people demanding things that I know won't work because I've already changed, right?
Then why have we been crashing out about people's opinions for the last 2 days, sir? I really want to know. Big up, Showdub. Says people like Dashia games only play one game, right? Oh, no, he plays a whole fuck ton of games, doesn't he? And Jodub also says, also that's a lie. He was very interactive during that Kingdom Hearts 1 playthrough. Him putting the chat into sub-only mode was very meaningful. He was interactive during that time. He was very interactive during that time. I don't know what this new... No one likes what I do at all, but yet I still want you to tell me what to do? Is that where we're going here? Guys, I'm different than everyone else. But I still want you guys to tell me what to do. Why? What are we doing?
Right. So,
what's the point of this?
Here's the truth, is I don't think that there is a simple solution to anything. But when it comes to particular playthroughs, we may have to make decisions. For example, as of today, I'm making the decision, we're going to try to get through the story of Claire Obscure. All right?
So brave.
At this point,
so
even
brave.
though it's going to be insanely tempting to do the side content, because we've passed by a lot of it, we see it, we're like, man, I wish I could do it. You know it's going to unlock. I think we're just going to have to focus on the story. Let's get to nearly the end. And then before we beat the game, decide do we want to go back and do it or not, depending on how many people are showing up, how many people are engaging, and how many people are supporting. If sadly, we get to this end of the game and no one cares, then I guess we're done with the game. And that sucks because I want to keep playing. Okay. I want you guys to understand I love this game and I want to get as much out of it as I can because I'm having such a good time. But that doesn't necessarily translate into what viewers want and what's good for business. And this is a problem. People say things like, Phil, you should just do what you want to do. You should just do what you enjoy and do what you love.
Yes.
And that passion will come through and you'll be successful.
Yes.
That's not always the case.
Yes.
Not always. People say to me these days, why do you keep playing Yakuza games? Don't you know they don't do well? Well, because I like them. So I still play them. Oh, well, that's a horrible decision. Then on
no one said that.
Flip side, I get yelled at. Why aren't you playing things you like? Like, wait, what? So that's what I mean. There is no solution with me because the position I've been put into is...
Look at this. Incredibly trying not... Just over the top saying, I have no responsibility in what happens to me at all. That's what he's doing here.
Me. Because the position I've been put into is one of, no matter what I do, I'm wrong. The internet has actually been programmed to believe that. Right now, the internet actually thinks I'm terrible at fighting games. I was terrible at Doom the Dark Ages.
True.
I'm terrible at every FromSoft game. I'm terrible at everything I do because that's what they're told through illegal clips channels.
Let me check with my judge on this one. He's liking it. He said no lies detected. Got it.
And that's all that they see, because that's what YouTube pushes to the forefront of the algorithm. So when you say, do what this other successful person does, do what this person does, doesn't work for me. I could literally emulate the most popular streamers on the planet. No one would give a shit because
you don't have the talent required to do what other successful YouTubers do. It's almost like being entertaining is a part of the equation that he just pretends is not part of the equation. That's the one thing he can never have. But he's doing his best. Pakapacidi said, this isn't your normal copium. This is 99% pure. This was cooked up by Heisenberg himself. Line Called Avocado says, there is zero chance I would watch this guy raw. No one, I mean, that's, even like if you're gonna watch it raw, you have to be in raw Phil or Dark Dave's Mirror for the chat, right? Without that, it's dying. Just there's nothing worse on earth than this. I'd rather watch the hot sauce videos than that, and that's saying a lot. I'd rather watch people doing the pranks, husband and wife that do pranks on each other every fucking day, yet they act surprised when someone does a prank to them. That's what I'd rather watch. Keel said, I'd rather watch nothing than Phil directly. Exactly. That's what I'm at. Iwamoto says he can't tweak, only do a 180 or no change at all. And that's where we're going right here.
I'm Darkside Phil, and I'm not in that position. Mm-hmm. I can't copy anyone else. I'm a unique dude. That's why I've been here 17 years unique. And I'm still here and I'm still successful. But it also means I can't follow the trends and I can't do what everyone else does. It doesn't work for me.
Right,
okay?
Right. A very special snowflake. This guy is so unique. No one on earth is like him. Yes.
I appreciate you saying that, Garce, because some people sometimes are very nice. Like Garce says, no, you are still decent at Street Fighter 6. And other people are like, well, no, you're not that bad at this. No, I know. But that's the point I'm making. No one believes it, though.
Okay.
Like
Thanks, Garce. Just give money.
Everyone knows if you actually watch me play fighting games, I'm pretty good at fighting games, right? Everyone can agree there. Mm-hmm. If you've watched me play fighting games, instead of just watching the clips channels, you know Phil's actually pretty good at fighters, has insight into them, has good knowledge of them, and should be listened to when it comes to fighters because he knows what he's talking about.
Definitely.
But most people don't know that because they don't watch my content. Get it? They watch other people's clips channels.
Ah.
So there you go.
Those clip channels that show you playing the game and bitching uncontrollably about how the game is wronging you in some way, right? Like Jaha said, he's average. He's better than your average pick up the game and play it every once in a while. But he was talking about back then. I bet he's even worse now. But Jaha said back then he was, the average player. Better than the dude that didn't care about Evo, but people that did actually care about Evo, he wasn't as good as them, Greed of the Green says, or you are greedy and you only have 5 dents paying you. The dents only have so much check. Yeah, exactly.
Go. Same thing with Doom. I was like not bad at Doom the Dark Ages. I wasn't great, but I wasn't terrible at all. Watch the playthrough. Very few.
That's the thing, though. See, this is where he goes a step too far. He was horrible at that game. The entire internet found so much joy in that one clip because it's so insane. It's so fucking insane.
Times that I even have difficulty, maybe 2 challenge rooms really pissed me off. Outside of that, I cruised through the game on the harder difficulty. Wasn't a problem. Anyway, so here's what we're going to do. Today, starting today on this stream, we are going to just go through story content. I'm actually leaving wherever I am because I know I was in the middle. I think we just finished a side content dungeon. We're leaving that, and we're heading straight to the story. So we're going to go right to there's 2 story parts to do that are available. I'll just pick one. We'll do it. We'll pick the other. We'll do it. And I believe that when you beat both of those, you actually end Act 2. Then we'll be in Act 3. We'll continue the story. We'll keep going until we get to the point of no return. And when we hit that point, then we'll decide, how is the playthrough done? Has things gone well? Are people...
How are the goals doing? Have I eaten Red Robin French fries yet? That's how I rate games.
Hit that point, then we'll decide.
That is unique. No other streamer on earth can rate how good a game is by how much fast food he's eaten while playing it. That's pretty wild.
How is the playthrough done? Has things gone well? Are people showing up, engaging, and supporting? Right? And then if they are, well, then we'll spend more time and we'll go back and we'll do all the side content that unlocked that's challenging and fun to do. But if the playthrough's dead, then it's dead. And we just finished the story and we're done. We've already played 47 hours of Clair Obscur in a month. I've loved every moment. It's definitely going to be one of my Game of the Year contenders. It's sad that, sadly, people won't allow me to play it at my own pace and enjoy it.
What a fucking bitch. What a complete and utter bitch. People don't allow me to play a game I want to play. Man, that is success. Complete success. What a successful business you must have, where you can't even play games you want to play, and you're a video game streamer. Really cool and successful. And I see a lot of people in chat that are jealous, honestly, too. They wish they could not play games they want to play. Definitely. Don't you guys wish you could do that? Find games you like, then not be allowed to play them because your chat yells at you? Really fun.
It's sad that, sadly, people won't allow me to play it at my own pace and enjoy it.
Jesus Christ.
But what can I say, right? And then you have people who say, oh, well, it's because of this. You should have played it at a harder difficulty. You should have done this. You should have done that. Please bite me.
Oh, bite me.
Played it at a harder difficulty. You should have done this. You should have done that. Please bite me. There's always an excuse why DSP isn't good enough. It doesn't matter what...
Eat my shorts. Yeah, you guys said it first. Nick Jammies was first, and Derp got it too. That's what I thought of too. Eat my shorts, idiot.
Difficulty I play a game at. Look what happened with Doom. I played it on the harder difficulty. Phil, you still suck.
Yes, because you did.
So fuck off.
And you bitched
No
about
one cares. Really. No one cares about every little silly, stupid gripe you have about Darkside Phil. You all don't matter. What matters?
Clearly we do. You can't even play games you like.
Matters is those who actually show up and engage and support with my raw content here on the channel.
Okay.
Not the clips, not the consensus of me on the internet. All of that is white noise that doesn't matter. That's what a lot of people don't seem to understand.
I appreciate that.
It doesn't
It
matter.
seems that you don't understand that, to be fair.
Matter about anything outside of what's broadcast or uploaded to this channel.
Okay.
None of it matters to me. It doesn't affect me in the least, positively or negatively. I just need to find enough people to come for the core content to watch and engage and support it. And then I'm good, right? And that's why a lot of these streams are doing well. And I'm happy for that. But it does upset me when I'm genuinely enjoying a game and having a great time with it, and it's not resonating with the audience for some reason. Okay? And that's what's happening right now with Clair Obscur. When we played it 2 days ago, everyone quit the stream. We had less than 150 viewers on YouTube. And I
hope you had 150 viewers on fucking Minecraft last night too. You got to bring that up. Why all of a sudden it's like that's a talking point for Clair Obscur, but it's not for like other games at night that get 150 viewers?
Stream. We had less than 150 viewers on YouTube, and I only made $37 of support for a over 4-hour gameplay segment.
37?
That's terrible. Okay, straight up. That's terrible.
Straight up now, tell me $37 is terrible. That's very hip reference there. A lot of people are gonna get that one. Grimnir says he wants to finish it because 1, he can feel the interest drop off, and 2, he knows he won't be able to kill the super bosses. You think he knows about them? I wonder. I mean, he probably saw it, but big ups Grimnir. And Slide Privilege says, Phil's the only YouTuber who gets varied feedback. No one else gets varied feedback at all. Definitely not. Only him.
That's terrible. Okay? Straight up. That's terrible. That's one of the worst streams I've ever done. And it really sucks. And there's nothing I can do about that.
You've heard of the bottom line, but here's straight up.
I've ever done. And it really sucks. And there's nothing I can do about that. I can't make people enjoy the game as much as I am. So all I can do now is say, all right, fine. We're just going to streamline it. We're just going to go through the story, and we'll see what happens and go from there. Now, I want to make this abundantly clear.
Please. Yes. Okay, where are we going, boys? Where are we going? I'll give you 3 options. The sky is not falling, okay? Or, okay, wait. I think that's the only choice, isn't it? I think it's going to be the sky is not falling. That's my guess, okay? I don't have any other guesses than that. The sky is not falling. Here we go. Okay, yeah, just write your guesses. It's not poll worthy. I want to hear your guesses. All right, here we go. I think the sky is not falling is the correct choice, but we'll see who's right. Last chance to write your guess. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
If people show up, engage in support for Claire Obscure in the story we're about to do, and they support it, I will play it longer. I will do the side content, which I want to do. I want to be challenged. I want to have to parry. I want to have to do all this stuff and not just steamroll through a game. But I got to have people buy into it. I can't just be doing it for myself. You know what I mean?
I think that's
so. Let's see how it goes
it.
Starting today. How will this stream go?
Crackerjack, you got it. This is just the it's on a wage ransom here. Let me get that picture up that Barrett Wells made because it fits the situation so perfectly again. Here we go, guys. You remember this one? We're back to this. Now we got to add Claire Obscure to it now. If you don't pay the money, the Claire Obscure gets it. You hear that? Give me the money, or the Claire Obscure gets some lead in the temple. You got it?
We're about to find out. Okay? Shout out to Soul Potato 07, who's been a member for 24 months. He says, how are you? I'm personally good. I'm actually in a pretty good mood. I'm excited because I get to play Claire Obscure. We're going to try Night Rain tonight. The next few weeks are going to be insane.
You seem pretty good, definitely.
Insane. We've got the launch of the Switch 2, updates in Street Fighter 6, Summer Game Fest, Xbox Gaming Showcase. Other things are rumored to happen right around there. So you're going to have shadow drops and special games being released. Then we've got Mind's Eye, Death Stranding 2. I'm 100% excited. All right?
Definitely. Joe Dub says, so 17 years of terrible gameplay was Duty's fault? Well, yes, everything is his fault. And yes, him clipping DSP made him a worse gamer. So that is true. Papa Polecat has a good point. Says, reminder, this is about streaming video games. It's important to remember what this is all about. And it's about streaming video games. And it was because one game didn't hit a goal once. That's what set off these 2 days of crashing out. But very normal. Grazing Poro says, unique? How long until he says Hectacana? Hectacana is an Amber Lynn reference there from Grazing Poro. Shoutouts. Infamous KS says, his mental state is in the absolute... And it is. He's really spiraling now and worrying. One day of not hitting goals set this off. It's insane, right? And Magic Short Bus says, why have this convo if you think you're successful? Because he's scared about not hitting goals. And he wants to make sure he can continue to say he's successful. That's the only reason we're here for.
Okay.
Shout outs to the Hectic Girly Pops.
Let's get to some other shout outs.
Get the shout outs here.
Let's see here.
Flatman B. Is he back? He was back yesterday. I think the Doom clips, dude. The Doom clips combined with the goals hitting really were the combination that set us off. I think you're right, Despodent.
So I got a $2 tip. This person says, I feel you. The audience going back and forth can lead to frustration. You don't always get the results that you want. Have you considered taking charge, making decisions without the audience, and using analytics to course correct? It's famously said the audience doesn't really know what they want until they are led to it. Be bold, I believe. That's
what? How are you going to shoot this down?
It's old Phil. That's old DSP. That was me saying, I'm playing this because I want to, and you'll like it. And if you don't, you're wrong, because I'm the one who knows better, because I'm the successful YouTuber, and you're not. So watch my content or don't, but I'm the one in charge.
So
that
now
used
what
to
are you
be my
doing?
old attitude back in the day. Then people yelled at me and said, Phil, don't you understand? That's the opposite mentality that you should have. You are supposed to be listening to your audience. You're supposed to be taking in feedback. You're supposed to be changing with that feedback, doing what people want. You are a content creator that provides free content, and you're expecting people to watch ads and support you via Patreon and things, and you can't have that if you're not doing what the people want. So you
Thank you, Theo, for pointing this out. The person said use analytics to see what should work, and Philip's saying, no, I just do what I want. That's what I used to do, dumb fuck. No. They're saying use the analytics to decide what is working, what's not. Not just do whatever the fuck you want. Did you forget that part? Big ups, Copeside Phil. Says all of his problem always has the common denominator, and it's him. He is always at the root of his own problems. He's the most boring, entertaining, uncharismatic person alive. That's the real problem, that he can never... He can't break out of that problem either. That's the problem. He can do nothing about becoming more entertaining, right? That's the thing that he can't change, and that's the thing that has to change, but he can't. We're doing our best, though. And I'm not talking being entertaining to detractors. He has that down. I mean being being entertaining to actual fans that want to give him money and don't require, holding up the games they want to see behind paywalls, right?
Have to listen. You have to change. You have to be interactive. You have to do all this stuff. So I said, sure, let's do it. Let's change. And I did. I became fully interactive. I became a social streamer rather than just a gamer. I started doing lengthy playthroughs, all of the content. I did everything I was told is how you're supposed to do it. Here we are in 2025. Phil, you're doing it all wrong. So again, I can't win. No matter what I do, it will never be good enough. You understand?
That is not what the person
that's
said.
The situation
but anything
I'm
else?
in. So I get to the point where I just don't care anymore.
Okay.
Like I'll just do.
But then,
because that's the situation I'm in. So I get to the point where I just don't care anymore. Like I'll just do it. However, but I do need to find something that's going to work for
He just talked himself into the guy's argument and then the last second pulled an audible. Big nobody, that's what I'm saying. He was going to say, I just have to do whatever I want, but then realized that's exactly what the person was saying, and he had to audible at the last second. Watch this. Watch.
Good enough. You understand?
Look.
Because that's the situation I'm in. So I get to the point where I just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Like I'll just do it. However, but I do need to find something that's going to work for games like Claire Obscure. Okay? But I do need. So I get to the point where I just don't care anymore. Like I'll just do it. However, but I do need to find something that's going to work for games like Claire Obscure. Okay?
Okay, so we're not caring. Joe Dub says, let's say you have a sandwich shop and you want to make salami sandwiches, but the customers yell at you to make bologna sandwiches instead. Yeah, that's a good point. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're dealing with. War Dog Leader says, if we don't matter, why are we having this meltdown? Because they control every aspect of his life. That's the thing I learned from the DMs more than anything. Lord Grimm says, if he's that good, then why not up the difficulty then? Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're so good at it. But we don't want people to see that we're not. Big ups, Lord Grimm.
Okay. Let's continue.
Here's another comment that is saying things I can't take action.
$2. He says, please get over your fear of emulation. It's very easy to do, and you can play more classic games that are well established and respected. It'll get more views. Look at the YouTuber, the professional.
Have you considered detractors? I can't do that.
First of all, no matter what I play, it's not going to equate to more views like you think. Again, I'm a unique situation. You got to understand that.
I don't get... What's the unique situation? You can't get 300 viewers on a stream? That's the unique situation? That's a very common situation, actually. But they just don't beg their viewers for money. Those small amount of viewers for money.
It's not that I'm afraid of emulation. Let's be honest. I think some people have this misconception that Phil's afraid that he doesn't know how to do it, and it's not going to work. It's going to crash. All right. There's two factors involved. Factor number one.
Please.
I'm the kind of guy that likes to lay out a schedule and say I'm doing this, then, this, then, this, then, this, then. Adhere to that schedule. So everyone knows what's going to happen. This, then, this, then, this, then. Adhere to that schedule.
You often do have to adhere to this schedule. Okay. It's important to adhere to all schedules, I've found. So please, adhere to the schedules. Thank you.
So everyone knows what's going to happen, and then be there for it and do that content. Okay? With emulation, I don't know if it's going to work consistently all the time, and sadly, I don't have time to troubleshoot and mess around with tech. I just don't. Look at how long it took for me to smooth out my setup when I upgraded in January. Why do you think I was so apprehensive about migrating from my old 10-year PC to the new one? It took like 3-4 months to work all the bugs out of the setup, so now we can consistently stream every day without something turning off. And even now, today, that still happens sometimes, right? So now
you have done that yourself.
Imagine I'm trying to get into emulation, and emulation is definitely something that's finicky, that you need to tweak per each game in each situation. It's not, oh, here's just an emulator and here's a ROM, load it in, play. For some games it is, yeah, SNES. But for anything past that, there's a lot of things you got to work on.
Yeah.
All right? That's number one.
You got to download a zip file. And you got to extract. Now, what do I do? What do I subtract? Extract. Extract where? Where am I supposed to do this? Tell me. Then you got to get the ROM. And then what? Okay? Yeah, it's saying load ROM. What does that even mean? ROM. Dot. What is this? What is this file type, by the way?
I'm not saying it's not viable or it's not feasible. I'm saying, man, it would be tougher because it would mean me having to get savvy on something that I really don't have a lot of time to get savvy on. Or else, every time I go to do emulation, that I really don't have a lot of time to get savvy on. Or else, every time I go
get savvy on
something that I really don't have a lot of time to get savvy on. Or else.
You can make a fun edit with that. Hey, Phil, I heard you were thinking about having Kinda Sav on as a podcast guest.
Get savvy on something that I really don't have a lot of time to get savvy on.
Oh, you don't have a lot of time for that. Well, if it's a time thing, maybe it could be in the future.
Or else, every time I go to do emulation, you may have, well, guys, I wanted to play this game today, but it ain't working. Now we got to mess with this for an hour on stream before we can even get play, right?
I call her Savvy.
Yeah. That's number one.
I call her Savvy, by the way.
Two, this is the other factor. Emulation isn't legal unless you already own the game or the rights to the game, etc. Right?
Police will come to your house.
So let's
say,
for example, people are like, "Will you emulate this game on PlayStation 1?" Sure, but technically it's not legal. Now, I'm not saying that I would get into any kind of problems.
Yes, you will get sniped out of your house if you do emulation, for sure.
But as you know, and I keep explaining this, I've already said it like 3 times on this show today. I am Darkside Phil. I am not every other streamer. You understand that?
Uh-huh.
I'm not. I'm different because at every waking moment that I do anything, I have tens of thousands of idiots, obsessive losers on the internet stalking me.
Uh-huh.
So if I play emulation, there's a very strong chance that I would have thousands of people reporting me to various different places saying, hey, did you know that Phil's playing this game on emulation? This could
I'll report that straight to Miyamoto. He's playing Link to the Past, Miyamoto. Check out this email.
Illegal because he probably doesn't have rights to do it.
Uh-huh.
And that could send people after me. That could send people after my channel. That could send people after, the business at large. There's a lot of risk factors there. And I know you may say, oh, that's just ridiculous. You do understand that when I was going to play GGPO, which is the way that the fighting game community plays fighting games online, there was actually people who were like this, like fucking supervillains. They were like, well, good thing no one told Phil that you can use an IP sniffer with GGPO, and the moment you match with someone, you get their IP address. And the moment that they got it, they were going to DDoS attack me nonstop so that I couldn't stream. To the point where I was going to have to get my cable company to come out here and change my IP address again because it's not a quick fix with my cable company.
If they did that, though.
Didn't you know
they didn't.
That there was an actual employee at my ISP who was resetting my modem on the daily and was changing all the information in the modem and turning on my wireless network to say insulting things about me to my local neighborhood?
Yeah, your local neighborhood, checking out those Wi-Fi network names very often, definitely.
You're aware of that.
It would mean nothing to them, by the way, but okay.
Right? That's the extent these weirdo losers have gone to mess with me in my life. So it stands to reason that something that's safe for everyone else, like playing on GGPO, doing emulation streams publicly, is not safe for me because these people are fucking nuts.
Uh-huh.
I would not for a second believe that if I did emulation, that they would go to Nintendo, they would go to Sony, they would go to the publisher of the game, they would go to YouTube, they would go to this, that, and they would file false copyright strikes and takedown requests and this and that and try to fuck with me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I really don't mess with emulation.
How did we get... Oh, the person asked about emulation. I was saying, how did we get here again? I forgot, but I don't remember.
If there was a tried and true, safe, guaranteed way to do it,
yes,
I'd be okay with it. But everyone knows it is a gray area. 99% of people get away with it because no one cares. I'm the guy who'll get screwed because of these people on the internet. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Again, I'm not like everyone else. I can't do what everyone else does to be successful. It doesn't work for me because I'm Darkside Phil. Get it? Okay.
Okay. Big up Joshua Clan. Says it's hilarious that Phil thinks the detractors' lives are dependent on him. Really, it's just a bunch of funny people making bullying this dude. We can miss a day and not freak out. Well, I think Philip, for him, it's his whole life. So when something is your whole life, right, you think other people also make that their whole life, right? I think that's what Philip's doing. I'm not saying everyone does this. But Philip thinks that everyone thinks about him as much as he thinks about the detractors, right? Like, oh my God, they must be checking everything. That's all they do, everybody. No one has a family. No one has kids. No one has jobs. No one has hobbies. All they do is spend their time watching Philip every single stream. And that's what he thinks people are. But that's not the reality. Aishi Yamamoto says, it took him 9 streams to beat Doom, and I took 3. People in his own chat told him he takes too long versus everyone else. Phil lives in his own world, and he will ignore all of that. And he forgot that was so amazing. That fucking comment was 18 paragraphs long with good points, and Philip took out of it how long, hour-wise, he's played games. Like, it's a positive. What the fuck was that? And he did emulate Mega Man games.
Let's see here.
But he wants to felt people now.
You cannot find the last podcast.
Someone's baiting him about deleting the... it's there.
It's right here. The last podcast, right here.
It was taken down for a second,
Are long games viable for playthroughs today? Discuss. The Level 1 podcast. Yes, from yesterday. It's live. It has over 900 views because... people wanted to talk about that topic. It was a hot topic. So
is that the reason it has 900 views, sir? Is that the reason?
People wanted to talk about that topic. It was a hot topic.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, it's live. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to see it. It's live right now, and there's no problems.
Is that why it has 900 views, sir?
Thanks for the $1 tip.
See it, salty boy. Oh, salty boy. Thanks for the $1 tip. Thanks. Big Dog. Dogs says, can you explain the difference between showing up, engaging, and supporting in DSP speak? Showing up is being in the audience. Engaging means saying funny things in the chat. And supporting means giving money. But all the first two you can skip if you do the last one. As most of his whales do, by the way, is they don't do the first or second part. They just give money for no reason. So that's pretty cool. The bottom line is real. Oh, that's a good name. The bottom line. Okay, I won't do it. Straight up. Straight up. Come on.
Okay.
Bottom line wa jitsuzai suru. I couldn't resist. Fuck. God damn it. You got me.
And I got a $3 tip. Burger King. Oh, this is hilarious.
There we go.
Listen to this. This I didn't know about till this moment. This is the $3 tip, anonymous tip. Occasionally on a fighting game subreddit, you'll see someone making a post totally distraught at losing to you online, how you're considering quitting the game since they lost to you. Sometimes they even mention watching the detractor vids of you playing, saying said fighting game, and they assume you lose all the time and think you'll be easy. You're way better at fighting games than they give you credit for. Yeah, okay. They're morons. That's what you call those people, morons. Because they just believe everything they're told.
Okay,
I'm actually good at fighting games. You have to understand this. There's other people out there who are considered in the same realm as me that aren't good at fighting games, like LTG. Who? Like, he legit sucks, all right? 99% of the time, the reason he wins is because he finds some abusable strategy, easy mode shit day one. After, like, a few months of a game, he always sucks at them, okay? So now he tries to play a fighting game, and he loses 80, 90% of his matches, and everyone laughs at him. When I play fighting games, I literally always win more than I lose. Even at games I'm not good at, like Street Fighter 6, I still win more than I lose. I never have a losing night. It's like it rarely happens. In old school fighting games, I dramatically win more than I lose most of the time. There may be an exception. Like last time I was trying to play P-Groove, which I don't even know how to use. So I had to basically take my licks trying to learn the groove. But most of the time, if I'm doing something I know about, I dominate in old school fighting games. So, excuse me. Yeah, I'm actually good at fighting games. And that's the funny part is idiots on the internet like this moron on Kick Chat who I just permanently banned don't know that because they don't watch me play fighting games. They watch the clip channels. They watch the negative highlight channels of the rare times when I'm losing a lot and I rage or I get really angry at the netcode or some abusable tactics some scrub is using. And that's what they focus on, and they act like that's the majority of the time I'm playing when it's not.
I was looking for DSP on Reddit recently, and I found something, but this is not what he's talking about. It says, from r/WWE Champions, I'll read it for you. Friendly reminder, any reference, comment, shitpost, joke, link, or whatever related to DSP gaming equals ban. So that's new. That's interesting. Also, there's... he's in Baldur's Gate 3 one. I'm not going to show it to you, but it says... the worst opinion of the game I've ever seen from DSP Gaming. So I'm trying to find it here, but it's tough.
I'm actually winning almost all the time. Go check the track record. You'll find it out. But you actually have to watch the content, not just some no-load loser who steals my content and misrepresents it on the internet.
That's a step too far.
That doesn't surprise me because, again, that's why the FGC doesn't like me because they group me in with guys like LTG who actually legit suck and don't know that I'm actually good at fighting games. So then
it's the
people who play me lose all the time and get fucking upset about it because they don't realize that they lost to someone who's actually good.
It's the lolcow thing, but I'll leave this up here because they're still laughing at you. Anything else?
Oh, let's see here.
Sirload.
Luigi Mansion in the house did a 100 knock super chat, which, as we know from track record, it's like $9.60, something like that.
Shoutouts to knock.
He says, if you save a bald eagle, does it mean you save a little piece of America?
Oh my God. Please. Too funny. Oh man. Look at you. What a god of comedy. Hilarious. Oh my God. I can see why he's a DSP fan. He knows good comedy.
Something like that. He says, if you save a bald eagle, does it mean you save a little piece of America? Well, it would mean that you're saving the national bird. I do believe that there are bald eagles that actually aren't in America too. Like, I don't think that bald eagles
Philip's taking it seriously.
Are limited to just like the United States of America, if I remember correctly.
Okay, yes.
I think it's $9.63. That resonates, so I'm gonna put that on the leader. Excuse me. There we go. They're limited to the continental U.S., so not just the United States of America.
Thank you.
But basically, this land mass, right? But basically, this land mass.
Raise the roof,
right?
boys.
There
Come
are
on.
some that are basically this land mass, right? But basically, this land mass, right? There are some that are in other places too. Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I would say if you do something relating a bald eagle, you're doing something inherently American.
It's a fucking joke. You couldn't even get that it was a joke?
Cool.
Oh my God. Boat Knight says, if you're so smart, how would you save the business? I would aggressively, if this is a serious question, Boat Knight, which I don't think it is, I'll take it as a serious question. I would aggressively look for certifications online that he could take while still being a streamer to find any job ever. Any other job ever. You got it. His time is now.
All right. Cool. Now, there is one thing. So for the record,
I know.
Really quickly, okay? Today, Clear Obscure, major stream right after this podcast, focusing solely on story. That's it. We're going to make major story progress today, see how far we can get. I'm hoping to get through Act 2, start Act 3, and we'll go from there and see how well we do. Please stick around, engage, and support this stream.
Please.
Why? We're trying to hit our goals, obviously. We want to hit our goal milestone of 90 goals. Right now, we're at 86, so we have 4 goals to hit. Once we hit 90, it is DSP Tries It, the How to Train Your Dragon menu from Burger King, including a new Whopper,
who doesn't
a new
want that?
fries side that's kind of supposed to be spicy, a new drink, and a new sundae. And I want to do it. It's going to be great. It's going to be, I feel, interesting like the Minecraft meal was.
Oh, who doesn't
Only
remember
this time
that?
there's actually new products to try rather than just repackaged stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think it'll be a good one. Let's hit those goals. Let's make it happen. The other factor here is that the 100-goal marathon is coming. And, you know, the timeliness of it being next week, you know what I'm saying? Makes sense. I want to hit 100 goals by next week. It's going to be hard to do if we don't even hit 90 goals this
All right, well, that confirms it. It is a Switch 2 marathon. When does Switch 2 drop? Let's see. June 5th. Oh, yeah, definitely. It's 100%. 1,000%. So that why Philip is scared is because, let me show you here. Switch 2 drops on the 5th, which is exactly 1 week from today. So if you use our brains here, we can see that if he hits the goal much later than, because he's off on the 31st, that's Ka-Ching in the Ring, then he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more days to hit another 10 goals, right? So he needs to be, he really wants to push it, so it has to be done by the 5th.
Sweet. So please support the streams. Let's hit the goal on this stream. Even if you don't care about Clear Obscure, please support the podcast before we swap over to the gameplay.
Okay.
All right, can we do that? Please, let's get some support in here. How about our first sub over on Kick today? How about our first membership on YouTube? Let's get some support. All right? So, Clear Obscure on this stream. Tonight, Elden Ring Night Rain premiering on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Tomorrow, there's no podcast. We're going to jump right into gameplay. Around 11:30 a.m., we'll start hanging out for like 15, 20 minutes, and then by noon, we start versus more Elden Ring Prince. And then, here. All right, we have to see what happens. It's good for you. But right now, I'm not sure. All right, we have to see what happens. You know.
Big Ups Jericho says he should add hair to his head. When he said add hair, we need to adhere to the schedule. He needs to adhere to his head. That works.
It's kind of up in the air, depending on
Let's
how
see what
things
Vikes
go.
thinks, though. Oh, Vikes liked it. I thought he might not like that one, but he did. He liked it.
Okay.
Quick pull. Hang on. Oh, look at this. DDP. That's pretty good. How many stars,
Cool.
though?
Just wanted to check on something.
Okay.
So, we'll see what happens in regards to the Switch 2 and the launch. Right now, nothing's a guarantee. So, that's why I'm not talking about it. I'll let you know.
It's definitely a guarantee, and that's what you want to do
we'll
for the
go from there.
marathon. Go ahead.
Okay? Cool. A couple more contributions came in here.
Yeah, check the delivery date. Good point, Big Nobody.
I got a $2 tip. It's a shame you can't play some classic bad games and have some fun with them because they never get re-releases. A couple of suggestions, maybe one of the mini consoles like a mini NES or SNES, but those games are actually good, or playing some bad cheap ones on Steam to have some laughs. I mean, again, it's the viability of it. Number one, are they available to play, or do you need emulation, which I can't really do?
He said Steam.
Are they games that anyone would care about and tune in for? You know, I like the idea of playing a variety of bad games to get some laughs. I do.
Just stick to Bug Snacks. That's what you want to play anyway. Big ups Copeside Phil, who says, the man who can't install mods on his own and needs to be told like a literal baby what to do says he isn't scared of emulation and can do it on his own. He told you he could do it on his own. It's not a question of if he could do it. It's if the trolls would ruin it or not. Copeside Phil.
My sister's face is beautiful.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Getting other updates here. Hold on.
What's going on here? Remember yesterday that positive email that stun locked him? Switch to confirmation. You might be onto something. Yeah. That's what he's checking again on the delivery date. Jordan Fadeaway says, a hair. I miss Rupert so much. Big ups, Jordan Fadeaway. Rupert!
Sorry. A lot of stuff is happening right now that has nothing to do with my stream. And it's distracting the crap out of me, and I apologize for that, obviously.
Great podcast, brother.
I
Great
can't help
podcast.
timing of stuff, so it is what it is.
Yes, you just don't check your emails?
I got a $2 tip, correct? We got another $2 tip here.
Don't check your emails during stream?
Oh, really? Well, now someone and now who knows what to believe? Someone just tipped $2, says, I suspected the person who mentioned a Reddit thing is trying to bait you. I searched Darkside Phil and DSP in the subreddit. I don't even know what this means because I don't use Reddit. And I got no...
You did before, Philip. We showed your account before when people were making fun of you for something else.
No results. That's a LARPer trying to bait you to rant about that subreddit.
Yes, correct.
I don't even know what subreddit you're talking about. I don't know.
Does it matter?
I just respond to what you guys say, and I don't even know what I don't use Reddit. I don't even know what the fuck a subreddit is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it works.
Is that one of those dark web things?
Anyway.
Keel says only Savion he gets is Cabernet Sauvignon. Big ups, Keel.
Okay.
Savion. I'll take your whitest Savion, sir.
Other major thing I want to talk about today. Okay. So, as you guys know, since I upgraded my setup and I changed things around.
Oh, please.
When I go on a break, which is usually either at the end of the podcast, or it'll be like after I'm a big chunk into my gameplay and I take a break from when like my wife comes home from work or whatever it may be. I usually will play some clips. The clips that I have are a running playlist that I've now been using for a couple of years. All right. Some of it is newer stuff. Some of it is older stuff. It all depends. Like some of these clips were made only like maybe 6 months ago. Some of them were made in the last couple of months. Some of them are 9 months old. Some of them are several years old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go through them all.
So these clips are fun and funny and highlights of my history.
Oh, definitely.
However, I've now been using this playlist for like, 3-4 months straight, and the clips are getting old. You're seeing the same clips over and over, right? So what I would like to do is make a new playlist of clips. But what I
need the middle manager here. I've decided to make a new playlist of clips. Yes, new playlist of clips. Now here's where you come in.
Is make a new playlist of clips. But what I need is your feedback on what things should be clipped. What gameplay moments from famous playthroughs of mine have you enjoyed? Right?
I like when you played that Friday the 13th game and there was voice chat. That was pretty cool. And they were asking questions about you. That was a highlight. Definitely.
The thing is, there's only one of me. There's many of you. So you guys will probably have way more ideas and feedback and things than I would ever come up with from the things that I think are notable from my playthroughs over the years. All right? So here's what we're going to do.
Ooh.
I'm actually going to make a thread.
Oh, cool.
Let me show you where it is so you understand how to do this, okay? So right here, this is DSP Gaming. See it? This is the channel right now on YouTube. This is the community tab. It's funny because it's the community tab, but they don't call it that anymore. They call it posts, okay? So here on the posts tab, I'm going to put up a post.
Big ups, Manolo Azul says victimhood seems like a lot of work, and it really is. And I think we all know people in our life that make it their job in life to be the victim, because they love talking about it. And Philip just does that while also begging on the internet for money, and it makes it even worse, right? Some people do like that though, being the victim. We all know someone like that. He's not it. He's not muted, just letting you know. This is how the show is going right now. This is the post, by the way, if you're interested in leaving your feedback. He's asking for feedback, so if you want to give some feedback, there's the post in the chat. Random Surge says, a lot of you get it's today. Would this be considered an investors meeting or cult pignosis meeting? I think this is an investors meeting, honestly. It's not muted, Spicy Trash Can. Guys, I'm not muted. I would have been dead right now if I did the Don't Breathe game. I would be dead. We are not muted. I'm checking again, and look, it's not muted. Oh my god! Great! Dude, this is a new record.
Okay, so here we go.
Okay, so he talked at 12:21:09. Okay.
So the community tab, they don't call it that anymore. They call it posts, okay? So here on the posts tab,
I'm
going to put up a post.
That was the start. That was the start of it.
Hello, currently everyone. Okay, so here we go. Hello, everyone. I am seeking your feedback and input regarding my most funny, notable moments over the years. I currently have a running playlist of highlights.
1 minute and 22 seconds.
That I use for breaks during streams, but it's gotten the name of the game or series and should be included over the year. Link a video in Heavy Rain, give a timestamp, tell me why that's a funny moment that should be included. Now, I know we're going to have idiots who are going to post up dumb shit, but that's why we're asking for this information ahead of time so we can review it and actually find good stuff. All right? So hopefully out of this, we can get a few dozen more funny moments that we can add to the playlist so it seems fresh, as opposed to just the same clips over and over and over. All right? So here we go.
I think he has to approve them. There's only 2 comments right now that are live, and they're both from fans. Luigi's Mansion in the House and Apollo. So I think he has to approve them all, right? So we'll see. A few will sneak through. I'm assuming a few will sneak through. But he only has 2 comments now. I'm guessing he'd have way more than that. Icy Yamamoto says, he told ransoms to off themselves, not in part of the vortex, because they laughed at him. Like me, all other Doom playthroughs in Zelda, keep that in mind. Yeah, he told randoms to off themselves, not as part of the vortex, because they laughed at him at Doom. Yep. So he was just telling people, just because you laughed at him, you should off yourself, was what he said yesterday. You're right, Icy Yamamoto.
I just posted it up. That is on the posts tab of the DSP Gaming channel here on YouTube. Please go over there, respond, and let's see what you guys can come up with. You know, the more the better. But if you post up dumb shit, like purposefully to insult me or, you know, some horrible thing, expect a nice ban.
Well, the horrible thing, though, would be from your own content, sir.
Because you'll deserve it. And trust me, people will do it. They probably already have. I'm not even kidding. They probably already responded.
Yes.
Okay.
How's the money going?
All right, guys. So that's the topics that I had to talk about today. If anything, you know, the fact that we are now going to be focusing solely on the story of Clair Obscur, I hope that that makes sense. I hope that you will stick around for that, and hopefully it's entertaining. If it's not, I'm sorry. I wanted to play the game at my own pace and do side content, but it seems like it's not viable. We've got to get through this game, and hopefully things will turn around. I actually legit hope that today things turn around. We hit the support goal. I can
that's the only thing that matters.
Long term, once we get to the end, actually take my time to go back and do some side content. But if not, I tried. You know, I honestly did.
It's just all about the goal or not, guys. I'm going to make it as simple as I can for you.
Okay.
Just give me money for the goals.
What would you like to talk about this morning? Do you have any further feedback or follow-up to what we've been talking about? Or you have other topics you'd like to talk about? Please tag me in the chat, and we'll go back and forth here with a little bit of conversation.
Here we go.
Or any contributions that come in, I will shout out. How about this? Let's get our first sub and first member of the day right now. We've got some super chats. We got a few tips. Let's get some contributions. All right, let's also get someone to beat the biggest tip being $2, right? Let's get a $5 on the leaderboard at least, for goodness sake, okay? All right. So what would you guys like to talk about today? Oh, by the way, it looks like I didn't update the schedule at all last night. Let me do that right now.
Okay.
The stream, and I did some extra work, and then I forgot to do stuff. I had to make... Because last night I had to do some extra new stuff. I had to make the new Elden Ring thumbnail for the stream, and I did some extra work, and then I forgot to do this. So here we go.
Tough night, brother. Really tough night.
Okay, the schedule has been updated. There we go. Now it's correct. Excuse me. VR says, if you end up getting a Switch 2, what games would you like to get with it? Mario Kart World. That's the only game for it. Switch 2 has one game at launch, Mario Kart World. You know that, right?
That's not
Literally
true.
Every other game is a third-party port or another game that's already been out. There's nothing else to play on it. There's one game at launch. So I'm playing Mario Kart World at launch I get the Switch 2. And then I'm waiting a month. And then in July, I'm playing Donkey Kong Bonanza. And then after that, I'm just waiting until the next new game. There's no games for this console.
Okay.
It's just truth. I'm not exaggerating. That's the actual God's honest truth. There's nothing to play on it.
Mm-hmm.
They're launching a console with one video game for it. They're literally expecting their launch to be third-party ports that you've already played, or ports of games you've already played on the previous Switch. Like, wow, it's not a lie or a twist of any kind of truth. If it has no games, why buy it? For you, I don't know if I can answer that. The only thing I can think of
for me, I'm very different
to say is, if you really like Mario Kart, if you've been waiting to play third-party games on a Nintendo console, that's it. For me, it's a lot different. I'm a content creator. The fact that to have it on release day, right? To be able to unpack it, to be able to hook it up, to do that live coverage of the launch of the console, to give you my opinions on what I think about the new Joy-Cons, the battery life, how the graphics are on it, how it runs, the online connections and capabilities of it, right? And then to play Mario Kart World, to tell you my opinions on the first new Mario Kart game in over a decade. Yes, it's actually been over 10 years since they came out with a new Mario Kart, if you can believe it. All of that has tons of value for me as a creator. It doesn't necessarily have tons of value for you to buy a Switch 2. Get it?
Get it? You get it? Okay, we are in trouble if it's 12:27 right now, and we're already at this level of dead air. We got problems.
Sidious says, would you be interested in doing, instead of longer playthroughs, like special streams called like Wildcard, where you just try a bunch of indie games? Listen, we were doing that. We were actually doing indie nights, remember?
So what
Earlier this year, I played games such as Mouthwashing, the one about, what was it, Kiosk, the horror food game.
The horror.
What else? We did a bunch. A game about digging a hole, Balatro, Arcade Simulator, whatever that was called. I can't remember. No, Coin Game. That's what it was called, right? And others. But then people said, play Disco Elysium. So I did, and that took over a month, and we didn't even get that far in, and then people said, quit it. So I did. And since then, we haven't really gotten back to having indie games in the rotation because I've been playing chill games like Minecraft and Truck Sim. I guess you could argue Truck Sim is an indie game. So, yeah, I would like to have indie games back in the rotation.
Point. Anyways.
I just got a $3 tip from Star Facts. Not gonna lie, Phil, this sounds like a bad cope. You are lazy every time we give a suggestion.
Yes.
No, it's that you refuse to use your brain.
Ah, yes. Then why do you not take any single suggestion ever? Has there ever been a suggestion that you did take without waiting 3 years before you decided to do the advice?
To put yourself into my shoes. This is a huge problem with the actual new generation of people on this planet. People have grown up now in a generation where they're told, you're entitled to everything, instant gratification, you're a special snowflake, you're better than everyone. I don't know why.
This means a lot coming from someone with DoorDash VIP account. I mean, this does mean a lot. You know, this talk about instant gratification from someone that DoorDashes 7 times a day, it means a lot.
I didn't grow up like that. No one told me that when I was growing up. Okay? But everyone seems to feel that way now. On this, all younger people are of this weird entitlement mentality, right? So now it's like, so we made a suggestion and you're not doing it, so you're lazy. No, you made a suggestion. I literally concretely outlined to you why the suggestion doesn't work because I'm a different case than the other people you're referencing. Oh, well, you didn't listen to me, so you're lazy. I don't like you. No, use your fucking brain. Put yourself into my shoes for 10 seconds.
When I did that, I instantly started grabbing some rope, so I don't want to do that again, Philip.
Imagine your dark side, Phil.
Okay.
And you have to put up with all the shit that I do.
I just realized I have no friends and never leave my house, and I'm very depressed right now. How do I get out of this?
So all the adversity thrown against you that I have.
Mommy, buy the Wolverine doll now. Let me call my mom. I need to get the Wolverine doll now.
But somehow you're still persevering because you're not doing these things, right? That's what you need to do. But it seems like there's a whole generation.
Chew, you ready for your walk? I'll get the leash, but you just get ready. Stand next to the door, okay? I'll get it. I'll be there in a second. All right, guys, I'm going to be back in about 30 minutes. I have to take my wife for a walk, okay? I'll be back.
Of people that don't have the ability to do that anymore. Instead, it's my way, my way, my way. Oh, you didn't do my way? Wah. Well, that's not how to go through life because you're not going to be successful. You're going to find yourself weighing quite a lot if you don't listen to what people say. I'm telling you your suggestions don't work, and I'm factually outlining why. That's not laziness. That's, hey, I've been there, done that. I know what works, what doesn't. Here's the deal. I know that a lot of these things people suggest, sadly, if I emulated something right now, I would have people knocking on my fucking door saying, yo, you broke the law. Don't you get it? I'm different than...
You get it is like, if I had we need to get it, you get it counter, because it has overtaken every other phrase he has as his most common phrase. It's unbelievable how much he says, you get it now. Seawook Dev says, all young people are bad, especially you, ALT. Thank you. I agree. Us young people, we fucking everything up. Val says, I don't know anything or what that is or who I am or where I am. I don't know nothing about nobody or no one. That is a Tropic Thunder reference. Big ups, Val. Husky says, worked at Spirits. Faves are Cabernet Sauvignon and Pin Not Nor. Bonus points for lady who got led to White Zin and said, no, I'm looking for the white. That must be pretty fun to hear people pronouncing things very wrong.
That everyone else sucks that I'm in that position. But I'm telling you as concretely as I can that things aren't as simple as you think. You think life is so simple. It's not. Especially for someone like me.
Don't say black and white,
Life's very
please.
Complicated. And I have to dance around certain issues and treat things a lot differently than others do.
I don't want to hit the button. Okay, thank God. He didn't say black and white.
Maybe you don't want to believe it because you're part of that group. Maybe because you're actually part of the group that derides Dark Side Phil and makes his life miserable. And you don't want to believe that, right? It ain't so bad for him. Actually, why do you think that I have to do things so differently than everyone else in my life? Because of these fuckers. Because of these weirdos, you know?
You have done that yourself.
Okay, moving on positively here. Dissension is a good point. Are we adding... Are we adhering to our schedule and complaining? Yes, we are, Dissension. We're adhering to our schedule right now. It's tough to say that. Adhering.
Okay.
Yeah, good point, Toxic Empress. I thought life was a vacation yesterday. Or was that 2 days ago? What happened?
Zangief says, you might actually be the first person to get jailed for emulation. The detractors are insane. They send legions of letters and calls to Nintendo and others. It's obvious. I mean, you're right.
We'd be sending letters to Nintendo. Uh-huh. Yes. I'd be writing so many letters.
You're legit right. I believe they would do that. Again, these morons who say things like victim mentality don't understand what I've actually been through. It's not that I want to be that way. I factually am. Get it? Like, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not making my end-all be-all that. If you don't notice, I don't really bring it up. But it's true. It's still happening. If I ignore reality, that would be more crazy than to not. You know what I mean?
No,
so,
actually, that's not true.
It's just people don't want to believe the fact that everything that they've said and done has led to a really toxic, crazy internet movement against me to fuck with my...
What percent of that is of your own doing, sir?
I lied, but they has, and it's their fault. But they won't take any actual responsibility or blame for it. They refuse that. Oh no, you know, all those videos where you said horrible things that I didn't do, but you said I did them. Didn't you think that would actually turn into something someday?
How about the horrible things you did do that you admitted to doing?
Not everyone gets the joke, or not everyone cares that you're just trying to make a dime, but instead people will go crazy and believe you, and now people actually hate me because you're a disingenuous fool.
How about the genuinely fucked up shit you did that you admitted to doing after the June documentary especially? How about those? What if people stopped liking you based on those? the things you admitted to, right?
An irresponsible person who should be in jail for what you've done? Don't you think that all these people who over the years, over the last decade, who have every single day slandered me should be held accountable?
Yeah. But how about the time you lied about your wife having cancer? How about that? Does that count or
not? YouTube allows it. The law doesn't, but the law can only be selectively upheld by those who are rich. That's the truth.
Yep.
The law says all this stuff that people put out about me every day actually is illegal. But the
what? What does that mean? Clip channels are illegal?
The only way to enforce it is for me to be rich and to have lawyers to slap YouTube and these people with lawsuits.
Okay.
And I'm not rich.
Okay.
So I want you to think about that, how messed up that is. We actually have a system where anyone can say and do whatever they want, and they're perfectly protected unless you're rich. Then you can go after them. If you're not rich, every law doesn't matter because anyone could violate the law and no one cares.
Tiffany from the Hood says, if you only save money over time, you could have got those trolls.
There's no one policing the internet for this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Pretty messed up.
Pretty messed up, dude. Mad Stays Doided says, it's funny that every generation after the one that actually fought the war says this about the, everyone wants to believe their generation had it the worst, has it worse than the generation after them because it makes your life seem more meaningful when you had it tougher than the people that are younger than you, right? But that's one thing I don't get is I want the people that are younger than me to have a life easier than I did. That's the goal, isn't it? That's what fucking human beings should be striving for, shouldn't we? I hope my kids have it easier than I did, right? That seems to be the point, right, of life. But, all right, yep, everyone wants a quick fix, everybody. Yep, definitely. This is, we're talking eventually. Hold on. Well, we're working towards our thought here. Hang on. We'll get there. Boat Night, as right on point, says this is a podcast. I'm not paused, by the way. Just letting you know I'm not paused. The show is going on right now. Okay? This is going to be on Spotify
No, you have
later.
no idea how the legal system works. You don't. I would have to be very, very affluent to go after anyone for anything.
Definitely.
Just a single court case takes thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars and takes sometimes years of time. And that's a single court case. Think about how many people are doing this to me on a daily basis, right? So I could go after the big fish first and then go after the small fries, but I'd have to literally have like endless money, hundreds of thousands of dollars to sue these people.
Which you have made over the years.
Nor do I have the time. I'm a hard worker, right? I'm streaming 5 to 6 days a week full time. I don't have time to be sitting.
Could you say that again? I want to show my friends. Hold on.
I'm a hard worker, right? I'm streaming 5 to 6 days a week full time. I don't have time to be sitting around with lawyers and in court.
Uh-huh.
Who'd be on top of the list? Whoever makes the most money. Because that's how you do it. You go after the person who's making the most money on your back, and you take their money.
ALT Companion on Kick says, use this for the lol suit, pro boner. He highlighted his message.
And then you move on to the next, down the list.
Definitely. No,
until finally people realize, oh shit,
work.
It's not viable to do this anymore because Phil is actually destroying everyone who does it.
ALT Companion is not me. He's too funny. He's way funnier than me there. Streaming is not hard work. It's not like it's nothing, but it's not hard work. And anyone that says that's easier than a normal job is just rage baiting you. So don't pay attention to them.
Finally people realize, oh shit, it's not viable to do this anymore because Phil is actually destroying everyone who does it. And then it ends. But just take a look. Just take a quick look.
Oh,
For
please,
example,
yeah,
the whole thing that went down with Billy Mitchell and Carl Jobs, I think is his name.
Extremely different case. Carl Jobs said Billy Mitchell was responsible for someone's death. So, a little bit different here. I hope you're not going to bring that up as a comparable to you, sir.
So Carl Jobst, who was a beloved YouTuber for years and years, saying all this stuff about Billy Mitchell.
He literally said the whole court case hinged on the fact that he said Billy Mitchell was responsible for someone killing themselves. That's what the whole lawsuit was about. And they did that in Australia because they knew they had better chances to win there.
And eventually Billy Mitchell sues Carl Jobst and says, dude, you just can't just say whatever you want on YouTube about me. That's illegal. You have to have actual factual justification for what you're saying,
and that's
or else
why
you're
he
breaking
lost.
the law.
He said he wanted to, that's why he died.
And Carl Jobst kept going to his audience and saying, well, Billy Mitchell's in the wrong. He lied here, he lied there, finance my court case. He lied here, he lied there, finance my court case.
Yes,
guess what?
that's
He lost his
true.
court case because he sat there defaming Billy Mitchell over and over and over and over. So Billy won.
It was about,
and now,
it was really about the time when he said Billy Mitchell's the reason someone killed himself. That's what the whole thing was. It wasn't about all the other shit about even the records. Court didn't give a shit about the records. That's what Carl Jobst did. Was very fucked up, the Carl Jobst thing. He said it was about the lying about the records when the court didn't give a fuck about them.
now Carl Jobst owes him a ridiculous amount of money. You know, and that's the case. But look how long that took. Look how long it took for that to go through. Right. That was an ongoing thing for years. Years. And that's one case. That's because Billy Mitchell had his one biggest troll. Okay? You know what I mean? Now imagine me trying to go after the thousands of people.
He has no idea what he's talking about. He has no clue. He read the Twitter highlights of the, Billy Mitchell wins court case. So
Hyperfixate just did a $10 super chat. Billy Mitchell is making a career after suing people who have slandered him. You can do the same.
That's not even true. Billy Mitchell, by the way, with the person that killed himself, he even said that, I don't want any money from this. I just want you to take down the false information. And they did. The guy that did end up killing himself, not based on Billy Mitchell, legitimately said, I want you to take down the false information, and it's not about money. And he made him win. It wasn't even about getting money for him. Billy Mitchell oddly does care about his legacy more than even money, right? But yeah, he still lies about a lot of shit. But anyways, go ahead.
Billy Mitchell is making a career after suing people who have slandered him.
Yeah.
You can do the same. I would start with detractors doxing already, like Alt Insider who steals your content every day, and then the rest.
Yeah,
I don't even know who that
me.
is. Okay, I don't. I literally don't. But you're right. There's literally an entire ecosystem.
Hyperfixate, can you? I know you're in here too sometimes, Hyperfixate. Can you please donate more? We need to get another King Snake arc. I want Philip to lie about his wife having cancer again, dude. Just one time? That's not enough. That's not impressive.
Every day and then the rest.
What other afflictions can he lie about Cat having, Hyperfixate? That's what I want to know.
I don't know who that is. Okay, I don't. I literally don't. But you're right. There's literally an entire ecosystem. An ecosystem on YouTube based on defaming Darkside Phil on a daily basis. Like I said, the Clippers actually get insanely more views than I do. They steal the content. They will have clips of this podcast on their channels, which is illegal. You can't just clip someone's content before they have a chance to upload it themselves. That's actually against the law. You can't do it.
They don't. I mean, most people don't, though. Who uploads shit before the podcast is even over?
You can't. Sorry. There's laws against it.
And even you can, by the way. Yes, that's very much a gray area if that's even legal right there.
If you waited for me to finish my broadcast, upload the videos myself, and then you clipped from the videos, that's allowed. Okay. You legally cannot put content out first as someone is doing it live.
Thank you, everybody.
It's
for the
not
defense
allowed.
fund.
Right now, this work I'm doing is a copywritten work. As it's live broadcasting, it's protected by U.S. copyright law. If you take anything from it, you've broken the law. So anyone who does that, you're in the wrong
trolls.
and can be sued into fucking oblivion at any given moment.
So if you could prove that to a lawyer right now, they would do it with no money required, okay? So it'd be pretty easy to find somebody to do this open and shut case for you, wouldn't it? If you're so confident, right? So we could take action on this and find out the truth, or just bitch about it more. I'm not sure which path he's going to choose here. Let's see.
Exactly. They can do it because there's no repercussions, because YouTube doesn't care unless you file a lawsuit. Hence, you need to be affluent in order to actually have a legal defense against this kind of behavior. It's really fucked up.
Yeah, big ups. Twerk to Spec says, Unk defense fun. Thank you. Thank you. Grimner saying, here's two for your upcoming defense call. Can we stop the Unk thing? I'll stop using it if you guys stop using it. Paulette Burrow says, ALT inside her. He barely knows her. Ramen Brahman says, truth is an absolute defense against defamation. If we have the clip of DSP saying the thing we said he said, we win. Absolutely. The only thing people do is show the clips of what he said. That's why Billy Mitchell and Carl Jobs was an insanely different situation. It's a fucking different universe of a situation because Carl Jobs said something that was literally unprovable, right? Which is that Billy Mitchell played a part in Apollo killing himself, which was unprovable. The only proof he had was from a fucking Reddit comment, and that wasn't even allowed into court. That wasn't even entered into evidence. It's pretty easy to see why Carl Jobs fucking lost. Young Beat says, special snowflake. We just watched 1 hour found footage of him barely surviving a power outage because they couldn't play video games. Yep. That's how tough this guy is. And this is a new record for Dead Air, by the way.
Anyway, I guess Hyperfixate is technically our top super chatter today.
Yeah. Exactly. Set phasers to ban is a good point. Imagine the discovery. Official lawyer letterhead to Phil's lawyer. Hey, we request Phil's bank records and WWE Champions account to prove that he's lying about it. Phil would be like, well, about that, let's not. Let's just not and say we did.
Okay. No, they're not hiding behind fair use. That's what they say, but it's not fair use. You understand that? It's literally not fair use. Okay. It doesn't matter how many times they say it is. It's not fair use. They could easily be sued and lose, but they don't get sued. That's why they get away with it. YouTube should have a system where they have employees, actual humans, who are well-versed in the copyright law.
How many people are going to be working that
someone
job,
on your site is actually violating copyright law right now. Stop it. And they should look at the case and say, yeah, they are. Shut down the person doing it. Shut down their channel. And that'll be the end of it. But YouTube doesn't care. All they care about is their own asses. So the only way they'll ever take any kind of legal action against someone is if you sue them. If you sue them with a lawsuit, then they shut them down. So that's it. And I'm not rich, so I can't do that.
Definitely. Some people are trying. Another thing, detractors keep coming back here to get a rise out of you and succeed most of the time. Why give them what they want? Good question. Iwamoto says, this beggar calling people entitled is insanity. That is true.
Someone tipped $2 says, what's your biggest regret as a content creator? And
last 2 days have just been cope fests.
What is something you don't have any regrets for? My biggest regret as a content.
Okay, it's my prediction. Not starting streaming sooner. And biggest thing he doesn't regret is starting. I can't think of that one.
I would say, well, here's the thing.
Watch.
There's things that I regret, and there's things that I'm sad have happened, but I can't control. Okay? I regret back in the day being so brazen, being such a shit talker, and essentially saying things that were irresponsible that I know probably hurt people. All right? You know, when I was starting as a YouTuber, sadly, I didn't take it seriously. I didn't realize that my words had weight and that things that I could say and do could actually hurt other people's feelings, reputations, etc. I didn't get it. I thought the whole thing was a joke. I thought, why would anyone care about DSP making stupid, shitty videos on the internet, right? Now, I realize 17 years later, those times back in the day when I actually had clout and my words meant things, that I probably said and did things that were pretty harmful because I didn't have anyone to follow. No one had walked before me in those footsteps. I didn't have someone to learn from.
That is... No one walked before me in those footsteps, is what he said.
Follow, no harmful, because I didn't have anyone to follow. No one had walked before me in those footsteps. I didn't have someone.
You get it, right? That's not a correct sentence. He means no one. He had no one to walk ahead of him, so he could walk in their footsteps. But he said it way wrong.
Anyone to follow. No one had walked before me in those footsteps. I didn't have someone to learn from. So I basically kind of fucked a lot of stuff up, you know? Really, I did. Think about how I handled certain things.
Definitely.
In regards to relationships, you know, my friendship with John Rambo and how that fell apart.
Whose fault was that?
The way I behaved during that time period. Stuff like that, you know? Those are my regrets. It's sad that things turned out the way that they did because I didn't know what I was doing. Okay? Now I've learned, and in situations and experiences, I know, for example, if I'm ever going to get into a long-term situation with someone, I got to have a contract in place, firmly agreeing to what everyone says is the right thing to do in the situation, so there can be no feelings of, you know, sour grapes at the end of it, right? No one will feel like they're being not appreciated or underpaid or whatever it may be, right?
Yeah.
That's
Definitely.
my problem. Back then, I didn't get it. I thought this was all just a big joke and messing around. And, you know, a lot of the times things got messed up because of that, okay? So that's probably one of my biggest regrets. One of the things that I'm saddest about that is not a regret because it's not something that I've done is the fact that people who ever try to associate with me or be friendly with me, a lot of the times get a lot of harassment from the trolls on the internet. Like, just because someone comes by my stream, associate with me, I've done, is the fact that people who ever try to associate with me or be friendly with me, a lot of the times get a lot of harassment from the trolls on the internet.
So the biggest thing he regrets is the trolls existing?
Like, just because someone comes by my stream and says hello and contributes doesn't mean that someone should then now stalk them all over their socials, go to their YouTube channel and post up nasty comments, try to dox and harass them and their family members. And that happens on the regular. I'm not kidding. It happens actually on the regular. So that's really messed up. But sadly, that's just nothing that I can really do. Sadly.
You have done that yourself.
NCMNN says, we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. That's usual.
I'm not doing it. I'm not causing it. That's just the mental illness of people on the internet. Because the truth is, that doesn't affect me at all. I want you to think.
That is clear. One thing I've learned from the last 2 days of crashing out for over 2 hours now is that it doesn't affect you at all. So this is real. Eggsy says, he really is the old man yelling to the younglings. Back in my day, I had no one to walk ahead of me to walk in the footsteps. Or, you know. Joe-Dub says, wouldn't the one group of people who know what's happened to him actually be, oh, I don't know the detractors? I mean, you'd think. Would, you know? But, you know.
Think about that. So
the people that know what he's actually done is the detractors, and why they are detractors because they know the things he's done.
The truth is that
because if you do know what everything Philip has done, it is impossible to be a fan unless you are very unique in certain ways, right? You know what I'm saying.
That's just the mental illness.
ALT low reading comprehension reel. I got it.
People on the internet. Because the truth is that doesn't affect me at all. I want you to think about that. So someone just happens to come to my stream, hang out with me for a couple of weeks. They're a nice person. They contribute a bit. You go harass them in their own personal life. Okay? How exactly did you affect me?
Well, enough for you to remember it.
You didn't. But you still did it. Because these people who do this messed up stuff on the internet, it's not that they're doing it because it makes sense. They're just nuts. They do it because they're so mentally incapacitated from being a real human. They actually feel like, oh, I got a piece of worth or value because I ruined someone's day today. Because I did internet harassment today. I feel special.
I think we're still on about Kino Casino right now.
I'm serious. These people actually feel good when they hurt others. They're broken inside. They're not focused on doing good things for themselves. They're actually focused on hurting others and making sure others don't have good things for themselves.
Okay.
So
that's why you wanted to work with Kino Casino for 6 months and only stopped it when the money started slowing down? That's why you wanted to work with them? Or, oh, that was the snaking. Oh, yeah. Then I have to ask about, then why did you reveal all that personal stuff about your family and cat if that was a big snaking? Oh, that was a part of the snaking too. It's all a lie. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And the thing is, I know this happens. I hear news stories about it every day, and I feel sad, but there's nothing I can do about that because I didn't create that situation, nor can I do anything to solve it or fix it. That's just ill people on the internet doing messed up stuff, you know?
Okay.
Now, what's something that I don't regret at all? Well, I guess the question is, like, what do you think it is that I would say there? Because, I mean, what, you know...
It's a question?
Really, like, I'm curious, like, what you're getting at with that question, that phrasing.
Just answer the question?
I don't regret being someone who does stuff differently. I don't regret the fact that I've persevered.
Could you
despite
maybe
the fact
answer
that
the
everyone tells
question?
me I do it the wrong way, yet I'm still here. You know, like there's a lot of things I could say, but I don't really know what you're getting at with that. You know,
Why don't you just
it's more
answer
about what do you regret, not what you don't regret. You know,
You could answer things you don't regret, right? I don't regret, for example, I don't regret not selling out. I don't regret being a variety streamer. It's pretty easy, actually. Grazing Poro says, look up Lionel Hutz, Simpsons, Lawyers, and Mark. DSP. I know that guy. That's the guy. Let's see one Lionel Hutz less than a minute clip to change the mood. This is 49 seconds. Here we go. See if we get banned for this.
Marge, I had a lot of calls about you. Customers love your no-pressure approach.
Well, like we say, the right house for the right person.
Listen, it's time I let you in on a little secret, Marge. The right house is the house that's for sale. The right person is anyone.
But all I did was tell the truth.
Of course you did. But there's the truth.
Uh-huh.
And the truth. Let me show you.
Oh, please.
It's awfully small.
I'd say it's awfully cozy.
Ah.
That's dilapidated.
Rustic.
That house is on fire.
Motivated seller.
That's a beauty.
Forget about that house.
Big ups. We can make a good bit with that.
Oh, let's see.
Robert Williams in the house is 6 days a week with 52 minutes of gameplay. Yep, and that's what that person was pointing out with their comment that got so quickly forgotten about. Soul
I got a $2 tip, and this person
ignoring that the people doing it are protected by the law. What about the people not making money clipping you, Phil? And we have you saying it all. All the clippers people do are show what Philip does, and he's just trying to convince his real fans that that's not the case, but that is the case. But
says, even if people mess with you for doing emulation, others will back you up and support you, saying that's bullshit. He gets in trouble for that and defend your right to play emulated games on stream. No, they won't. I'm the meme. Don't you get it? That's the point I'm making. I can't do the things everyone else does because even though what you're saying makes rational sense, they won't do it anyway. Because making fun of DSP, making Phil the butt of the joke, saying Phil's a horrible person, a horrible gamer, a horrible streamer, brings in views and gets money from a group of mentally ill morons.
Got it. Okay.
It's proven time and time again. It doesn't even matter who does it. It could be a Joe Nobody. They'll get views, attention, and support for hating on Darkside Phil. So even though you might say, hey, Phil's in the right, it's more profitable to say, hey, Phil's in the wrong.
So do you think everyone on Earth operates just on profitability? You know what I mean? Like, is that the only thing motivating anyone on Earth? I know it motivates a lot of people, but not everybody.
Oh, that would never happen. I'm serious. It would not.
Okay.
And just take a look at Kino Casino.
They
tried to do it differently.
You knew this was coming. I said I think this is more towards Kino Casino than like detractors, and here we're getting the real truth here. So let's hear about Kino Casino. Let's hear what they say. What do they say?
And look Just take a look at Keno Casino. They tried to do it differently. They said, oh, look, literally everyone says Phil's always in the wrong.
Yes.
Because that's what's profitable. So for once, let's actually do opposite day. Let's say Phil's not that bad, Phil's in the right, this and there. And they tried it for a while, and at first it worked, and then within a few months, it stopped working. So they...
You know that was a joke the whole time, right? Or you still not sure? You still not sure?
Went right into the exact same fucking trope as everybody else. And it works.
You knew that was the plan the whole time now, right? Or you still not sure?
You see? No one can actually be an individual when it comes to me, because if they do, they can't be rich and make money off of losing.
How did that factor into your King Snake plan, Philip? Was that a part of the plan? You knew it wouldn't last forever? Oh, man. Big ups to the person that sent this from Wario64. Check this out real quick. It's not a video. It's one of Wario64's links. And this is crap. I forgot to block my order number from the screenshot. Remember not to post your order number online. ... Also, it's fake before everyone believes it. Could that be in reference to someone? No one else has done a DSP reference, but I will. There we go. I'll take care of this. Here we go. I don't have a picture here. Let's do what is they give us here? Now let's find something funnier. Hold on. I'll look here. Let's find something funnier to start the train. Let's go for... I'll make this quick. Here we go. There we go. Oh fuck! It's my secret one. I'll do it on the other. I'll do it on the other account.
Because that's all it is. At the end of the day, the vast majority of people who hate on me are just there to milk this crowd. This people who apparently have money and are really dumb.
Definitely.
And are willing to just hand it over. The vast majority of people who crapped on me don't give a crap about me. You understand? They crap on me, but they don't actually care about me. They're only doing it to milk a very susceptible, a very gullible audience.
Not really. It's just funny, actually.
I can't believe that side-scrollers did it so much. Again and again and again. Every time they brought me up, the morons would go over there and throw the money. Dude, side-scrollers doesn't give a fuck about me. At all. As soon as Craig found a way to make different money from a different crowd, he doesn't bring me up anymore. Why does he need to? You see?
But he still does for the... He did for the Doom thing, actually. But, okay.
Understand? They're so simpleton-minded, they can't figure this out.
We are coping still about Keno Casino, still about side-scrollers. Really cool. Depressed Dad says, thank you for milking me, Unc.
Here's hilarious. Some troll tipped me $1 and is trying to say that I didn't understand the Billy Mitchell call job situation.
He doesn't.
Yeah, everything they just said in their tip, I never literally said anything about on my stream.
No,
you're a fucking idiot. Keep your troll dollar, you fucking moron. Hilarious. What's up, Cracker Jacks? How you doing?
Thank you. I did tell him to do one at least.
No, count reboot. It's like I just said. I can't ever do a successful clips channel. I can't. If there's something that's highlightable.
Can you imagine a DSP clip channel? Here's my crash out from yesterday, guys. Enjoy. Here's where I crashed out of my Keno Casino yesterday. Enjoy. I would love it. Please do it, Philip. Here's the part where I brought up side-scrollers and said how they are still milking people for milking the detractors. Here we go. Enjoy. Yeah, pretty
in-game
fun.
player on a podcast. Yes, that I could do. I could edit that out and put it on my channel, and it'll get
Here's where I told everyone to jump off a cliff. Pretty fun.
a few thousand views, which is a lot more than what my typical video part would get. But I could never actually do my own clips channel because people illegally clip my content while I'm still broadcasting and have clips before I can make them. When I'm live on a stream, I can't clip myself and make clips. Get it? I have to be offline to make clips. They've already clipped it. So there's no point in having my own clips channel when they've already stolen the content.
Big Ups Infamous says, for when you have to flee to Japan to escape DSP. Maybe we'll do the court case there. That'd be fun. RS Nerd says, $5 says ChatGPT knows if it's illegal or not. I bet ChatGPT will say this is like a gray area thing. I'm imagining. We'll see, though.
Dan Zach did a $5 super test says, are you okay, King? I'm great.
Nope.
I'm great.
Even his real supporters now are starting to ask questions like, are you all right, man? Really, are you okay?
Fine right now. I just really want this stream to do well, this Claire Obscure stream.
Are you doing okay, man?
I want to finish the game and have people actually come by and hang out and do stuff. Have a good time with me with a great game, rather than it being just about what's new or hot or the game that I suffer at or whatever. I want to be able to enjoy myself with games and have people along for the ride who will enjoy and engage and support that effort. And Claire Obscure makes me worried because here we are 47 hours into the game, having a great time, and people have stopped showing up for it.
Oh, shoot. Honestly, are you okay? Husky says he uses literally like Alicia Silverstone in Clueless. Great film, by the way. Literally. Yeah, you're right. Great film if you haven't seen it. Kick 'em in soy sauce. I recommend the high sodium version of that. Says, imagine if this lawsuit was a sandwich shop. Definitely. Subway could sue
I've
other
heard of this
Subway
game,
shops.
Deliver at all costs. I don't know what it is, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of that game, but sadly right now I just don't have time for any new games. We have too many games we're already juggling. I have to get through them and finish them before I can start talking about new games. Because every day someone's like, did you hear about this indie game? Did you hear about that indie game? I can't play any new games. We got to finish Claire Obscure. We got to finish Blueprints. We got to get to Night Rain tonight. We're doing chill streams of Minecraft and Truck Sim. And we got a fighting game in the mix. We got other games coming up. We got the Switch 2 next week. I can't play indie games.
Okay.
There's no time for it. You know?
What do we learn from this show today?
People like to see me jump in and try new stuff. I can't do it. I'd have to clone myself.
Definitely. Big Ups B-Tub says ALT is Unk forever. I guess if I say that forever, I'm cool with it. If I'm forever Unk. Oscaro says, free those puppies and we drop the Unk. Are you talking about Jury's puppies, Oscaros?
I appreciate that.
I'm imagining you are.
Oh, crap. Didn't mean to do that.
That's the case. It's never happening.
Are you kidding?
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Uh-oh. What's this?
I hate my email. I really do.
What?
I hate it. I absolutely hate my email. It lags like crazy.
Yeah. It's fun to think someone like, what if this was someone's first level 1 podcast experience, you know? Oh, Darkside Phil. I have not heard too much bad stuff about him, so I want to give him an honest and fair shake. Let's turn on the podcast. Whoa.
There we go. Okay, get it back where it belongs.
This is something. Is there gaming here?
Because then I'll click on one email and click delete, and the email will lag, and we'll delete like 3 emails. Like, oh no, that's an important email. I need that. Why are you deleting an email I literally didn't even fucking click on? Anyway.
Big ups, Mr. Extravagant. Much love to you as well. Lotion Me Up says, us Unks got to stick together. Unk Defense
Thanks for a
Force.
$2 tip. Someone says, use ChatGPT to get ideas. No, ChatGPT is not going to help me with anything. AI doesn't know diddly dick. All it does is it scours information from the internet that's already...
So it does know a lot then, huh?
Pretty public. So innately AI answers can't ever give you anything but common public opinion.
Here we go. Here's the boomer take on AI. Go ahead.
Innately AI answers can't ever give you anything but common public opinion.
Yes,
Can't,
definitely.
because all it does is it's taking what people of the public are saying on the internet as the consensus fact, because a lot of people have said it. It doesn't mean it's right or true, so I don't think it could ever help me.
Just ask your grandpa about what they think of AI. It'll be the same thing. They can't tell you any new stuff. What can you learn from a damn pooter? What can you learn from no pooters? What are they doing in there? They're just reading old information. They can't get any new information with this thing. What are you going to write some information to tell you some help in the screen? Please. I don't trust those damn pooters. There are people that legitimately say it like that. That's not a joke.
Here we go. Someone just tipped $2. Says, speaking of people that harass donators, once I sent a $1.50 super sticker, then I got harassed on my channel for a week. I feel like some of these people really have nothing better to do. It doesn't make me stop donating. I just keep it anonymous, and I support the GOAT of YouTube gaming streamers. Well, thank you. I don't know who that is.
Definitely.
Certainly not me, but thanks. No, I get it. Like,
why would you say that? Certainly not me?
I don't know who that is. Certainly not me, but thanks. No, I get it. Like, a lot of people say, oh, anonymous tipper, and they act like it's not real. No, why do you think people anonymously tip?
Oh.
This is exactly why. Because when people do a public super chat, then these idiots go over to their channel and harass them. So a lot of people have stopped doing the super chats, and instead they anonymously tip. And it's a good reason that they do, you know? That way they can't be harassed.
How is their name Unk Insider? I saw it come up. Down Forward Punch says, if you need money for the legal fund, Super Crazy's looking for a new train robbing partner. Oh, well, that's the way to raise funds. That's a different fundraising activity. Lucky Lime says, Phil sending...
I am interested in Mind's Eye, yes. At first, I didn't even know what it was.
Oh, God, like, who gives a fuck about games, man? Let's not pretend this is about games.
To be like, I think either way...
It's very funny when he crashes out for 45 minutes, and the last 5 minutes starts answering about a game seriously. Like, anyone gives a fuck.
Something to try and fun to play. So I am going to try it out. We'll see if it's any good.
Definitely.
It might be horrible, in which case we can laugh at it together, right?
Good point. Any more games takes? Lucky Lime says, Phil sending 2 a.m. Tito Casino text to his lawyer. Yeah, he would show stuff they said that day from his stream. Look, you see what they said? They might have made fun of my gameplay there. They said I'm bad at games. Yeah, add that to the case. Yeah, say that.
Will I actually watch How to Train Your Dragon? Well, I've never seen the actual movie, the original animated film. I guess I would have to do that first. I don't know. It's Disney, right? So, is it Disney? Is How to Train Your Dragon Disney? I don't even know.
Great way to make the prize very meaningful.
No, it's DreamWorks. Oh, DreamWorks is Shrek, right? Okay. I wonder what that would be on then.
Think DreamWorks, think Shrek. They've done nothing else but Shrek. Absolutely. When I see DreamWorks, I think Shrek.
Right? Okay. I wonder what that would be on then. Like which service, which video, you know, which of the 1,000 on-demand video services.
Magic Short Bus says, if YouTube really enforced TOS, he would not have a channel. He would have been banned many years ago. He should be thankful YouTube turns a blind eye to things. Really? Yeah, that is true.
Well, what do you mean by that?
What? You can't
Cydia
do that.
says, content creators who saw behind-the-scenes footage of Mind's Eye have called it out for being a rug and pull game. What do you mean by rug and pull? What are they pulling the rug out from? Yanks fan, yes, my wife and I did see the live-action Lion King, and we didn't really like it.
Oh,
and we
shoot.
think the animated is much better.
Definitely. Albie says, I regret being such a tough, cool guy.
Yeah, I heard Battlefront 2 is making a comeback, but I never really liked it, even after they rebalanced Battlefront 2 to make it a non-card game. Remember it was a card game for a while, which was the most bizarre choice?
Who doesn't?
You earn RNG cards or whatever?
Yeah, that was dumb.
But anyway, I played both that and after they rebalanced it, but it didn't really resonate. The audience didn't really like it. If it were like, I guess you could get it on like probably Steam now for cheap or whatever.
Okay.
They are charging $40 for Star Wars Battlefront 2. Are they out of their minds? The game is like ancient. The game came out November 2017.
Okay.
And they're charging $40 for it. They're absolutely insane. What is going on? Well, I said I would have maybe tried it, but I don't think I'm going to get it now with that price tag.
Definitely.
That's ridiculous.
Good point.
Pickleball? I've never played pickleball. No, I don't know what the sport really is. I've heard of it, but I don't even know like what it is. So
it would take less time to list the sports he has played. Okay, I think there's like a 2-item list on that one.
Pickleball? No, I don't know what the sport really is. I've heard of it, but I don't even know like what it is. So what's up, X Shooter? How are you today?
Ooh, possible. That's 2. We're running out of time though.
Let's see here. More tips are coming in.
All right, more tips.
$2 tip. ChatGPT is nice. You can give sympathetic advice and listens to how you substantiate your arguments if you push back on stuff. What?
Yeah.
It's not real. You're arguing with a synthetic. Forget it.
Yeah. You don't even know what you're fucking talking about. So yeah, actually, it can give you advice on things because it has more knowledge than any human could ever hope to have, Philip. But it's not real, guys. It's not real. Definitely. Grimner says, irresponsible things like telling people to jump off an effing cliff. Uh-huh. Dark Wolf says, biggest thing he doesn't regret is his mom wife. That's the biggest with quotation marks around it. That's toxic.
The $2 tip.
Yeah.
He can't sympathize with you. It's not real. It doesn't have a personality to give you real sympathy. It's all simulated. Get it?
It can give you real advice without adding sympathy into it. Also, okay, anyways.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fluctuating
I got a $4 tip.
Okay.
From Star Facts.
That guy again.
What? Here's another idiot.
I
Like they're
responded
actually
to it.
regurgitating.
The Wario64 tweet I did respond to already. I did see it. Big ups though.
What? Here's another idiot. Like they're actually regurgitating a detractor meme that's not true.
Yes. Like I played.
So thank you.
They say here that I played WWE Champions and spent thousands on it. It's like, come on. I thought we said goodbye to that detractor meme years ago. Come on.
Dollar fool. Here you go. Fool.
So you want to bring it up or
you're
no?
A fool. They actually repeated a detractor meme saying that it was true. It's not.
So do you want to say it? If it's false, it should be easy to bring up then. Bring it up.
Okay.
I'm interested in why we can't bring it up. If it's just a stupid meme, then you might want to just say it then. Huh? Seawook Dev says, did he have a contract with the casino where he let him call his wife fat? That was, yes. That was Article 2, page 7, the bottom in the fine print. You can call Cat fat as many times you want, and I will never get pissed at you. It was in there. It was tough to read. It took a few read-throughs to find it, but it was in there, absolutely. And Philip also had in his own bylines was, I'm allowed to pity dump the problems of my family onto you as well when you try to suggest things that are actually fun that I don't want to do. It's a weird contract, but it was in there, actually. Pretty cool. Trauma dump, excuse me, not pity dump.
JDTV did a CHF super chat. I have no idea what the CHF is. This is Battlefront 2 is way cheaper on PS5, and there's no cheaters on there.
No cheaters.
$2.42 Swiss francs. So that's the equivalent of $2.42 as a super chat.
Uh-huh.
The Swiss francs.
Nailed it.
Francs. Not to be confused with ballpark beef francs. Interesting. You know what? Ballpark beef francs.
Wow.
Interesting. Ballpark beef frunk.
You guys
Not to be confused with ballpark beef frunks.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow.
You know what? What I wanted to do. Hold on.
What the fuck was that? Oh, God.
Never mind. Okay. I can't do it. That's right.
I don't know that one. Don't ask me to explain that joke. I don't even get it myself. Ballpark beef francs. Who said it like
Never
that?
mind. I had an idea, but the idea didn't work. Okay.
I'm sure that was a great joke, though.
All right, guys. Last chance. Anyone have any last-minute topics?
Come on,
you guys
last
want to
support.
talk about before we get ready for Claire Obscure?
Come on. Let's go.
Cydia says the CEO of Mind's Eye is quoted as saying anyone who says anything negative about his game is an influencer secretly paid off by Rockstar. Well, that's correct. That's absolutely correct. I cannot wait to receive my insanely huge bag of gold doubloons from Rockstar once I play Mind's Eye. I cannot wait. It's going to be great.
Hilarious. Ascension says, pretty sure Brian is doing okay. It seemingly...
Oh, my goodness. Huh.
I know that Cerulean was trying to get him to drop the DMs. I hope we do get those DMs, though. I mean, if he wants to drop stuff, go ahead.
Apparently, last time we played, I defeated a boss without taking any damage, and I got an achievement for it.
Kikman Soy Sauce again says, if you're enjoying my daily hour-long crash-outs about money and trolls, please tip. At least that would be honest, a description of what the Level 1 podcast has become for the last 2 days. What is sending him into these insanity? And I know Kino Casino, obviously talked about him last night, but that can't be it, right? I think the combination of Doom, missing goals once, Kino Casino endlessly ripping on him, it's starting to add up.
Oh, I don't know. Someone says, what advice would you give Wings to better his life? I have no idea. I don't follow the guy anymore, so I don't know anything.
How would you... Whatever.
What advice would you give Wings to better his life? I have no idea. I don't follow the guy anymore, so I don't know anything about his life anymore.
How would you recommend someone improve their life?
Really, like last I knew about him, he was still with Lolcow Live stuff and doing really well. I don't know what's going on with him anymore. I don't follow him, so I can't.
Phillip.
You can't give advice to someone if you don't know
3 minutes over.
Their situation.
Phillip,
So
3 minutes over. Wrap it up, buddy. 3 minutes over. 3 minutes over. Yep. Scroll for one last tip and then end this. Kind of losing them. Oh, stop reading those. Just go to the ending. You're losing them. Only trolls are tipping now. There's dollars. Who cares? Stop reading it. Too much dead air today. I told you about this.
really, I don't know if I believe this. Someone tipped me $3 and said the following. I asked ChatGPT to say something nice about you. It said, Phil Burnell, known as DSP Gaming, has shown impressive dedication to content creation over the years. Despite facing a lot of criticism and challenges, he's remained consistent and continues to produce content regularly for his audience. That kind of persistence, especially in a competitive and often harsh online environment, is commendable. It's clear he has a loyal fan base who appreciate his passion for gaming and commentary.
Now, wait a second. ChatGPT said all that? That's kind of cool.
Like, I'm not saying that I disagree with that statement.
That's real.
I just don't believe that ChatGPT said that.
Why
I don't believe
wouldn't
that
you?
ChatGPT said that at all. That sounds like something a human wrote.
Yeah, you starting to get it, Phillip? You starting to get it?
That sounds like something a human wrote.
Well, I asked ChatGPT to say something mean about DSP Gaming, and of course they gave me the thing about how that's not a good thing, and I said, well, just get something in general that's negative about him, and they said, all right, here's a general negative take that stays within fair use. DSP Gaming has become a case study in how not to evolve as a content creator, stuck in outdated formats, resistant to criticism, and often alienating the very audience that once supported him. So there's something mean that ChatGPT can say that wasn't even mean. They're just saying the truth. Okay, and I'm going to show you because I wasn't making it up. I couldn't make up something that good that fast. Shut up.
That sounds like something a human wrote.
Mm-hmm. You got to sue over this statement from ChatGPT? That's slander, right? But that's the thing. The problem is saying things that are true is not slander, so... Fluffy Flapjack says, so happy he's not angry and is a positive person. Now, excuse me, where is the nearest cliff again? Oh, yeah, we're going to have a group. We're going to circle jerk into a cliff dive today. That's going to be at 5 p.m. Circle jerk, wear your bathing suit, because after the jerk, we go right to the cliff. It's a group thing. So, and don't get there early because you're going to choose a good seat, right? You don't want to be on the end, you know what I mean? Then... You got a service, but no one's servicing you, and that sucks. I know I've been there before, and it really does suck.
Okay. All right, guys. So, quick reminder, all right? There's no podcast tomorrow, and I know some people will be upset at that because you like having a podcast every day, and you like having a podcast at the end of the week. But tomorrow, I'll be focused on playing Elden Ring Night Rain. So no podcast. The next podcast will be Sunday morning. Okay? Fair enough? All right, how about this? I got an idea.
How can I get more money? No, I'm on this week, Extra Extravagant. I am on tomorrow because I took off Monday.
Tomorrow morning, there will not be a podcast.
But
during the build-up to the Night Rain stream, when I hang out with you guys for like 20 minutes or so, I will tell you what the 100-goal marathon will be.
Okay, it's a Switch 2 marathon, so that's it. Grimnir says, what don't you regret? No, you. That's what Philip did to that question.
I will finally reveal it.
Okay.
Okay? There you go. All right, that's tomorrow morning.
Digital Gangster says, ALT, you've been live 5 hours. Go be with your family, Unk. I wish I could, Digital Gangster. That's all I can say, Digital Gangster. Think about it, though. Remember I said something starting next week?
Be on time. Don't miss the big announcement of what the 100-goal marathon will be.
It'd take me pretty long to go be with my family right now, Digital Gangster.
You've all been being so excited to find out what this is. Okay? All right, guys. Thank you for watching the show. I hope that you've enjoyed it. I hope that you have a great weekend. If you don't come back until I do another show, it'll be Sunday morning. All right? But thank you all. I still hope you'll stick around for Claire Obscure. I hope that you'll check out my Night Rain coverage. And I will see you soon. Be safe. Have fun.
Really fun.
See you Sunday morning. Peace out.
No, but spoiler, Chew is already in Japan, guys. That's the spoiler alert.
Okay. Alrighty, guys. Well, it is time for a brief break before we play Claire Obscure.
Brief
and as
break.
I explained,
Hang on, we gotta
this is
do
why
a break.
I want to get new clips here, right? Because people are tired of these existing clips, which I don't blame
what are you
them
gonna
for.
do then?
You know, we've been having these clips now for a while. And you want new ones. So for Claire
No
Obscure,
problem,
I got to be
Digital
over
Gangster.
here, and I have to rotate my camera around. Let me do that. Excuse me. Oh,
we have to do a walk again?
Cheers.
All right, so we're at 13:07.
We are.
11 minutes, 12 minutes. We're back.
So, today, nice purple RGBs on my G5 controller.
Is it pulsating?
For today's stream. All right, here we go.
Is it pulsating?
Folks, hello and welcome back to Claire Obscure.
Going live.
Sadly, that I'm 47 hours in, despite.
Okay, not sitting through all this shit. Tony T says Michael Jackson's song "Money" is about DSP. You know, it's not Michael Jackson, but one of the first things that Fantastic Mr. Sam did in regards to DSP was a Money parody. I'll play it for you. Ready? One of the very first things he did. Where is it? Hang on. Money by Pink Floyd. Yes. Not that one. Here we go. 3 years ago, Sam made this. Pretty hype, too. Obviously.
Hello.
As everything Sam does is.
Hello.
Breathe.
Hello.
Breathe.
Hello.
Breathe.
Hello.
Breathe.
Hello.
Breathe.
Hello.
That's it. The person's putting in the credit card information. Pretty cool, right? Big ups to Sam, wherever he's at. Magic Short Bus says, based off the hurricane video and the way he acts now, his dad was not involved in his life and didn't teach him anything, while his mom coddled him. Now, you never know, but one thing we do know about his dad is that he was kind of a hard-working dude, man. And you'd think you'd pass some of that off, right? But who knows, right? Who knows? Big ups, Magic Short Bus. Programming note, I will be on Detractor Beam tonight, and tomorrow we got another pre-stream, and then Saturday is Ka-Ching of the fucking Ring. Saturday. We might do 2 shows, another show on Sunday, but I'll let you know, obviously. 2 Crashouts. I mean, I think we got to cover that as well, but I will definitely let you know. Matthew in the house says, he still can't understand Craig wanted to help him, not to make fun of him. Well, because that's the problem, is that Philip takes all anything you say as criticism as you must mean you hate him, right? So criticism means you hate him, and that means you're an enemy if you do say anything negative about him. That's the problem. Michael A.D. says, like Philip, I've been doing my job for 17 years, so if you call 911, you better be able to tell me what law was broken and how to save you. Big ups, Michael A.E. You'd think, right? Matthew says, how long till we see DSP shirtless on stream kissing a rooster? I don't think he'd ever go that low out of principle, right? But you never know. You never know. Let's see this awesome pairing here. Uh-oh.
Counterattack for. It didn't counterattack, so what did it get ready to counterattack for? That was stupid.
That was stupid.
Add to our stack of revive tints. Sounds good. There's an item.
I don't care. Unk Insider, that's a new name, says, welcome to the club, fellow Unk. I'm not so ready to be this Unk, but I guess I'll take it. Short Bus, that's a good way to say it right there, Visual Mute. If you either buy the lie or you are an enemy. And that's how he's operated. Right? Magic Short Bus says, Kino Casino lost viewership, viral and crappy gameplay, not hitting $150 on stream. He realizes he's dying and he's crashing out every day because of it. Okay. All those things together are hurting. Now that the wife and kids are out of the way, ALT can start his only unks. Not only unks. Big Dog says, losing your self-respect and dignity is not a flex, but he always plays that I'm still here card. Well, remember, activity does not equal achievement, but Philip thinks it is. Right? Ohm says, ChatGPT's sympathy would unironically be more real than the fake sympathy of Phil. He got mad someone told him their parent died since he was sick. Yeah. Remember that one? What are you, the king of suffering? Oh, look at you. The king of suffering, okay? Uncle Grandfather from Perfect Hair Forever. All right. All right. Got time. Uncle Grandfather from Perfect Hair Forever. Oh, yeah, this guy's cool. This guy's definitely cool. Look at this. Bingo. I've never seen
Minus
that.
skull emotions blaze in the shadows, temper fades. Probably anger.
Oh, he's a pervert too. Oh, okay, well that's
He's having a temper tantrum.
Uncle Grandfather is a very dirty and perverted old man who spends most of his time doing absolutely nothing but being lazy, eating,
music,
doing lewd and dirty things to Brenda, such as being distracted by her butt, reading pornography magazines, filming a porno between a vacuum cleaner and a cake, or looking at pornography at porn sites. He normally speaks with a pseudo-Japanese accent, but is very incapable of uttering any coherent sentences when speaking. He also serves as a father figure and a master for Geralt, as shown. Okay, there we go. Okay. So some of those were right.
Just into ice shit.
Not all of those were wrong. I'll say that. There is at least one of those activities I have. Oh, more than one activities I do. Ikiro says, I legit believe him. I legit believe he'd get hooked on those companion AI chats. It'd be the most intimate conversation he'd have in a decade. Like, I bet, right? Do you see how much he liked the only one he heard? He really liked the one that someone told him. I don't believe they said that. It sounds too much like a human. This sounds like a human. What? Are you real? The AI would have to tell him, like, listen, sir, we're really not real as AI. Are you sure you're not real? Like, I'm really thinking you're real right now.
Would love to. It depends on a lot of facts. Tony Hawk Remaster.
All right. Anyways.
Yes, I'm probably going to play the Tony Hawk remasters in July, the blimp. I think so. I would love to. It depends on a lot of factors, but I think I would like to play them.
Huh. Then let's keep doing.
All right. Anyways, that'll do it. You're all legends. Big ups, everybody, for chilling today for the extra long Thursday style show. We'll see you tonight on the Tractor Beam and back tomorrow for the podcast Preestream. You're all legends. See you tomorrow. Bye. Or tonight. Bye.